1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, knock on the door. 5, 6, pick up sticks. 7, 8, lay them straight. 9, 10, a big fat hen. I can't remember whether that's the end or whether it continues. 11, 12, dig and delve. Yeah, so it does continue. Well, that doesn't seem necessary. I think my microphone is working. I think everything's in good functional order. What's up, Humping Keys? How's it going? Yo, I've managed to train my mustache so that I don't even put any wax in it and it's still got a curl at the end. That is coming along nicely. What's up, Mad Villain and Dragon? How's it hanging? Yo, we're going to do some VOD review today. I've been doing a bunch of off-stream VOD review as well, but I've just returned home from your country. Oh, you're in England, were you, Owen? What's up, what's up, what's up? You genuinely look like Stalin. Don't think he looked like me apart from the tash. What's up, Salo Kim and Abi Sheikh? Welcome in. Yeah, this is the VOD dungeon. Welcome into the VOD dungeon. J Trippy, thank you for the 3 months. Pringles Man. Pringles Man is more what I'm going for, to be honest, rather than Stalin. Stalin's not really someone I'm looking to emulate, I'm not going to lie. What VODs am I doing today? I was actually going to have the chat vote on them. I've already done a lot of... a bit of VOD review today. I've done like 3, 4... No, I've done like 4 or 5 hours of VOD review today. But I've still got like another... Hey, the night is young. Am I right? The night is young. I've got like another 7 hours, I think, that I can do. So I'm going to have the chat vote on some to do, I think.
38. Did you know that in Norse mythology the number 38 was said to represent unnatural bravery?
Unnatural bravery. Thank you. It is unnaturally brave for you to fund my lifestyle. Thank you, T-Money.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, Beth appreciates it? Appreciate. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for dinner.
Came out of a can.
I know it came out of a can,
Can't
but
even make toast
I still
today.
appreciate... Beth burnt the toast today. Beth is normally a very good cook. She wanted to be very sweet and wake me up with some breakfast today. So our toaster's broken. That's probably important context as well.
Yeah,
So
it's
she...
a toaster and I burnt it that
Yeah, that would be bad if you burned it in the toaster. But she wanted to make me some toast, so she put it on the grill. And by the grill, I mean, I'm talking UK grill, which is like... It's like an oven, but it only heats it from the top.
Yeah, it's like a broiler.
Like a what?
You would call it broiler.
A broiler? That's what you call it in the US. Right, so it's a top heated oven.
Like separate things
Right.
for 'em, yeah.
But anyway, you open it up, you put the thing in on the rack, and then the heat comes from the top. It toasts one side, you turn it over, it toasts the other side. It's very simple to use. And Beth...
Basically a toaster oven. Just
Yeah, it's
built
like...
into
Yeah.
yeah.
So, Beth put them in. 4 pieces of bread. Frozen, because we keep our bread, the shitty bread in the freezer so that it lasts for longer. Puts it in frozen on top. Puts it in. And then got sucked into the world of TikTok, YouTube videos.
F1 videos.
F1
Watching a
YouTube
video
videos.
About tire compounds.
She was watching a video about tire compounds in F1 for 30 minutes until she went, now either I'm having a stroke or the house is about to burn down.
It was very near on fire.
And the toast is black, absolutely charcoaled on one side, and then you turn it over and it was like still almost frozen on the other. It's like it was just raw bread on one side and absolutely burnt to a crisp on the other.
Yeah.
And that was, by the way, all the bread that we had in the house. So instead of having a lovely breakfast to wake up to,
We had no
breakfast.
We had no food.
So,
ADHD taxes.
yeah.
Thing. Yeah.
that was a great way to start the day, but this will make up for it.
I didn't make it.
Okay.
You can.
Thank you, love.
I love you.
Love you. All right. Let's enter the VOD dungeon, shall we? Is it safe to eat raw bread? I believe it is. I have eaten a bit of raw bread in my time. Side throwers never fucked up cooking? Oh, so many times. So many times. grown-ass man, make your own food. I was asleep. She was trying to do something lovely for me. What I'm eating now is like a tikka masala. But it came out of a can because couldn't be fucked cooking tonight, either of us. And also didn't want to order food because it's mad expensive. All right, Fish Addict, thank you for the 3 months. The Jubenai, thanks for the 58 months as well.
What's the best dish you've made?
What's the best dish I've made? I made a really nice dinner for my parents one time that was like
If Zen wasn't supposed to
some kind
they
of
would have given him footsteps.
Thai duck.
Learning about
I think it was a
tire
red Thai
compounds is more
duck curry.
important than toast anyway.
And I absolutely nailed it. Me and Beth both made it, but it was my project. Beth was assisting, whereas normally Beth is
They would
the one
have
that
given him
cooks.
footsteps.
I cooked something else recently too that was pretty decent, but I can't remember what it was. Yeah. Okay. Learning about tire compounds more important than toast anyway. Yeah. And corn dog egg dog. Thanks for the 4 months too. All right. I know some people might like you to be their daddy, but I like you to be my son. Sideshow, take that as a compliment, by the way. I don't know how to take that. I'm not gonna talk to chat anymore. You know what I mean? I think let's get into the VOD review portion of the day, shall we? Okay, so I watched a bunch of VODs off stream, but I didn't watch any more of the Pacific. So if you tuned into my previous stream, we were watching a lot of Pacific VODs, and we got up to this lower bracket final between DRX and T1. And then there's still the grand final with Paper X and DRX. Now, we got up to that, and I wanted to do more VOD review off stream, but I was like, okay, I'll save these games until I stream, because I feel like people would want to watch them. So there's the lower bracket final of the Pacific League and the grand final of the Pacific League to choose from. Or alternatively, I've watched quite a bit more of the EMEA VODs off stream, but this is where I'm up to. So I still need to watch Na'Vi play against Giants, and then Fnatic play against Liquid in the upper bracket final, then the lower bracket with the teams that have qualified, basically. So it would all be like EMEA teams that are through to Tokyo playing against each other. Fnatic, Liquid, Na'Vi Foot, Liquid Foot, and then Fnatic Liquid again. There would just be one game at the beginning where it's Na'Vi against Giants, where we would just be focusing on Na'Vi. But also, gotta watch it because it's like the only game that Na'Vi end up winning out of all of these. So, yeah, you know, we got to throw them a bone. And then it's underground Chinese VODs. EDG against K1, ASE against FPX, EDG against ASE, which would be useful, ASE against Bilibili, EDG against Dragon Ranger Gaming, ASE against EDG again, ASE against Bilibili, ASE against EDG again, and then Bilibili against EDG. So, you know, we could watch the underground. So there's 3 choices essentially, and I'll let you vote on them. Now, bear in mind, I do need to watch. So the underground Chinese VODs, I don't really want to watch too many of today. In fact, if I'm going to watch some underground Chinese VODs, I'd rather start with like this game in the lower final. And maybe that's the only underground Chinese VOD that we watch for the day. But I do kind of want to crack through crack through the rest of the Pacific or EMEA VODs. So bear that in mind. If you vote for the underground Chinese VODs, we're not going to be watching them all day long. But we could definitely watch one if you wanted to do that. So the question is, what VOD should we review? And the options are DRX versus T1, which was a BO5 lower bracket final, crazy game. First reverse sweep in a BO5 that we've had in VCT, like a legendary game. Haven't watched it, but looks legendary on paper. And then the other option is Na'Vi versus Giants, and then other EMEA games. So if you vote for Na'Vi Giants, it's just like all the EMEA games after that as well. Or Attacking Soul Esports versus EDG, lower bracket final. And I'll give you guys 3 minutes to vote. Oh, sorry. My bad. I got it the wrong way around. Yes, it's Paper X DRX that was the first reverse sweep. My bad. I got them confused because they were both 3-2 games, but you're absolutely correct. This game was not a reverse sweep. It was back and forth. Yeah, I got confused. The grand final is the reverse sweep. First reverse sweep in VCT in a BO5. but yeah, vote for what you would like. You know, if we don't get to these games today, I'll stream them tomorrow, so don't worry about that. If we don't watch these EMEA games today, though, I probably won't watch this one on stream. I'll probably watch this one off stream. I'll probably watch this one off stream as well. I'll probably watch this one even off stream, and then I would save the lower final and the grand final to stream. So if you're a big EMEA fan and you want to make sure that you see me reviewing the EMEA games, then that would be a good thing to vote for, because otherwise I'll just save the big games to do on stream. I don't see a poll. Am I being trolled? It should be on the chat. I mean, there's been like 130 people responded to it, so it should be there. It might be more difficult to see if you're on mobile or something. Don't really know. Good afternoon, Gago. Have the broadcast decided what to call the GOAT HFMI yet? No, but we'll have a conversation about it before the tournament begins. Unfortunately, that player is trolling and has literally named himself that and said that he wants every letter to be pronounced just to fuck with the commentators. Usually we would just do whatever the player wanted. But in this situation, there's no shot. So I would say probably we'll say HFMI, but we might decide on something else. I don't really know. G2 Goes in Erasure is real. Oh, well, that's not VCT, though, is it? That's Game Changers. That's a different circuit. Did you see the new Riot video teasing what's coming more this year? Sounds like both agents are being announced at the international events. I did not see the new Riot video, no. Where's the new Riot video? Thoughts on DSG? I haven't really been following what's going on, but I tuned into their game, and they're making tragic decisions. Like, doing a review of a DSG game would be a bit painful, but also, like, instructive, I think, on all of the many things that they are doing incorrectly from a macro point of view to set up their players to fail. Have you seen the news of Paper X Something not being available? Yeah. If Something can't play at the LAN, I'm gonna scream. I'm gonna fucking scream. Alright, what's going on here then? What VOD should we review next? Okay, 44% of you going with DRX versus T1. And then quite a lot of you, like over a third of you, wanted me to do Attacking Soul Esports versus EDG. Okay. How about this then? We'll bash out both of the... We'll bash out both of the Pacific games. And then we'll do another poll after that to see whether people want EMEA or China. But for now, we'll do DRX T1, and then we'll do Paper X DRX. So we'll just follow the same trend as last stream, where we focus on Pacific. But yeah, let me take a look at this dev diary first. Let's do a little react piece to this before we start the VOD review. Why is my bar stuck at the bottom? Does anyone know how to get rid of this? I could go into Task Manager and just stop Windows Explorer, but that seems overly dramatic. Press F, then
Hey
F
everyone,
again.
it's
That didn't
Anna
work.
again, and we're here today with
Hello,
a
Anna.
quick mid-year update. It honestly blows my mind that we're already halfway.
I spoke to
through
Anna for the first time at Sao
2023,
Paulo.
and what a start to the year it's been.
She was very
Watching
friendly.
you all engage with the game since the launch of Episode 6 has been incredible.
F11.
Quick recap, you've shown us lots of love for Lotus,
That didn't work.
made Swift Play one of our most popular modes,
Whatever.
celebrated
It's all good.
Fnatic's victory at Lock-In, and embraced Gecko and his creatures as your own. Many of you have also been swinging your Oni katanas and blowing into those arcade cartridges. And let's not forget,
Doesn't matter.
playing in the Premiere
All good.
Open Beta.
Dude,
I gotta
Premiere was
say
so
that
good.
Revealing Gecko and Premiere in person at Lock-In was amazing. We love bringing the game and
casting
the sport
Masters? Yeah,
even
yeah.
closer together to create those types of moments, so we'll keep looking for ways to do just that. So you might remember at the start of the year, we shared a preview of what Valorant had in store for.
So,
would have given him
saying how cool the year was so far
Do
and
you
all the big
twirl your
things that they've
mustache
released.
when you're bored?
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely aim is hard. Thanks for the 4 months. So Anna's just teasing there that they're planning to try to combine like big releases with big esports events a bit more. But she didn't go into any details. She just said we'll look for more opportunities.
For 2020.
But that's cool.
We talked Premiere, promised you new ways to unlock content. Oh, and then there was that time where I totally accidentally, except not really accidentally, leaked that we were working on a new TDM style mode. And now, having just hit 3 years of Valorant as a community,
Team
it felt like
deathmatch.
a good moment
Okay.
to not only celebrate 3 years live, but also to take a look at what's next. Oh, and happy Valorant birthday, by the way, or anniversary, or Earthiversary.
Wait, what? Today is the Valorant anniversary. I thought it came out in April. Was that the beta that came out in April? And then the game released in June? I didn't even realize. 2nd of June. April 7th was the beta. Huh. I didn't even realize. I was playing since the beta, and to me, it just kind of blended into one, so I didn't realize that June 2nd was an official date. Ah, sick. Yo, happy 3 years, everybody. Let's get a drink. Cheers. Ting.
Anyway, regardless of how you celebrate, here's Andy, which is some of our plans for Episode 7 launch.
Thanks, Anna, and hey everyone. Hopefully you all had a chance to grab your 5-stack and
I'm
test Premiere and
I'm working. Do I drink? No, Dreadhead Morton. No. There's nothing in this drink. It was empty. You don't need to. You don't need to actually imbibe.
open beta. To everyone that showed up for weekly matches and to the teams that fought to become champions, thank you all for helping us get Premiere ready for the next phase.
Premiere was
That begins soon
so
with
sick.
one last global test in July, right before launching in August after Champions. We'll share more information on.
Huh. Okay. So they're planning on launching officially after Champions, so coinciding right with the beginning, essentially, of the next, competitive VCT season. I know that that's technically the off season, but if they did have any plans of working it into open qualifiers for challenges or something like that, that would be the perfect time to start that stuff, right? I'm kind of amazed if it's ready at that point, though. I would really be amazed if it's ready at that point. I feel like maybe we're a year out or
on
something
all
from
things
that.
Premiere as we get closer.
Maybe
All right,
not.
Since Anna has basically confirmed that we've been working on Valorant's take on Team Deathmatch, we might as well announce that you'll be able to play it with the launch of Episode 7.
Ooh.
It'll be a fast-paced mode featuring tactical gunplay with weapons across the arsenal, agents and their abilities, and new maps built specifically for the mode.
Okay. That sounded very vague, but he did say there's abilities in Team Deathmatch.
They would have given him footsteps.
Soon Valorant will be
Let's
only
go
half as
back
old
over
as
that.
Overwatch.
Mr. Moose Click the First, thank you for the 5 months. Soon Valorant will only be half as old as Overwatch. Yeah, but that's like, what? I mean, that's like, dude. I don't even know where to go. That's like saying soon I'll be half as old as my mum. It's like, yeah, that's the way that as you increase in age, proportions work. Okay. Okay, let me just go back 10 seconds.
It'll be a fast-paced mode
Fast-paced mode, okay.
featuring tactical gunplay,
Featuring tactical gunplay. All right, so they're going to change the gunplay to stop running a gunning being a thing. That's awesome. All right, so it's going to be fast-paced with the same gunplay as Valorant normally has.
with weapons across the arsenal,
Okay, so they're not going to limit your weapons, right?
agents and their abilities,
Agents and their abilities. So that might be a bit of a shock to people, because I would assume that a team deathmatch mode would not include abilities. If I was going to design a team deathmatch mode in this game, I think I would turn abilities off. But maybe that's a good thing. I'm not really sure. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like I'm not going to enjoy getting... I mean, how is that any different to just an unrated game then? We shall have to... We'll need to find and see.
and new maps built specifically for the mode.
That's cool. That's really cool. Like, having new maps specifically for Team Deathmatch, that's awesome.
Also coming with episode
As long as they're decent, which I'm sure they will be, because most of the maps in this game are very interesting in the ways that they're designed.
7, we're making some big changes to progression. We're adding a new way to unlock accessories from previous battle passes that you may have missed, as well as updating the way that you unlock agents and the items in their contracts.
All of this stuff just goes
We'll be
in my
following up
ear
very
and
soon
out
with
the
a lot
other.
more detail on those
I
changes,
don't.
along with a deeper
None
look
of that
at all the things that we
interests
discussed.
me, but
All right, thanks
I
everyone.
know it does for other people.
Thanks, Andy. So as we head into the summer and all the awesomeness planned for 7-1, we've got a bunch of other super exciting stuff to look forward to this year. As you may have heard, we are gearing up to launch Valorant in China.
Okay, so that was the end of their discussion about Team Deathmatch by the sound of it. Huh. I am intrigued to see what their Team Deathmatch idea is, but they are very specifically saying, like, it's their take on Team Deathmatch. Their take on gun game, in my opinion, made it worse. I still quite enjoy playing Escalation, but I think it's a strictly worse version of the mode known in Counter-Strike as gun game. Like, I think gun game is just better. So I'm hoping they don't take a very simple idea that is Team Deathmatch and
Wait, so me grinding
either
the battle
overcomplicate
pass
it or
for
make it
exclusive
just
stuff that you can't
ability
get after the
spam or
battle
something.
pass goes out the window? That's kinda ass NGL.
Me grinding the battle passes for exclusive stuff that you can't get after the battle pass goes out the window. That's kind of ass, not gonna lie. 8-Bit Ducky, thank you for the 16 months. I didn't even listen to what he said because I don't care about that stuff. But I can neither confirm nor deny. That information, zip, zap. In one ear, out the other. But yeah, I'm interested to see the TDM. I mean, it all just comes down basically, I think, to what format they choose. But the addition of abilities is weird.
We'll be heading into the open beta there very soon, and for 7-1, we've got a bunch of other super exciting stuff to look forward to this year. As you may have heard, we are gearing up to launch Valorant in China. We'll be heading into the open beta there very soon, and our teams are working hard to make sure players in China get the best Valorant experience possible. 3 years is a long time to wait for a game launch, and let me be the first to say, I can't wait to welcome you all into the Val community. We've got more VCT this year with Masters right around.
Yeah, the addition of China is going to be huge. It's interesting that they're doing an open beta rather than just sending the game. Yeah. I've talked to some of the people at Riot about this, so I can't remember what's been said and what hasn't. So I'm just going to continue.
On the corner. We're all headed to Tokyo soon to see 12 of the world's best teams face off.
Please,
Then
Riot,
in
turn on
August,
voice
we'll close
chat
out
in
an
Egypt.
amazing VCT 2023 by
Probably some legal reasons why they can't do that tomorrow, if I had to guess. But I'm not sure why or what.
crowning a champion on Gecko's and Riot's home turf, Los Angeles. The competition will be fierce, and we might have a surprise or two in store, so
Surprise or two in store. FPS Fracture, thank you for the 10 months.
trust me, you'll want to be there. And of course, we
I'd love to be there.
couldn't leave you without a sneak peek. We have 2 new agents coming in before the end of 2023.
2 new agents before the end of 2023. Okay.
First, a Sentinel who will
First, a Sentinel. All right. But a Sentinel that builds things. That looks like Killjoy by the look of it. Whoa, I mean, lore experts, analyze. What do we have here? Screwdrivers. Is that a spring? No, that's like a pipe cleaner. Toothbrush. He's a dentist. He's a dentist Sentinel, and he rips your teeth out. If you come onto his site, he pins you down and he rips your teeth out. What else? He tape measures. He... what the hell is this stuff? He has a flashlight on a rope. He twirls the flashlight on a rope around his head and then he hits you with it. And he drinks tea. He's British. No, if he was British, it would have milk in it. So he's American. He's drinking an Americano. It's an American dentist. It's the guy from Django. It's Django Unchained. Okay, I've gone down a weird path here. Let's just listen to what the video has to say.
stop you dead in your tracks and pull you in for a closer look. And
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
leave
whoa,
without
what
a
did you
sneak
say?
peek, we have 2 new agents coming in before the end of 2023. First, a sentinel who will stop you dead in your tracks and
Stop you dead in your tracks. Some kind of like root ability? Or what else could that mean? Some kind of like... Stop you dead in your tracks. Medusa? You look at him and he turns you to stone?
pull you in for a closer look.
Pull you in for a closer look. Wait. Pull you in for a closer look. Roadhog? Oh, he's gonna roadhog me?
Didn't leave you without a sneak peek. We have 2 new agents coming in before the end of 2023. First, a sentinel who will stop you dead in your tracks and pull you in for a closer look.
Bro, if they add roadhog to this game, I'm gonna scream and then one-trick roadhog.
And then later this year, a new duelist will join the agent.
Okay, I also, sorry.
At the end of 2023. First,
right, Uberchain is the law expert in my chat, and she said heart-shaped waffles with brunost, Norwegian. Have you got that from this? You've got that from this little snack on the side. How can you tell that that's heart-shaped? That might be like this shape. Heart-shaped waffles are Scandinavian. There's brunost, brown cheese on top of the waffles. Night markets had Northern Lights motif. Jet in PBE email mentioned a cargo truck in Norway. The new agent is Norwegian. Dude, the law experts in this game are insane. They're connecting the dots like no one I've ever seen. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Holy shit. Ness, you are an expert. Have you not seen the in and out thread? What are you talking about? What is this? Wait, is this is the next agent they're talking about, is it? Oh, whoa. Let's go back into this. Okay.
a sentinel who will stop you dead in your tracks.
Also, what is this stuff? Is that upside down? I can't tell what that is. That doesn't look like anything to me.
And pull you in for a closer look, and then
Pull you in for a closer look. Okay, I used to do fishing when I was a kid, right? That looks like the thing that the fishing is on. Can you imagine if they release an agent where you have to just sit there passively with a fishing rod, and if somebody steps into your trap, you get to like press X to yank like a fishing mini game. And you like sit at the back of the site and you're, I don't know, invisible or something so they can't shoot you. And then you just wait for them and you go and you pull them in. God, it'd be like Bass Fishing 2002. Is that not fishing line? I don't know what that is, man. I don't know what that is. That could be anything. Okay,
look.
let's go
And
to
then
the next
later
one.
This year, a new duelist will join the agent roster. 3 years of
A new duelist will join the agent roster. So it's a new sentinel and a new duelist. That's pretty cool. I feel like the game definitely needs more sentinel options, like different ways of playing sentinel. I think actually we've got to the point where there's quite a lot of good variety in the sentinel role. There were some compositions earlier on in the year that and there's some compositions now actually that don't have hard sentinels or that have like a sage instead of a chamber or a killjoy or cypher or something. But I think the game could really do with something else that's a bit that's like a sentinel that gives you some, maybe not gives you information because we have a lot of initiators that give you info, but
So you're
gives you
saying he's going to
some,
be the dude
I don't
from
know,
the
gives
old
you
State
some
Farm commercial?
sentinel-y ideas. You're saying he's going to be the dude from the old State Farm commercial. I don't even know who that is. Can you give me a link, Karma? The ultimate is summoning a fishing boat. Dude, What if it's like, what if it's Bren's idea of the gulag, but when you hit them with the fishing rod, it sucks them into another dimension. So it doesn't just, Anna's saying pull them in for a closer look, but it pulls them into the gulag. It pulls them in and you both sink under the waves and then you battle each other in Male's realm. Combo it with the harbor alt. There's a character in Dota that summons a boat and it like, the boat goes like and crashes into it. Buddy Nathan, thank you for the 24 months. Bren was cooking, you cooking way too much. What are you talking about? Bren was cooking way too much. Okay, let's listen to the duelist.
Valorant, it's hard to believe. We couldn't be more grateful to have you along for the ride. Thank you.
Wait.
Closer look. And then later this year, a new duelist will join the agent roster. 3 years of Valorant.
She doesn't say anything about the duelist. She doesn't say a word. She just says a duelist. Anna, give me a crumb. Give me a shred. Give me anything.
It's hard to believe. We couldn't be more grateful to have you along for the ride. Thank you so much for loving our game and for being a part of this community. See you again soon.
Okay. All right, well, the hints about the next agent were pretty sick. All right, so what is this then? Ness, where have you got all of this from? Because you're talking about the next agent, the duelist agent, right? Anyway, let's just read what Ness has put, because Ness is a genius. Calling it now, Agent 22 is Latin American or Hispanic American diaspora, specifically from SoCal. Wouldn't that be very similar to the Gecko backstory? Or am I missing the mark there completely? That's an In-N-Out burger. Look at the lettuce placement. Look at the lettuce placement. Oh, this was for Gecko. Oh, I'm stupid. So this is just you boasting about how correct you were. Oh, I get it. Okay. This is you boasting about how correct you were by analyzing the burger. You saw this and you were like, that's an In-N-Out burger. You're insane. I want you to know that. You're insane. The fact that you can identify the In-N-Out burger from this piece of art is nuts. Okay. Well, you were correct here. You were correct. Let's scroll down. This isn't a shit post. I know it's worded like it, but I'm serious with this food lore analysis. Okay. LA local with multicultural roots or dual citizenship. Yeah, okay. The lettuce placement. I've been to Cali. I had In-N-Out once. I ordered a 4 before. The burger lettuce was at the bottom. I double-checked on Google Images. McDonald's Shake Shack, top lettuce. In-N-Out, bottom lettuce. How do you know this? How is this information that you have in your brain? How do you know? Visual memory? I wouldn't even look at it. I would not. I have had burgers before where I don't even use my eyeballs. I just use my mouth.
They would have given him.
That's common knowledge, not gonna lie. Bullshit, that's common knowledge. Oxygen, thank you for the 2 months. Alright. It's been brought to my Canadian attention, Carl Jr.'s and Hardee's also have bottom lettuce. We put our chips too early for In-N-Out, but while sesame seeds aren't on their buns, the patty not having grill marks makes me feel like In-N-Out. You're... No onions? We can't triangulate the position of onions if there's no visible onions. It's time to log off. It's time to log off. It's time to stop typing. Okay. There's a single private quote retweet on the I googled In-N-Out post in this thread, and it's weird. I don't normally call out private quote tweets. What? What? Okay. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Okay, so this is the basis of your conspiracy theory with the new agent being Norwegian, right? I believe it. I believe it. In my head, it's already been solved. The new agent is Norwegian. And if they come out and say the new agent's from America or the new agent's from fucking Djibouti or whatever, they're wrong. The new agent's from Norway because Ness said it was from Norway. Okay. That was a lovely little aside. And now, let's watch some VODs, shall we? Oh, look at my new thread. Oh my god. I don't know how much more I can handle, Ness. Alright, what's this? It's time for Valorant food lore. I thought the situation in the new agent's trailer was two stroop waffles for Netherlands, but it seems like it's a heart-shaped waffle. That's very Scandinavian. Yeah, I mean, stroop waffles don't normally look like that. All the recent laws mentioned Norway, so I agree with all the Norwegian agent theory. It's definitely a Norwegian agent if the brown stuff on top of the waffle isn't the... But brunost, brown cheese. What is brown cheese? What is this? I have never seen this before in my life. Brunost. Brunost. Brunost is a common Norwegian name for mysost. Never heard of that either. A family of cheese-related foods made with whey, milk, and or cream. Okay. Is it good? Any Norwegians in the chat or anyone eaten this before? Is it good? Brown cheese tastes so good, says Andregville. Love it? Not good. It's so god? No. Yes? It's okay. Every possible opinion. Every possible opinion. I mean, you're not allowed to vote in the poll if you've never eaten it before, by the way. I want to see less than 100 votes in this poll. There's no shot 100 of you have eaten Brunost. Fuck you, I'll vote. No, I want you to not vote. Specifically, do not vote if you don't know what you're talking about. But, I mean, that doesn't necessarily apply to the wider world. It's your civic duty to be an informed member of the democracy. But if you haven't, in this specific instance, if you haven't eaten the cheese, don't press the buttons. Bad on its own, great on the waffle. Huh. So is the idea that it's like a savory sweet thing? Like, it's like you get the savory from the cheese, the sweet from the waffle kind of vibes. It's not something you have by itself. You have to eat it with other things. Right, right. Nice, nice. Exactly 50-50. Exactly 50-50 on the poll. Oh, you guys are so stupid. Okay, well, we had an opportunity to learn there. We had an opportunity, all of us together, to take an experience and propel to the forefront those of us that knew more than we did and learn something from them. And instead, we didn't learn anything. We didn't even get any kind of idea, a litmus test of what subjective ideas exist within the community. We just forced it to be a 50-50. I hope you're all happy with yourselves. I hope you're all happy. Okay, let's watch this game. DRX T1. Okay. Let me find my DRX and T1 notes. Here they are. Okay. Like I did last time, I'm going to be taking pauses to note take for this. Right. But also, this is DRX playing with zest, isn't it? Fucking hell. Okay, we already watched map 1, which was Ascent, T1-1. Now we're going into map 2, which is Fracture. I believe this was a very quick map. I think DRX rolled this. Might be wrong with that. So, let me quickly... Whoopsie daisy. Let me quickly go back and take a look at what DRX... So, DRX used to run a Neon comp in this map, but I believe they ran... maybe I'm wrong here. I thought they ran Breach KO. But was Zest really on KO when they ran that comp? I could be wrong here. So when they ran the Neon comp for a long time, like, no, they ran Fade. Oh, so they originally ran Fade KO, then they ran Fade Breach, and then they swapped to Breach KO for one game against Gen G. And that was where Foxy9 was playing. Okay, so when they had Zest in the roster, they did play Fade the whole time. Okay, good to know. But this isn't the original comp that they ran, because the original comp was Fade with the KO. Okay. All right. Good to have that in our heads.
Lock in to beat Loud, but outside of that, in the chamber meta as well, the only difference.
This is going to piss me off. This taskbar being at the bottom is going to piss me the fuck off. How do I get rid of this? Okay, I'm going to have to end Windows Explorer. Hopefully this doesn't like crash my PC or anything. But this is going to do my nutting. Yeah. Numo, thank you for the tier 3 sub. 21 years, tier 3 sub. Thank you very much. Okay. Where is Windows Explorer? Windows Explorer. Bro, where is this thing? Hello. Exit. Windows Explorer. End task. There we go. All right, this should fix it. All right. There we go. Bada, bada bing, bada boom. It's fixed. Windows Explorer will reboot in a second, and if it puts the taskbar in front of the window, I'm gonna fucking nut. All right. T1 DRX. Let me just see. Yeah. Okay, so we already watched them play Fracture previously, and they were dog at it. I remember that. And we watched T1 play Fracture previously. Ah, yes. T1 were playing the double duelist, and they could not control aggression at all, and they were just running into areas. Yes. Okay, so T1 were on the attack side. They had like Ban pushing up here early. Munchkin was disconnected from him over here. They were doing 2-3 splits on B like that. Yeah. I remember Munchkin was trying to take this area on his own quite a lot. All right. I got my brain situated.
And they were 3-0 at BCG champions on Fracture.
All right, so they run the horn up over the top, flash in through sand, Prowler. This all seems very classic to me in terms of the DRX exec. Khaled, thank you for the 29 months. No, this was not reviewed already. I haven't watched this game before. Whoa.
How they can retake this.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look like DRX wants to go for post-plant positions. They just want to push through, but...
Why does DRX do this?
RB not going to survive. Now Buzz was tasked with keeping that part of
That's
the
a
map alive.
horrendous decision.
Mako going to have to use his molly just to buy time. But it might already be too late.
We've got Stacks pulled back over here. Munchkin continuing to advance.
So the exec was good, but then they... As soon as they had to call an audible, or maybe that was pre-planned actually. They went into it very quickly. Well, they made that far too easy for T1. We'll see whether that game plan... We'll see whether that kind of thing continues, where they're very good on the execs, but then they beef post-plant kind of stuff. Khaled, thank you for the 29 months. Why did they plant default? Well, I don't think they're not planning to play post plants anyway. They're planning to push and find picks on people who are getting set up for the retake. So it doesn't really matter where they plant in their heads because they're not going to have to play post plant situations particularly. But yeah, not a good plant when they control the entire site. I agree with that. All right, let's have a look then. So it's a T1 bonus round. Why are T1 doing so many 4 stacks over towards B? I mean, they did that on the pistol, and they've done that on the second. I don't think they were doing that last time. We'll keep that in the back of our heads as well.
Just going to be held. They're just going to buy time with the Killjoy utility.
Stun, haunt into halls. Flash as well to set RB up a little bit. Munchkin, with only a sheriff, jiggle peeking over towards sand. I feel like Munchkin's position here is not the way that you want to be playing when you're the only person on the A site. Because, I mean, if he takes pressure from this direction and he has to fall back, like, he could easily just be getting peeked from this way, right? What does that turret see? Is this a turret that sees into here and sees into here? Does he have some reaction, like, if the turret spots something down here, does he drop back into a hard anchor spot or something? Let's have a look.
Any sort of hard aggression coming out of B. Now, with this, DRX has
Where is this
successfully
turret?
kind of contained the
Show me this
team
from
on
Zest's
range
point of
and
view,
one doesn't
please.
have much information. Meanwhile, DRX has already taken a main control. Sure, Killjoy Utility is still alive.
Alright, so
on
the
A,
the
but
turret's on top.
I think
Again, I don't exactly know where he's put it based on the minimap, but I think it should be able to see into holes and sand. This is slow. Alright, so yeah, he's put it so that you can see sand and main. So turret gets broken, and Munchkin goes, I mean, forwards if anything. Just looking to try and take the fight. Doesn't seem great to me from Munchkin, but maybe he'd do something different if he had a rifle in his hand. So they get plant down. Now they're going to play post plants. They have Molly, but they don't really have too much else. Buzz is not ready for that at all.
RB has to buy so much time alongside Stacks just so they can rely on that.
And we do to the edge of the A site, and T1's going to be ready to try to come in with that retake. Can we get those sheriff shots? Those moments where you can
Pretty disastrous for DRX. They lose double nanoswarm that would have been able to be thrown. Zest gets 2 there. Very safe position from Mako. The Molly missed? Mako missed the Molly lineup. No, sorry, that's Carpe's. What am I talking about?
Zest just trying to survive, just making sure he can try to peek out.
They haven't started that defuse just yet. Saya gets 2.
And Saya rolls them. All right.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and still just enough time.
Saya dies because why not?
So yeah. Go ahead.
All right, so what are we looking at here? Much more reasonable hold. So maybe T1 would just gamble stacking B for the first few rounds.
To send the molly because it takes so much time for that to land.
Yeah. Is this a good idea against what they've got? I mean, they have no Resonate to be able to clear this out. Aftershock is going to break this Molly towards the back, but you've still got a pretty good setup there. Is this the... That's not the broken Molly, though, is it?
Now DRX on their back foot once again, just try. That's the first 2 duels in a main. DRX was pressured enough where Mako had to send the molly because it takes so much time.
So they're doing the same kind of thing again as they did on the pistol round. Except they have a wall this time. I don't think they walled last time.
Trying to brute force their way through.
And brute force they do. Mako gets a double kill. And we're seeing, you know...
I mean, the exec looks, from what I can remember, very similar to the last time that they ran this with RB playing the Neon. It's really well done. And now they're planting in a really good spot, and they're playing like classic DRX passive post plant setups.
Yeah, I mean the post plant setup is still the same. Oftentimes they'll try to have someone on dish, but other than that, it's always going to be RB on site.
Good kill from RB. Nice trade. They control holes, and it's over. Okay, so yeah, they've run this exec a couple of times, so I'm just going to make a note of that. Actually, let me just go back a little bit here, because I'm just thinking about RB's positioning. So if RB gets smoked off in this spot, does Zest commit with him? Must do, right? I mean, obviously Carpe's dead in this spot, but I would assume they don't just leave RB isolated. Like if the retakers put a smoke down here, presumably Zest uses something like Prowler or, you know, whatever. Maybe he gets his horn back online and he's able to push through the smoke and get into backside to assist. Like he floods through the smoke to assist RB while these guys fight the crunch through here. They're not just going to leave RB on an island, I would assume. And then also Buzz has put down a nanoswarm on the plant.
To kind of interrupt the diffuse.
Yeah, I mean,
So that means Stacks takes first contact, right? In an ideal world, you don't have Buzz fighting first. Yeah, Stacks takes first contact. Yeah, I mean, this post plant is really good. Play passive post ones will be on sides. That's inside. Hold smoke to support. Stacks. Playing. Yep, like this. Good setup.
I would say overall they've gotten better at really picking up the tempo for some rushes here and there, but this map in particular.
So, same haunt.
Yeah. Saya just with a Marshall. Perhaps a pick or two can be had here. And it's going to be DRX
Buzz leaves north side very early on.
Budget rounds, you'll see
Stacks gets peaked.
All the agents rush out on one side and try to surprise him. Ban getting that first kill, that's big.
Not using any utility at the start of this round to push the eco players back offers opportunities for that kind of kill to happen.
Yeah, and here's the thing, A-Site is already stacked from T1. 3 members here. I don't know if DRX quite realizes that. I think DRX thinking maybe because this was a save round from T1 that the stack would be wherever.
People play so contacty against ecos.
Ban buys enough time. Nope, over to the other side.
You need to use your utility to push people back when they're trying to take aggressive peeks on eco rounds like this. I don't remember them doing that smoke in the past. That's a nice one, though. It reminds me of EG putting the smoke on top like that. Putting this smoke on top of Jenny to stop anybody. Like, when you play against double duelist comps, like the Jet and the Raze can both be on top of this high ground. It just essentially doubles the amount of people that can be on a really annoying position here, where they can get a peek over the top like that. In theory, actually, with this smoke too, you might be able to push this smoke further towards this wall so that there isn't this annoying gap through the smokes as well. Because sometimes this sightline is really visible and ends up completely fucking you too. But this reminds me of when EG smokes onto A. Because they put a smoke here, they put a smoke here, and then they also put one on top of this box too, because it blocks the sightline to rafters. It doesn't stop you updrafting over the top of it, though.
He's gonna get tagged at least once by the aftershock. Ban still gets the headshot no matter what. Just looking for
we'll see whether
Mako
continues to do that smoke.
Gets another onto Buzz.
It's just gonna be RB.
Huge round from Ban.
And that really as good as you can get at any game. There is a whole other beast that you have to tackle, which is being able to play. Has just clicked.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I even.
So far, the Killjoy has been defending B all rounds apart from 1 and 4. So far, T1 have either gone for 2-3 setups where the Killjoy's supporting the site with 2 players, or they've gone for 1-4 setups where the Killjoy's on the site with just them. And sometimes not even on the site. This is Munchkin doing the same like tower destruction setup too. Same positioning from Zeta and Carpe basically every round.
T1's experience in other games. I mean, how much can that really carry over in a best of 5 like this? And they are as calm as ever. Munchkin now on site, and he's good for one. Saya gets another trade and another with the show. Other games. I mean, how much can that really carry over in a best of 5 like this? And they are as calm as ever. Munchkin now.
I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, that's absolutely ludicrous that DRX aren't able to kill the anchor player there. The timings just work out absolutely perfectly for them. But they're also, yeah, they're getting owned from this top position again. Like I said, this double duelist comp is going to be playing people on this spot super often. And their heavy exec can't really watch for this at all because their own neon wall is blocking it, like any arcade players or anything like that. They don't do any job of like clearing people off these positions before they commit. I think they do get unlucky here though too. I mean, most of the time I think Stacks or RB is going to be able to kill Munchkin, and then Saya gets like 1 and they still are able to get the site. But yeah, Saya and Munchkin do extraordinarily well there.
And before I could finish that sentence, they disappear.
Worth making a note of, though.
I mean, look at the setup they had. I mean, Ban with the operator, they just trust him to hold A main with A halls. and they are ready for this fight in B. Saya was watching over the fast lane. The fast lane somewhat nullified because of that. And listen to their comms. They're just calling out what fast lane. The fast lane somewhat nullified because of that.
They literally communicate so fucking clean, so fucking clean.
And listen to their
and then the caster's like, listen to their comms. So fucking clean, so fucking clean. I'm surprised that they're allowed to run comms with swear words in.
They're just calling out what info they have.
I think Valorant has been trying to cut down on that recently.
They say GG, go to the next round. We already have that round in the bag.
This time Ban ready over here. Just an A entry. A lot of Killjoy util stacked up over at B. A very cautious approaching DRX here. They're trying to look for a pick.
They gotta expect that something is a little off here, though.
Man with the whiff, not quite fast enough.
Yeah,
now they know where
So they spot the operator
right
and
out of this
DRX
position.
already
Exactly.
start to
Huge
rotate
improvement
over
from
towards
DRX.
B.
However, curious to see T1. Okay, they're not gonna rotate. They say no need to over-rotate.
That is so dumb, let the people curse. I
Information
mean,
on whether DRX is left
whether or
or
not the audience
So
thinks it's dumb is kind of
see
secondary
what
to whether or not
information
the
as
sponsors
possible.
think it's dumb,
Only exact
unfortunately.
For Ban continue to peek out at this allows. Look at the map. Zeta starting to rotate as well.
All right, Saya immediately shut down by Zest.
That, again, DRX are looking to start their exec from all the way back here in Arcade. Instead of clearing out these positions first and then exploding, they're valuing the pace that you get over clearing these spots that people could be hiding in that ruin their ideas. But this time they do use their orbital strike on top of Jenny.
Now for T1. It almost seems like they're better when they're packed up against the wall.
Ban, there's got to be a consideration to save this op here from T1. Yeah, at least for
But yeah, I do think this exec is really good again from DRX. I think, obviously, you do have to be concerned about that, top generator angle. But like I said in the previous round, I think T1 got a bit lucky there too, or DRX got a bit unlucky, however you want to look at it.
But you got to take your losses somewhere.
Yeah, a great entry over here for DRX. I think a lot of that did come down to Ban not getting that first pick and them realizing how squishy and tempting, frankly, the B site could be. And so this is going to be the second round win, much needed one here for DRX, as we will now move on into round 8. T1 still substantially in the lead and keeping that operator for the future round.
Now, we've seen this in the past when Neon was continuing to run rampant here on Fracture, and even with the operator, if there was ever an agent to really overcome that with individual mechanics, it was going to be the Neon, right? If you're not locked into just one dash like Jet, you can continuously draw out the aim of the operator.
All right, let's have a look again. So Ban's picked up the op again. I mean, similar 2-3 setup, but slight difference being that they've modified this Nanoswarm to try and stop the Neon from coming through. But they'll have to be very quick on activating that one, because Arby is in fast. I mean, it's not really to stop the Neon, it's to stop the people after the Neon, to be honest. And the Neon's just going to run through that shit anyway. But, yeah. Carpe probably playing this position in order to get an orbital strike down on B, in case it's another fast B hit, rather than playing back here. And this looks like it's just going to be a fault line early for a peak to come through.
The whole point of the operator is so that we can gain some space and then stack on the other
No,
side.
that was supposed to be a stun nade. Okay, interesting. That's worth making a note of, actually. All right.
Side. Curious to see what the decision continues to be from DRX. They are going to spot.
Oh, Ban makes up for the mistakes in the last round, getting that first kill. RB is gone now. That changes a lot of the ways that the attacking team can really enter onto any of these sites.
Well, if Buzz can find Munchkin. But if he does...
Yo, Gary in Theory, thank you for the prime.
So that we can gain some space and then stack on the other side. Curious to see what the decision continues to be.
If a sponsor has a problem with a bit of cursing, I don't want their product. Yeah, I would agree most of the time.
RB is gone now. That changes a lot of the ways that the attacking team can really enter onto any of these sites.
Well, if Buzz can find Munchkin. But if he does not...
All right, sorry. Let me go back to the beginning here so that I can pay attention to what's going on. So, they're not using the Haunt for Halls control. They're using a Prowler instead. Prowler doesn't spot anything because it's new Prowler.
Makes up for the mistakes in the last round, getting that first kill. RB is gone now. That changes a lot of the ways.
There goes RB. That makes things, yeah, I would imagine a lot more difficult for DRX.
But if he does not check this corner,
Munchkin is playing such ratty positions, actually.
Saya cleans up the main force of DRX, and now it's all down to Zest.
Oh my god. See, observing here, we can't even keep up with the kills here from T1. T1 is so deftly moving around the map, getting these picks. And especially in that last round, it was like DRX couldn't get anywhere. Anywhere they looked.
What, the one tap?
Can, kind of re-enter the Korean or Valorant scene.
How did you miss the original comment? Wait, what do you mean? How did you miss the original comment? Dude, I don't fucking know. What are you talking about? Dude, I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. I'm lost in the sauce, man. I'm lost in the sauce. Oh. If a sponsor has a problem with a bit of cursing, I don't want their product. Rose Underwater, your account is named Addiction. I don't know what that means. I'm missing the joke here. I'm missing the joke. I don't understand. I literally don't know. It's hentai? Oh. Right. I see. I see. Ecchi is H in Japanese, code word for hentai, i.e. anime porn. Thank you for the very detailed description. I appreciate that. Daka, thank you for the 4 months.
Here in the first season, maybe even take down DRX. I mean, what a way to make a statement.
Here comes their sand exec again.
Now Fastly used to just take control of door here. RB's gonna sneak in. He opens up the site. Good for 2 kills.
Well, a valuable
So what stopped that there? They used Aftershock to try and stop it? No, they used Fault Line.
Now Fastly used to just take control of.
They used Fault Line and they used Aftershock to try and stop this hit from coming through. And RB just slid past it and destroyed Carpe.
He's gonna sneak in. He opens up the site.
Yeah.
Good for 2 kills.
Well, a
GG, NT.
They really started what they needed. Saya, though, takes RB out.
GG, NT. I mean, this exec looks really good.
The thing, I mean, T1.
Yep, gets 2.
Wait, there's no way T1 are winning this, right? They're in a 2v4. What's Ban done here? Oh no, he's just getting exit kills. Okay. I'm not interested in your exit kills, Ban. Alright, so now they've... I mean, they're still running almost exactly the same 2-3 setup. It's just that Ban has taken the operator into Arcade Tower.
Kind of the outsiders when
interesting.
They go to international events. Maybe they'll work better off.
Where's that early
their
molly
own
going?
fans.
Dice?
Now they're
Oh no,
hitting
it's going to Tower. Nice, I like it.
Korean fight against T1, and the pressure's starting to build up. More so than the support. Now, Rolling Thunder being used. RB just slides right through and is met with a shorty.
Into the hands of Ban.
And it's a fake.
Where they want to be.
Dude, this looks so good from DRX. I know they're losing, but it looks really nice.
Oh, and they actually don't plant. And wait, whoa.
Well, yeah,
the kill on Buzz.
Yeah, the paint show was right on the typical plant location that DRX has been favoring because of the post plant, and then the orbital strike as well. I mean, T1 has bought all the time
Zest
to
just
flood
took
onto the
so
site.
much
It's an
damage,
outright duel now.
and Stacks killed 3, but he ain't acing.
And he's gone.
from DRX. They know they like that corner plan.
I like that though. I like that. They turned the B exec into a fake.
Thanks to the post-plant lineups that
Pokerquake, thank you for the 14 months.
Mako can have. And they just go for it. You know, T1, they just stop him right in their tracks.
Here comes the sand exec again. I mean, I like it, but also they're doing the same things over and over and over. Having said that, this exec has been working, so... Alright. The Nanoswarm got broken as well. Alright, so now T1 are trying something different here. Stax and Mako have been the players that need to hold this off previously, but they're pushing Mako, who's had the post-plant molly, so that's important. And Buzz has got double Nanoswarm on this.
Oh, but the Rolling Thunder's gonna grant
Okay, so they get both of them with the breach ult.
The executes are too good here for T1. They're racing in, and now, with the showstopper in hand, and a contested back, he's gonna fire in.
Nice dodge from RB.
Well, doesn't get the kill with
But
that ulti.
overall, yeah, good retake from T1. I mean, how can DRX play this situation better? They could go and try and take sand control when they lose this area, and they could send Buzz to try and help these guys.
but the Rolling Thunder's gonna grant
Although, to be honest, there's no way the Buzz was ever helping there. The breach ult is just so good.
Oh my God. The executes are too good.
But yeah, having RB and Zest actually
So,
fight for
will you
sand
be
in that
reviewing
situation would be a good
TLFNC
idea.
on stream?
Taylor, thank you for the 10 months. Feeling fruity, thanks for the 6 as well. Yeah, I'll be reviewing Team Liquid Fnatic on stream, yep. Yep. Unfortunately, I do know the difference between hentai and ecchi, but Saichu is too simple-minded to understand the distinction. Thus, to streamline the process of explaining the joke, I combined them. I would never disrespect the difference between anime thigh jiggle and a fertile MILF getting intimately blasted by a tentacle cum monster, and our community members' addiction to the former and absolutely not the latter. My mods, everybody. My mods. Explaining far too much. Okay. Alright. Let's continue with the VOD review. Bro, I was playing on speakers. You should never do that in this stream. First lesson.
under and out of always ready.
Band ready.
First lesson.
Final round here in the first half. Operator.
Somebody had an Odin there for a second. Who had an Odin?
Push in and expand their territory. They're just barely getting these plants in.
Band ready.
Munchkin.
In the final round here in the first.
Munchkin's bought an Odin and dropped it in A halls. What the fuck is that for? Okay, I don't know. Gladiator, thanks for the 29 months. Yeah. Alright.
Operator, Blade Storm out. DRX trying to inch in towards B.
Now they're going to try to push out off of this lockdown. They know this lockdown is coming. Does DRX expect this push out though? The stun's coming in. Relay bow just to buy time, and RB, he actually gets taken out by Carpe.
Munchkin gets a drop onto Buzz.
They've already pushed out from behind as well.
Spike down.
Coming in.
So this all falls to pieces here for DRX again.
Relay bow just to buy
But that's because,
time, and
I mean, that kill is
RB, he
unfortunate.
actually gets taken out by
And they don't read the flank from coming through. In general, DRX are not doing a very good job of paying any attention to these fast flanks from happening. And they're committing so heavily to the site execs that it's very easy for them to get fast flanked.
If Zen wasn't supposed to flank, they would have given him footsteps.
At Tokyo, can you wear a white shirt with RLY massive collars and RLY thick rim glasses and do a Harry Hill TV burp segment for me and like 0.5% of the viewers?
I don't even know what a Harry Hill TV burp segment is, Fonty. I don't even watch that much UK television. I've watched Harry Hill ever. Like, I've watched little small segments. Also, Harry Hill, I think, was at one point a doctor. I think he trained to be a doctor before going into entertainment. But yeah, I don't really know Harry Hill.
If Zen wasn't supposed
Thank you, Busted Hemorrhoid. Thanks for the 7 months.
footsteps.
The mustache is on fleek. Good luck for Tokyo.
Carpe, get it. Whiffs it.
Yeah, I'm
Carpe,
casting
lucky
Masters,
spot
yeah.
line. Right,
Not all of
Christmas
it,
team now
but
ready
some of it.
to pinch from Canteen. Oh, Saya player
Oh,
breathes
that's
a little
a
bit after losing audio.
not a good decision from Sire player,
All right,
but
Ban has gone
the
all
half
the
should
way
be
under
incredibly
gauge.
good for them
Coming around
anyway.
From the opposite side of Fracture, Zeta full HP.
If Zen wasn't supposed to
Ban
flank,
has that
they
operator,
would
though,
have
so
given
this is
him
gonna be tough.
footsteps.
Ban's
Hope
just gonna hold
Tokyo is
Stacks.
fun,
He cannot
smiley
get too
face.
curious about this one. Oh, okay. Well, Zest actually cleans that up for them. So they don't know where Stacks was. They're not quite sure if they're both tower. Now, Zeta could have a bit of an idea.
He's gonna get it to half.
Oh, is he got no? Oh, he
Sind,
does get it
thanks
right.
for the
He
7
thought he could
months.
sneak right in the corner,
Hope
but
Tokyo's fun.
will
I'm
even
sure it
out
will
to a
be.
4-8 half.
I'm not going to get mugged in Tokyo. I'm not going to get mugged in Tokyo.
T1 still
Of all the places to get mugged, it's not going to be in Tokyo.
Rarely do teams do it. It's just very, very hard if anybody can for DRX. Pistol
Any
rounds,
EMEA votes today?
T1's looked extremely
Yeah,
strong.
I'm letting the chat vote on which
How's
vods we
it gonna
do.
fare right now when
So, if you want them, potentially. Yeah. Who's winning Masters? Good question. My money would be on Loud at the moment, but don't know for sure. Obviously.
T1
Nobody
has
does.
double the point. Here, the DRX
So what is going on with this defense? So they have a stun that's going over towards Munchkin, and they're pushing with the neon.
Needs this one for the start. They're going to go with a fast push out of B main, and as soon
And
as
yet they
hear
don't commit
all the noise coming
because
from Arcade,
Munchkin
DRX
just
chooses
hides
to
in
flood
the
the site.
smoke.
DRX going to come in
That smoke comes down very quickly as well from Mako.
here and try to hold their ground. No retakes in their future here. Stacks gets one.
Oh, Buzz was hiding for Joe.
DRX going to come in here and try to hold their ground. No retakes in their future here. Stacks gets one.
Oh, Buzz was hiding for just long enough to draw.
I really like the smoke that Mako is using there.
Solo and
I think it's obviously a default because he just does it instantly, but smoking this and smoking this off heavy arcade pressure, you know that the attackers are going to smoke this and this, so it just creates this little fucking square Thunderdome that you can flood these guys in through these smokes because you know that the attackers are going to be pushing through smokes as well. I like that.
DRX
Seems
will
like a
close it
good
out.
default
Finally
idea.
getting in the site.
Is this round going to be close at all?
It's the ghost for Zest. He was not able to continue to
yeah,
pick up a
maybe.
weapon from his teammate far, but he's going to play it safe. Because
Buzz decides
weapon
not to
picked up from
commit.
Carpe. He's got that bulldog in hand. Buzz is going to wait for his teammates.
This is in the cap.
All right.
Too much. An extra
We'll skip
vandal,
through
an extra
to round
bulldog,
15.
5 rifles on both sides, and DRX looking to push
So
out.
this is pretty similar setup to previously. A site looks... Oh no, it's not similar. What am I saying? Ah, yes, they've swapped the breach and the brim position on defense.
Once again with the neon on B.
All right, quad stack down here in the south.
A looks really
Got
weak.
DRX trying to do a small push in here. Saya gets one.
Ooh.
Oh, and he finds that one opening in between all the stuns.
All right, quad stack down here in the south. We've got DRX trying to do a small push.
So they coordinate this. They take control of tree, and they open door and make sure that there's nobody pushing halls, and then they relay bolt or whatever the fuck that's called. They stun again, haunt over the
Push in
top,
here. Saya gets one.
Oh, and he
prowler
finds that
through
one
door.
opening.
I mean, that's a really nasty Southside crunch. I like that. It's like a two-step Southside crunch. First step, you flash and push the neon into tree while opening door from sand, making sure there's no holes push. And then they are double stunning from tree into spawn, haunt over sand to spawn, and prowler to push from holes. Nice, I like that.
Putting in between all the stuns is good for one, but T1 is very stuck. They cannot take the ropes to get out either.
That's a cool idea. Because also I assume that they have a different protocol if T1 decide to push them. Like, I assume at that point, like, the area that gets pushed just uses utility and backs up and fights like a rolling retreat, and then the other side pushes. Like, what I mean, for example, is, so there's two players over at A in these kind of positions, right? When these guys open the door, if they decide to, like, fight heavy into A off this push, then these guys are just going to throw out, like, prowler, haunt, that kind of stuff to kind of bog them and slow them down. And then they're probably going to send that same fault line, same stun, and just double push the breach and the neon behind them anyway. And you just get snarled up. There's a war of attrition in halls and a fast flank behind you. Difficult to deal with.
Regain control of tower. That was such good timing from Buzz.
Yeah, very good instinct over there. But A is pretty vulnerable right now. We've got
Plat chat is happening on Tuesday. Wait, what day is it today? Is today Monday?
Should be able to come out on top. Oh my gosh, Mako's just gonna try to flood the site. He's trying to get the first pick, but he cannot get it. Saya just
Plat chat's happening tomorrow at like
will clean that up.
noon central, I think. Like 6 p.m. UK time. I think it's something like that.
All right, Zest is ducked down just around this corner. 35 seconds left. And they're not clear on where the spike is. So
it is Tuesday? Okay. Here in the UK, it is still Monday.
Don't know if it was heaven or hell where that boombot came from. And now it's just Buzz left over.
This has gone very sadly wrong.
Oh my gosh, Mako's just going to try to flood the site. He's trying to get the first pick, but he can't.
And they're not boombot came from.
Just fighting it literally one at a time.
They kind of kept T1 in a pinch, so to speak, no pun intended. And just because Munchkin was still roaming about,
UK running on the old patch.
DRX, they just could not.
Everything in the Western Hemisphere running on the old patch.
3 members remaining. Now a quick push from T1. The tempo change is good.
Alright, so interesting that this time Mako doesn't immediately smoke arcade.
Alright, a very flash Buzz over here.
Because there was no pressure in that direction.
The first jump onto Ban. They were not able to figure out where he was. Buzz continuing to rotate around. Now Munchkin here and back is going to peer up into tower.
They don't send in the second line of attack. They leave Munchkin for the.
They're getting Munchkin posted up in arcade, huh? They did that last round too.
They have all 5 remaining members, so they're able to still go for this 3-2 split. But
down, he gets Mako,
and this is good. Quite frankly.
Munchkin very intentionally and deliberately.
Mako is going wandering for info in the middle of these rounds. Like, Mako is just walking around trying to get information by walk pushing and info peeking areas instead of having anything coordinated. I mean, they have 2 initiators on the other side of the map doing diddly squat.
That sound, he gets Mako.
And this is going to allow T1's main force to try to go into A. However,
Mako lost them the previous round doing the same.
They are keeping their positions over on A. RB, he's just trying to buy time away from the showstopper.
A lot of damage on stacks.
On HP.
But RB's cover is good from Heaven. They're both solo, and yet they're surviving. Zest continues to confirm the location here of Carpe. Carpe gets the spike, but where can he go? Only 15 seconds left.
Yeah, there's not much he can really do right now. 2 very low HP players on that side. Yeah, not enough. Not enough. And here in the stadium we're in, I can hear from.
by giant AR agents. That's
All right, T1, 9-7 here. DRX fighting as best they can to try to recover. This time
That's a deep alarm bot.
it's going to be a triple push from Dish.
Very interesting setup, actually, from Buzz in general. He has a turret that purely watches tower. Then he has 2 nanoswarms that help him only have to fight the duelists, not everybody else on the team, which indicate that he's planning to hard anchor the site. But he's also facing a breach ult. It's a bizarre setup, really. Don't really understand why you would put your turret there. Maybe it's based off what... Maybe it's based off what Munchkin has been doing previously, where he got inserted as a lurk in Arcade. Don't know. Yeah, we're going to do a Tokyo Power Rankings tomorrow on Plat Chat. Yeah. We're also going to do top 10 players. And it's not just the Plat Chat people. Bala and Kurt have gone crazy and asked, like, everyone in Valorant.
Do we think it's just focused on tower? T1 trying to make these assumptions here.
Have you made your list yet? I didn't get asked, though. Yeah, I mean... Sure. Everyone whose job involves some level of front-facing analysis.
Do we think it's just focused on
Top 10 is too hard, no. Maybe top 20 would be better. Yeah, top 10 is too hard. As someone that had to make a top 10 list before I've even finished watching all the fucking VODs, yes, the top 10 list is too hard. There are, like, at least 20 goated players going to Tokyo. I've taken a lot of psychic damage from this initial. I love the way that Mako plays that. The way that he wide swings as he's reloading to make sure that he isn't just stood there with his gun in his hand.
DRX after round 8.
TMV was meant to be on, but he's going to the zoo tomorrow. Don't ask how I know. Yeah, we asked TMV, but like I didn't. I mean, TMV didn't tell us he was going to the zoo, but apparently that's the reason. I believe TMV is a hard... sorry, I believe Demon 1 is a hard no for Tokyo. Yeah, that's as far as I'm aware, yes. Something is a... I guess a soft no. They're trying to make something work.
A lot of moments it looks like T1 could probably crack this open, but it doesn't quite happen.
Oh, but look at this. DRX has already emptied the site, right? They're all just waiting in defender spawn. Yeah, Mako.
Moments it looks like T1 could probably crack this open, but it doesn't quite happen.
Oh, but look at this. DRX has already emptied the site, right? They're all just waiting.
So this is interesting. Previous round, T1 had breach ult, and they might have been able to use the breach ult to create a serious threat. This round, obviously they have breach ult, they have lockdown, they're huge ultimates to work with. Although Mako can counter the lockdown.
You guys can figure it out
but
on your own. Bladestorm
at the beginning of the round, Buzz just gets completely offside.
Coming up now. Let's not forget Mako's been very on point.
Almost as if somebody else on DRX told him, like, watch out for the breach ult, let's play retake B.
Oh, but look at this. DRX has already emptied the site, right? They're all just waiting in defender spawn. Yeah, Mako says, as long as I don't give up this position, because guess what?
Buzz's setups are good for separating the duelists from the rest of the team.
And now the lockdown coming in, and DRX's forces are here to pinch them, make sure that Spike does not get...
Oh, there's no way Zeta should be getting 2 there.
Mako's been so on point back here.
You should run.
Counter, Killjoy ulti here set up.
Mako can just break that.
With a good lurk.
Yeah.
That second...
They leave the site empty. They push out of A-halls fast.
Now they're not out of the woods yet. Important round here. Decent opportunities on both sides can be created. Looks like B is going to be where they're going to at least try to inch up here with the spike, but frankly, it's a very even.
So let me just have a look as well. They have so default defensive setup. Seems to be Cage, Buzz and Mako at B. With RB, Zest, Stacks. On A. This one specifically being a dish push. And they found Munchkin. Munchkin is almost always alone.
Nobody's killed off on either side.
Just trying to hold that space. But DRX, they push them out and they're focused on the other side. They know that T1 likes to push and pull from both sides, especially utilizing that double duelist. Now, Stacks and RB, they are kind of caught inside the site to push and pull from both sides.
RB was doing this previously as well. Like, RB likes to anchor the site a lot from the top of the site. He's been doing this 3-4 times, I think.
Push Stacks out of there.
Yeah, Stacks.
That's interesting.
Still sitting.
Lynx, thank you for the 28 months.
Pretty comfortably
Went 3 and 13 in gold. Time to criticize Radiant plays. Good idea. It'll make you feel better.
Munchkin dies to Carp.
How does Munchkin die to Carpe? Wait, Munchkin gets dropped down to 1 HP
pretty comfortably over here. This is gonna be a
and then walks into... Why is Carpe even throwing that molly? Wait, what's going on here?
Just push Stacks out of there.
Yeah, Stacks. Still.
Carpe somehow misses his molly. Carpe throws his molly from here, like aiming for, I would assume, this. And I think he bounces it off the roof of this doorway. It spawns behind Munchkin. Munchkin's been knocked down to 1 HP because of the Fade ultimate. And Munchkin dies to the molly.
Still sitting pretty comfortably over here. This is going to be a very tough.
Look at that. Look at Munchkin's sad dead body on a molly that should never even be there. Just a cacophony of errors. Very sad. Very sad.
Oh, what? Carpe? Munchkin dies to Carpe's own molly. Something happens there. And RB just trying to create chaos, but he's good for 2 kills. Tries to get a third. Eventually gets shut down.
I can't believe that molly.
All right, so 2v4. Ban and Carpe should be dealt with fairly easily here. Oh, and Mako just gets the kill through the wall, so I'm just going to skip through the rest of this.
Ways to utilize it, but at the end of now, look at the adjustment from you do need to have an explosive entry. You got to win that aim duel.
So similar setup here in terms of like distribution around the map, but Buzz is continuing to move his defensive setups around a lot.
Now they know that it's potentially a one-sided attack, especially on this eco. And look at all this utility just to buy time. Buzz says, all right, I'll let the jet pass, see if anyone else. Get the adjustment from DRX.
Why is Ban so convinced there's nobody hard anchoring site when that's how Buzz has been playing almost the whole time?
Now they know that it's potentially a one-sided attack, especially on this eco. And look at all this utility just to buy time.
Not sure.
Buzz says, all right, I'll let the jet pass, see if anyone else walks into my trap, and he's good for 2 kills.
Not sure about that.
I just don't know if T1's going to get any headway over here. The spike is now stuck over here on site. T1 outgunned.
Neither Ban nor Saya looked at that area at all.
All the way around and under.
Strange.
Just, I mean, T1, you could try to go for these ult orbs for close. All right.
Saying, William, it's just about one step at a time, trying to do whatever it takes.
The Breach and the Brim ult here are pretty huge. We've got a different play going on here, so they've moved RB and Stacks over there. This feels very much like their 2-step Southside crunch, right? Where they have, they open this door, they horn over the top, they come out here, they stun like this, like the round that we watched earlier.
A little bit closer.
I mean, I do think there's value in trying to rush this forward.
They prowler early. They hold. Reed shell comes through, and now that's going to trigger a different protocol. Buzz dies. RB
finds Carpe.
gets one.
RB still alive. He's just weeding in and out.
Mako does that same smoke that he did previously.
T1 picking up 5 duelists and an out player and it working is hilarious.
This spike's
I
not
hope they
planted just
win
yet.
Tokyo.
Everything's
I don't
smoked
think
out.
T1 are going to win Tokyo.
Now T1 Zeta does get into CT
But,
on default.
yeah, it is. I mean, Zeta isn't a duelist player. And to be honest, neither's Munchkin. I mean, Munchkin was known for like playing Tracer and Soldier and shit when he played TF2, fuck me, Overwatch. But like, they haven't just picked up 5 duelists. Wasn't Munchkin a raise? Munchkin was mostly playing Initiators and Sentinels, I believe, when he played in Japan. Update for you in chat. I have 2 quote retweets on the waffle is heart-shaped Norwegian tweet I made. They're private quote retweets. Josh, the new agent, is Norwegian. It's happening again. It's happening again. I'm sure Munchkin played a bunch of shit when he was in China, but the thing that I remember Munchkin playing most was the, like, Initiator role mostly. I mean, let's take a look, right? We got Munchkin, we got all time. Yeah, he's mostly played Sentinel. He has played some Jet, but I remember him playing a lot of this kind of stuff. He's played a lot of Sentinel, actually. You know, weirdly, I do remember him playing Sova, but he's only had 3 games ever of Sova. So maybe that was just at some global tournament he played Sova. You know what I might be thinking of? I might be thinking of Medusa as well. Yeah, I'm thinking of Medusa. Because they used to play on a team together. Oh, I don't know why I'm clicking on this as if it's going to be recognizable at all. Yeah, there's Munchkin Medusa. So, yeah, well, I mean, the champions are literally playing Cypher and Sova while Medusa was on Killjoy. But, yeah, Munchkin was not really a duelist main. Haggis McSwaggis, thank you for the 20 months.
They would have given him footsteps.
Hello, bald man. Take my hard-earned student finance smiley face. JK, I'm just paying for my free content.
Thank you, Haggis. Thank you. I paid off my student debt, and it felt terrible. I was like, oh, yay, I should probably pay off my student debt because I have enough to do that. And I was like, oh, all of the money's gone from my bank account, and I didn't even get a degree. Yay.
A bit of a trade-off here. This spike's not planted just yet. Everything's smoked out.
They finally caught up with me, Sag. Time to pay. Yeah, that happened a few years into me moving into the US.
I can't be bothered to think of a bald joke RN, so
It's
just
Mako
think of
versus
one
Zeta.
yourself.
Mako with 32 HP.
I was in the US for like 3 years before they asked me to start paying my student loans properly.
He saw his pants.
And I told them how much I made.
That's one way to describe it.
And
for this. He gets the plant.
they were like, oh, you owe a lot more than we've been asking you. I was like, oh, sick. Shouldn't have done that.
Now he's the one who has to pick and choose. He's going to get into tower where he can have a better angle to hold. There is a chance that Zeta even comes down the rope. Now Mako.
Radio, thank you for the 8 months.
Is on him. He has to pick the
I can't be
50-50.
bothered to think of a bald joke. Just think of one yourself.
Not quite sure. He does have the molly.
Can't think of one. No one's ever told me any before.
Oh, Mako, he does have no idea. But he's left.
If Zen wasn't supposed
He's
to
left.
flank,
Yeah, Zeta says, where have you gone?
Zero Fight, thank you for the 2 months. Huh?
He gets
the
him.
best player on
It's
T1
10 to
and why is
11.
it XCTA?
That was an insane exchange.
Why is it Zeta? I don't think it is Zeta. I don't know who the best player on T1 actually is at the moment, but yeah, I actually don't know who the best player on Zeta is. I can tell you I didn't really think of any of the T1 players for my top 20 list. Carpe, my fish, my goat. Are we just naming animals now? Carpe my fish. Carpe my goat. Carpe my rabbit. Yeah, the T1 players seem to kind of trade on and off in terms of who has a really good game and pops individually.
Here on Fracture.
But I don't think Zeta's been as good as he was compared to his competition as when he played for Cloud9.
Just powers through this Killjoy utility. Buzz is stuck.
He used to be an absolutely elite level initiator. I don't think he's at that level at the moment. I mean, it's not that he's gotten worse necessarily, although I do think he's gotten a bit worse since he's been picking up the IGLing. But everyone else has just gotten unbelievably good in that role. Unbelievably good. Alright, let's take a look at this round anyway.
Okay, so Buzz gonna just watch main, and then Turret's gonna watch arcade. The thing is if T1 just powers through this Killjoy utility, Buzz is stuck. There is no exit for him, but he does get one kill. Okay, now he has an exit out into main if he needs.
VOD
He's
dungeon.
over here with the shorty. Oh, and he missed the first shot.
Oh, no, he needs to hide. Is there out into main
Wait,
if he needs?
what has stunned them there?
He's over here
Is that
with the
Stacks?
shorty.
Actual goated fault line from Stacks. Look how good that is, man. Buzz is in this corner, and Stacks has sent a fault line all the way through there. That's so good. That catches unbelievable amounts of people.
Oh, and he missed the first shot.
Oh no, he needs to hide. Is there backup? He's trying to get whatever kills he can.
God, he's
Oh,
still,
he gets another. He's gonna
And then
reload the
Stacks
shorty.
comes in, kills Carpe.
Still in here. He's just in the middle of all this.
Wow.
That's gonna be
Stacks just carried that round. Stacks absolutely carried that round. Holy shit. He gets this stun out. Yeah, I mean, the wall is really cool too. You're right. You're absolutely right. Like, throwing this wall as help utility is so smart from RB. But just look at what Stacks does. He stuns into tower, and then he just runs onto the site.
He's somehow alive, still in here.
Kills a player. I don't know if you can tell on the minimap necessarily. Actually, I think I have a thing for this. Oh yeah, I do. Look at that. Wow. Imagine me setting this up earlier. So he stuns like this, and then he runs forwards, and then look at what he does afterwards.
Oh, he needs to hide. Is there backup? He's trying to get whatever kills he can.
So he kind of spams into this smoke a little bit, comes onto site. He's going to try and kill a player over here.
Oh, he gets another.
So he gets one. He kills Carpe. Then he realizes that RB died, so he turns around, and he gets the kill on the player with the spike back here as well.
He's somehow alive.
Bada bing, bada boom. And then he's like, oh, Buzz is still getting pressured, huh? So he turns around and kills the other player. So he's stunned everybody up to start with, stopped them from scaling through this smoke, stopped them from scaling onto Buzz. Then he's come through, killed a player that was over here at stairs, turned around, killed a player in Jenny, and then he's killed another player on RB. On Buzz, sorry. Really nice round.
That's gonna be the 12th win
Just
for DRX.
reacting and responding
Buzz is still in the
extremely
game.
well.
That was insane.
Okay, what? I
cannot believe.
I don't think Stacks has rounds like that all the time though. Stacks, it used to feel like Stacks had rounds like that constantly. But I don't think he has them that often. I don't think Stacks is actually underrated at the moment. I think Stacks is literally not playing as well as he used to be. I also think he's not calling as well as he used to be. But he still has some of those rounds where everything is just perfection. He's still an extremely good player. He's just not playing as well as he used to be, where he was like... Stacks used to just be a guaranteed slam dunk lock for every top 20 list. Like, he was just that guy. And I don't think he's quite there at the moment. I think he's in a bit of a slump, but he's still excellent.
Playing under pressure, and this is something that people wanted to see him improve on the international stage. And he says, I am here to try to get to the grand finals.
Whoa.
Carpe kills RB off.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Well, that was a twist of exchanges
Whoa,
there.
whoa,
RB
whoa, whoa,
going
whoa,
a
whoa,
bit too
whoa.
far.
This triple setup towards Dish has just crumbled. I mean, they met a showstopper and suddenly it's game over.
Carpe kills RB.
Zest, I mean, this went wrong right from the very beginning. Look at this. After we were...
Wanted to see him improve on the international stage.
Yeah, it's just...
And he says, I am here to try to get to the grand finals.
RB has to go
Kills
forward.
RB off.
Zest got stunned, so he goes backwards.
Twist of exchanges
Ban is
there.
super
RB
quick
going
into
too
halls.
This round
They
is
get
ending
rinsed.
So quickly.
They get
Mako able to
rinsed.
find Ban, but he's at 2 HP. This spike is going to be planted this round.
far. Forwards, Mugs. All
I wasn't ready for
right, no operator, all rifles locked down on Orbital Strike ready. And they empty the site again. Rolling Thunder is available.
Immediate lockdown being used from Buzz.
T1 says, I don't care if you've emptied the site or not, we're just going to play it safe.
All right, they do zone out Buzz over here. And this is going to be up to the retake here for DRX. DRX is going to be wrapping around. All right, Munchkin sees there's going to be a push here from the south.
Yeah, so T1, now they got to push into defender spawn if they want.
This is really fast play by DRX and very coordinated. But also T1 are doing a good job too. They're being quick with it. They immediately dealt with the lockdown. They still scaled into B. They're dodging all of this counter utility. They didn't get caught by the orbital strike from Mako. They didn't get caught by the rolling thunder from Stacks. Both teams are playing this like positionally really well. T1 are looking to take a fight against Mako and potentially Buzz in spawn right now. So that's probably going to decide the round. Or alternatively, this ban fighting underneath could decide the round too.
Just trying to draw out attention from Sewers, but he gets taken out a little too early.
Alright, so Mako chose not to take the fight. He just chose to try and contain them and stop them getting into spawn. And so things settle down after they deal with ban into a 4v3 retake.
Still hasn't happened yet, by the way, because of all these ultimates.
Stacks finds another. It's just Zeta left over. And that's going to be...
Nice. I mean, it's so weird. T1 actually looked like they were fairly decent on this map. They're playing very fluidly, like they have a good idea of what they want to do. And they were responding to DRX quite well in this game. But I swear, when I watched them previously against PaperX, they were not even paying attention to what PaperX were doing. They were just committing to their own game plan no matter what. But maybe they learned from that. Maybe they did some VOD review and decided to play a bit more reactive, because I think this was pretty good. I think this was good from both teams.
We're tied up 1-1. DRX defeats T1 13-11.
And
Yeah, I've seen
another
Team Liquid's
shorty
VoiceCon
ending
videos.
here on Fracture.
I can't
DRX
specifically
ties up
remember
the match score
thinking
1-1.
anything about Soulcast's comms, though, to be honest with you.
DRX Ultrax T1 battle it out.
I can't remember.
Defender side, but
Do you think T1 has a better chance or matchup against Na'Vi or NRG? I think Na'Vi look like they're not playing as well as they could be at the moment. But do they have a better chance or matchup against Na'Vi or NRG? I don't really know. I really don't. I feel like if Na'Vi were playing some of their older style, that would be very good against T1. But with the amount of strange compositions Na'Vi's playing, with the amount of Yoru they're playing and stuff like that, I don't think they're going to be in positions to just contain the T1 plays as well. Like, in theory, having people like Xiao, Sugetsu, who are just going to punish you for making mistakes or playing weird spots or trying to overfight things, I think having those kind of players would be really, really good against T1. Because Munchkin goes for some weird shit sometimes. Siren and Carpe are both pretty aggressive players. Zed has got some IGL brain going on at various points, but not to an absurd degree. You know, they're not the craziest team in the world, T1, but they throw a bit of silly in there sometimes. And I think Shao and Sugetsu would smack that down usually, but it's kind of tough when the rest of their team is doing silly shit all over the map. I think T1 have probably got a better chance against Na'Vi for that reason, because Na'Vi are playing so much weird shit. But I think if Na'Vi end up changing the compositions that they play heavily going into Tokyo, which is always a possibility with teams that have just coasted through the regular season, then it changes everything. All right, let's have a look at this game then. It's Haven. Both teams playing extremely standard stuff we've seen them play many times.
Game plan is, it looks like, at least for the pistol, heavy focus on that C side, and they will be correct.
Yep, they've got RB to lurk over here by garage and maybe even peer into B. They farm out the orb.
So DRX are doing their classic thing of going and farming the orb for stacks. Zest is going for the recon dart that lands top right. Flash with the recon. Doesn't get blocked. And the paranoia, unfortunate there for Buzz because he had a good idea of where he wanted to go, but the paranoia caught him just at the last moment.
We do have Saya coming all the way around from the back. DRX needs to act extremely quickly.
Here's the thing is that if they can't get back,
or extremely slowly would actually be better here for DRX, so that they slow the pace down and take a look behind them, but they just are not even thinking about this. RB gets 2, could be winnable still. Very difficult though, with Saya controlling this long sight line with a Sheriff. Good smoke, Mako, good smoke. But also RB is way too weak to win this. I haven't watched the final yet of Fnatic Team Liquid. I watched the highlights, but I haven't watched the full VOD.
Shots fired in. Saya not going to be able to find that target. He's got to be careful. RB with a ghost can sometimes win these duels, even with very little HP.
Yeah, but now they know that he's back. Saya.
Yep. They're going to see. Wait a second. Let's go backwards here. This looks like it got a bit too close.
DRX looks like they just want to try to rush this in. They're going to wait until the arrow goes through. Oh, RB gets 1 kill, but it wasn't the one
so
with the
Ban decides to hold his ground.
Right back, though.
Yeah, DRX now able to get pretty easily onto the site. It's going to have to be coverage from 3 different points here. Garage, back, and top.
They had a high-low setup, but they just lost.
Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, DRX, I'm curious, do they push out? Otherwise, they didn't have too much space. Now Zest is going to watch behind him. Nice paranoia, though. And just the follow through.
God, the frenzy.
Oh, hold on.
The frenzy is so good.
Still in this, but Zest gets the last word on that duel.
The frenzy looks like a mini stinger in those moments. Alright, so DRX instantly respond.
Should be safe. And now they lead.
They stun recon for control over here.
With the weapon advantage, Saya continuing.
This smoke is becoming very meta. Seeing more and more teams doing this.
Damage he can do. Now all this noise lets T1 know that this is going to be an A site hit for the time being.
They did have a quad stack over at C, but they're going to go ahead and send 2 to wrap around over towards A, but we don't know if DRX is going to commit just yet.
Yeah, DRX holding, however, their position mostly holding against any advances.
Are they just going to wait for the minute mark and then stun recon again into sight?
Pushed out into garage right around the 1 minute mark. Maybe they would have left some leeway, but it does look like it's going to be
looks like it.
Hit. Now look at T1's positioning.
Oh no, the drone.
Ready to flood right back into the site. They're trying to avoid
stun recon back online.
Coming out from DRX. And then they're going to flood right back
take out Buzz. Alright, here comes Flash, stun, recon, another Flash, and they're in. This should be good enough. Almost not, though. Saya nearly did enough there.
With a couple half armor buys. And then the Rolling Thunder online for them as well.
I mean, DRX love going A when they have breach ult.
Point away from the lockdown. With the Rolling Thunder, it looks like they want to focus on the A site once again. Oh my gosh, Saya.
Saya's trying to get cheeky in this spot.
Online for them as well. RB 1 point away from the lockdown. With the Rolling Thunder, it looks like they want to focus on the A site once again. Oh my gosh, Saya.
Yeah, Saya's pushed pretty far out here. This is quite risky.
Yeah, because of the gunshots, he expected someone to be on that left side. He's just waiting until the very last second for his tailwind. Oh, but he gets picked off before he can dash out.
Yeah, Saya really wanting to fight that. I think actually DRX could have just committed bodies there instead of utility. I guess they did commit bodies in the end.
You already have Munchkin, who's pushed out into mid. Of course, there is an alarm bot, but either way, yeah,
they're going to drone short. I don't know whether they need the breach ult, but they're going to use it anyway.
No one disrupted. Oh, it does look like Zeta actually gets knocked.
So last time
just a tad bit.
they had a
Oh, yeah,
flank
just
going
seeing
on.
the shoulder there, Carpe is enough for Buzz to
This
get that
time
kill,
Munchkin,
Shorty in hand.
I think, just broke the turret and then backed up.
Guys are
This is going to be a save, so we're going to skip this one forwards.
The drawings are also good, though. Everything you're saying is so on point. Look, stamina is essential. I mean, a best of 5 is really exhausting. 5 intense games of Valorant back-to-back is
So
a
many
lot,
cloud
especially
bursts.
when everything is on the line.
Saya really wants to fight this. I mean, T1 really want to fight this. I'm going to skip this one forwards. It should be very simple. This is not simple. Okay, skip it back. Skip it back. What happened?
Oh, and Saya, he overextends just a bit again, and this time Zeta also caught a miss to Chaos. And DRX, they are just always looking for a main control. Munchkin this time quick on the flank.
He's going to keep pushing forward here. The Aldrone's going to spot him.
Yeah, he's going to have to back off for now. Now, Ban is already on site, but this is...
So Munchkin got a free one and they never punished him for it at all.
If T1 destabilizes
And they just
on
walk
either
into A.
side,
They're almost guaranteeing that they go into the last player here.
Ban gonna come out here
Yeah, I
with a
mean,
blind.
especially with the paranoia there.
Target, though.
He's just trying to buy more time for Munchkin to be able to set up, maybe even scare DRX, but Ban actually a clean
Nice shot.
He's trying to get out.
Whoops, that's not exactly the TP he's looking for.
2v2. For the swing and
Flank
gets a headshot
happening,
onto
flank
Munchkin.
gets collected.
This leaves just Ban, the only one left.
To the half, the shock dart's good. He's actually
Half
just
on
gonna
it,
hold out
shock
the
dart
way,
misses,
hold
but
on.
Mako gets the spam anyway. Alright, okay.
I heard Stack saying something like, don't
Do you think Saya's a top 20 player for the event? No, I don't think so. There's way too many good players for this event, guys. It's ridiculous. It's unbelievably cracked. Like, for example, I didn't properly do my top 20, but I had 23 players that I highlighted as being potential candidates for the top 10. Actually, that's not even true. 24 candidates, sorry, that I had highlighted for the top 10. And towards the bottom of the list, straight up towards the bottom of the list of those are people like Buzz and Jing. So, no, people like Saya Player did not get on the top 20 list because the top 20 is outrageously stacked.
don't diss it or something like that, or maybe don't diffuse.
Who's your top 21? There's so many people that could be top 21 player. Jing fallen off, huh? It's not that he's fallen off. He's just within their new system. He's not the reason they're winning anymore.
I wanted to diffuse something like that. I don't think he was even alive at the end though. So either way, of course he wouldn't be going for the diffuse. Either way, the stop coming in from Ban, but he gets taken out in the middle of his smoke.
Kind of a funny exchange back there.
And also, the more we get, like, the later and deeper we get into Valorant, the more that you learn about the players and what they contribute to teams and how they play.
Yeah, but the Defenders one is going to be countered by that Hunter.
And something has, not something specifically, but like Jing's actually, from the look of things, one of the quieter players on the team.
Look at the mini-map and watch how they're just combing through every angle, trying to see what they can find. They know Carpe's up here at the top.
Buzz one. The last one's laughing. I mean, of course, earlier on Ascent, we had praised Zeta sometimes just getting proactive and aggressive with the...
Why are Chinese teams so hyped up when they go out early every international? Because it's fun to root for unknown teams or like dark horse teams. And also because they do genuinely have really entertaining, cracked players. They're fun to watch. Plus, even if you remember, like, the way that... To go on a bit of a tangent here, the way that EDG, for example, went out at lock-in against 100 Thieves, this was an extraordinarily close game that EDG easily could have won at various different points, and also featured players like Kankan, for example, going fucking nuts in this match. I mean, Chishu had some outrageous clutches in this game, and this was probably the best game I've ever seen from Chishu. He doesn't normally play like this, but people like Kankang are hyped up for a reason. Like, dude, Kankang's fucking 1v3ing people on B on Pearl. Lock-in against 100 Thieves. A team that, at the time, people had a lot of expectations for. Though it was obvious even in this match that something had not quite worked out the way that we were expecting with the team. But, like, people are just excited to watch them. Jones Sim, thanks for the 37 months.
Yeah, I wasn't even quite ready for that to happen so fast. So things are already beginning to look worse here. A pretty starved T1 here in round 7 already dropped.
Yeah, 100 Thieves did look pretty bad in that game.
Can pretty much take their time. They're gonna once again,
But I think it's just mostly because the Chinese players are fun to watch. They're fun to watch because they have cracked mechanical skill and a lot of confidence, and they just want to fight.
Drone gets taken out, but he is caught in that stun, and Buzz should find him right away. Target acquired.
Yeah, Munchkin having no clue. Snafu they were in. Now hold on, Saya, blades drawn.
Saya in a 1v2?
This is possible.
It is, but look at
Sell me
Mako's
on it.
position. I mean, Mako is creating all sorts of curveballs here. Yeah.
It's not possible.
Forward. That's not to take away from Zeta, from Munchkin, from Ban, Carpe, any of them.
How do you plan to pronounce HFMI? Like that.
Is an alarming sign for
I think we need to have a discussion with the talent that are working at Masters Tokyo, but that's what I would suggest.
I mean, he has just been out of this world. Sometimes hard carrying T1 even through their losses.
Netflix password. Yeah, that does look like a auto-generated password, doesn't it?
They send Saya on his own. He's cleared out C long. The positioning, I think, a lot better for
Saya
T1. The
so deep down here.
From this push out indicates that there is a very strong likelihood that the main force is going.
That recon dart got broken immediately from Zeta.
Creeping up into A, there's a double stack.
Is this a trap play off the turret contact? Looks like it. Wow, this is cool. Munchkin's standing right in the spot where the Rolling Thunder won't hit him. And they're going to breach ult off the turret contact, and then Munchkin and Carpe are just going to run at them. These are the kind of plays that I'm talking about when I say that T1 have, like, aggressive, silly tendencies. And this is not a play most teams would make. Let's run a 2-person trap play with our breach and our killjoy and just run at them when they're breach ulted. Like, there might be 5 people here. Like, it's kind of reasonable that with 50 seconds on the clock, if this turret takes contact, there might be a full-on 5 people down A long. It's not always going to be like that, but it certainly could be. And even if they're all stunned up, you still might die to this. But anyway, let's see what happens. This looks funny. Breach ult.
They're just going to push out immediately no matter what.
Buzz dies. Ooh, wow. Wait, they have the Soverall as well in here. That's crazy. Oh, that's actually ridiculous. Look at this positioning as well, though, man. Zeta's in this spot, so he can Soverall to deny B plants, and he can also Soverall through to help this play from happening as well. Oh my god. And I thought Carpe was going to run forwards to try and follow up on this, because normally just having one player might not be enough. But Carpe doesn't. Carpe pops a flash through this box. So that double flash catches Zest, it catches Mako. That's crazy. Wow. Sick play. Sick play. And the awesome thing about this too is, last time T1 played Haven, they played a retake almost all of their rounds. Do you remember we had Sean on Plat Chat before, and he was talking about when he used to coach 100 Thieves, he would decide their game plan for the map based on what they'd done in the previous time they played that map. So, like, to use this game as an example, last time T1 played on Haven, they played mostly A retake. So, if you're building a game plan for T1, you'd be like, okay, let's run trap plays over towards A, because they're quite likely to do contact pushes into A, or just hit A a lot anyway, because they think we're playing retake there, and they think they can get a plant down for free. And so you, like, tailor your game plan, anticipating the anti-strats that your opponent would run. I think this is very nice.
Being thrown by DRX, but it's not how the Hunter's Fury.
We've seen you at Tokyo? Yeah, Ocean.
Beautifully done. They advance on the position, and DRX, expecting.
We're at Aspas and Durka, and you're top of the event. Very high up, but not at the top. But I definitely thought about it. Definitely thought about it. And I don't think it's unreasonable to have them at the top. I saw Sliggy's ranking, and I think having Aspas Durka tied at the #1 position is super reasonable. Super reasonable. But there's also just other absurdly good players on their teams, even.
Way too thin. What a shot, by the way, with that ult. But you know, you push out with the op on one side. You say, okay, this side's clear. Just focus on the other two. You got to be able to clear.
So I just texted my dad.
A part of the map much quicker, or just ditch it, right? Get ready for the retake.
Crashies is also having a fantastic. I mean, run of form seems like a bad way of putting it because he's also an incredibly consistent player. But yeah, his form is fantastic too, as well as being very consistent at every event he's at. That's so unfortunate for Zest. What is going on here? They've just decided they want to fight, basically.
Okay, we've got Omen over here.
What?
Yeah, literally Zeta just swings.
What?
He second guesses himself and still gets the kill.
Zeta swings and kills 2 of them and also wallbangs RB.
This worked for been really far to their
language. Well, at least 2, but you know.
How high on your list is Bala TW? TMV says I put Bala at 6. Yeah. Have you tried watching in 2x? I don't like watching in 2x. I feel like I missed too much. I would have to just rewind anyway. I know Bala watches sped up.
They expected this rolling thunder. Look, the site's empty. Munchkin tagged, but if he can hold on to sewers.
All right, whoa, let me go back here.
I'll say it. Moving on to the cast.
All right. Oh, Odin in the hands of Zeta as well. He's trying to.
So they go towards A again. They stun recon towards long. So what does their site exact look like here? Are they just going to paranoia flash? Oh no, they have the breach shot. What am I talking about? Right. Okay. So T1 are playing retake. Recon gets broken immediately. Munchkin gets caught. Nicely done. Oh, they have so many people in hell. They have 3 in hell. These are awful post plants. Somebody needs to chat up and leave hell. Well, actually, it ends up working for them. It ends up working for them because the player at default gets the kill.
The operator continuing to be bought once again for Saya player. Can they make it a 5-7-half? Honestly, it's Haven. 5-7-half wouldn't be so bad for T1 as they switch sides.
So T1 have gone back into playing their retake A setups. It made sense when Stacks had breach ult, but I think this is going to end up being a retake A setup again. They're droning for some B long info. They have info everywhere else on A. I would imagine that Zeta just falls off and then Munchkin... I would expect Munchkin to fall off as well here, to be honest, but I guess they're going to double play A.
How's the Pacific competition looking?
Hurricane, thank you for the 8 months. Out of the regulars, which of you are actually the best Valorant players? Oh, Barla's definitely the best out of the talent, if that's what you mean. Unless you mean people who watching my chat, in which case I don't know. I guess there's occasionally pro people in the chat, so it would definitely be them. No, Barla's a lot better than me, Nix. I had some good Premier performances, but Barla's definitely better than me. Like, a lot better. Hurricane, you said, how's the Pacific competition looking? I think, generally speaking... Actually, rather than being general, let's go through team by team. T1 to me look like they're playing better than expected. They look fluid. They've got good setups. I think they still do some stuff that's going to stop them from being anywhere near title contenders. But very solid team. Yeah, got good stuff going for them. Like, Carpe is looking a lot better. Cypler is very talented, even though he's quite greedy. Munchkin's been much improved on his individual form since letting go of the IGL role. The team's coordinated, got a playbook going. Yeah, they look good. DRX, however, seem like they don't really know what the hell they want to do. Like, they were playing Foxy 9 all season, and then they swapped in Zest for the final 2 games. Don't get it. Like, their Fracture looks so much better when Zest is in, but they probably have more firepower when Foxy 9 is in, and they've been practicing with that a lot more. In general, Stacks' IGLing, I think, has been very poor this entire season. There's very little slowing down and mid-rounding. There's a lot of fast play, a lot of reaction. Foxy 9 isn't, I mean, incredibly talented mechanically, isn't really that, like, aware as an entry player and meticulous. So I think DRX are in a serious quandary right now in terms of what their identity looks like. And even if they just decided on which roster they want to play with, it wouldn't help that much, I don't think, because I think there's also bigger issues in terms of the way that Stacks is approaching the game as an IGL, and the like fact that some maps are better with one roster and some maps are better with the other roster, and they don't want to split time, at least it hasn't looked like it so far, actually swapping between the 2 rosters. Like, they just stick with one roster for a whole match. Maybe that'll change in Tokyo. I don't really know, but yeah, at the moment, not looking amazing for DRX. PaperX are crazy. The form that they're in at the moment is unbelievable, and they're playing the weirdest shit I've ever seen, and they're just playing with each other and making it work because something's a fucking freak. But if something can't play at Tokyo, that team is not winning any games with cigarettes on the roster. So, yeah. Overall, if something can't play at Tokyo, the Pacific region looks not even competitive, I would say. Because DRX don't look like they can win a tournament in this current form, which is what you would kind of be hoping for from DRX. And then T1 are, like, promising, but not at that level either, where they can compete with the big teams consistently to make a run, I don't think. But, yeah. I'm not necessarily disrespecting Cigarettes. Like, he actually looks like an okay player when I've seen very scant games of him playing. But let's take a look at his match history. This is the sub player for PaperX. He's played 1 map in Pacific with the team. 1 map. And it was a game on Icebox where they lost 13-7 to Global. He played Gecko in that. He played Gecko in the show match recently too. He played against Detonation when they won. And he played Fade. That's against Detonation. That's with Benkai in the roster too. Like, I mean, they ain't winning if they have to play that. I don't know why on earth they wouldn't use Benkai as their sub. and just go back to what they were doing previously if they have to, so that they can at least like get out of groups or something and wait for something's visa to come through. But who knows what's going on. The fucking visa black hole currently is the most annoying narrative in Valorant that keeps persisting. Oh, of course they're not in the groups. They're already in playoffs. Well, that makes that a lot better. Maybe there's time for something to get a visa. But still, I mean, point remains. If something can't get his visa, I don't think they're winning a game.
Saya can get a pick here. This is the first time they've stacked.
Yeah, I think the same thing. It's not exactly the same thing as Demon 1, because apparently Demon 1 was saying he doesn't have a passport. But, yeah. I think something's getting bogged because of him being Russian, basically. Yeah, he was playing in Japan before, but your visa is usually tied to who your employer is, and he has a different employer. So he would have had to reapply.
By the way, the ping comes out from the attackers. Saya just stays calm. He knows he has tailwind. He wants to go for
a passport is easier to get versus a visa, no? Yeah, but you need a passport before you can get a visa. You can't get a visa without a passport. So you have to get both. And then also, listen, it's entirely possible that EG dropped the ball and screwed the pooch, but is Demon 1 a US citizen? Or is he... Because I think his family is Russian, right? Screwed the pooch, fucked the dog. It's a very, very common phrase. So, Demon 1 was born in Russia? Right. So, there's plenty of things that could have gone wrong with the whole process based on that. I mean, if he was born in Russia and he moved over to the US, he might still be on like his parents' visa, which might make things really complicated for him getting his own visa. Like if he gets on his own visa, he might... I don't know. There are really weird situations if you came over with your parents to the US that would make things way more complicated for that kind of stuff to be pushed through quickly. So, yeah. And, yeah, if he doesn't have a passport, then he's not going to be able to even start that process until he expedited a passport, which takes a few weeks at least.
No one quite there.
Shouldn't be the same for something, that specific Demon 1 situation. Something's just getting rolled because he's Russian, I think, and people are putting limitations on the visas because of the invasion of Ukraine.
Sorry, 8th win here. I mean, this is just brutal. Munchkin
That will tend to happen.
is possibly going to have an engage here with Mach.
It's a world where Zest greets for this because he's 1 point away. So whether he gets the kill or not, he gets his Hunter's Fury.
Oh, yeah, that is speculation. I should be clear. He is probably getting rolled because he's Russian.
Now lockdowns on both sides, so DRX
Yeah,
most
speculation.
likely, they're going to run in and plant that lockdown right away. Zest was the operator as well. By the way, Zest is one of the best operator players on DRX. He just doesn't play the jet. Dashes in.
All right, Ban is going to be lurking right up in the front, but he's already taken out by Buzz.
Oh, the tags are so good from the Sova. Allows Buzz to just get free kills left and right. They don't even need the...
See, the way that DRX are playing, though, it's so execution heavy. It's working, but it's really exec heavy on a lot of their maps. Just pick a site, exec into the site, play post plants.
This is not looking good. Buzz good for 4. He's trying
to get the ace.
Can he get it at the ace?
That's how you end a half. DRX up 9-3, closing it out with style.
Buzz getting that.
My girlfriend's from Russia but lives in California, and oh boy, it's literally hell to travel with her. Yeah.
And again, look at what just good supporting can do.
Yeah, girlfriends can be a lot to travel with, huh? Us guys, we just want to go on our own sometimes. Get up to some guy fun, am I right, fellas? Absolute hell to travel with the missus. No, I know what you mean. Yeah. No, not Guy. No. Gage Guy fun. Yeah. Well, maybe. Beth has been getting a lot more like my husband jokes on her Instagram reel feed thing than she used to a couple years ago. And so now she will occasionally send me these memes of like whatever the fuck the meme format is, but you know, like my face when my husband does this, or like, duh, I stupid husband, you know, stuff like that. Like it's the what see if I can find some examples. Not that I'm necessarily going to show you, but just to give you an example of what I mean. It's just, do you know like my wife humor, where it's like the boomers and they're like, hey fellas, anyone else's wife do this, like that kind of that kind of stuff. It's like that kind of boomer humor, but just for some reason has infiltrated her feed. Yeah, the old ball of chain. Huh. Yeah, exactly. The boomers that hate their spouses but they're religious so they can't get divorced. That's that's a terrible way and yet a perfect way of describing it. Yes. Can't find a meme format that she sent me recently, to be honest, but I don't know. It's like she sent me one recently that was, anytime I ask my husband to do anything, and the guy just goes, I've got to take a shit. It's like, yeah, I do that as well. That's, I don't know why. Anytime I get asked to do anything, my bowels start moving. You know, someone needs me to water the garden. I got to take a shit first. Okay? I've got to make sure that my bowels are clean before I embark on a task like that. Performance anxiety? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. You have IBS-C, you take forever to shit. But most of the time that's because I've already shit and I'm just sitting on the toilet enjoying having a little bit of time to think. You know? I enjoy being sat on the toilet, just thinking about random shit.
A-level maths tomorrow, can I get an egg blessing?
A-level maths tomorrow, can I get an egg blessing? Yes. You are blessed. You'll now get an A star or whatever the hell the new grading system is. An 8? A 9? I can't remember how they grade A levels anymore. Thanks for the resub. Excal, thanks for the 2 months as well.
They would have given him footsteps.
Here's a riddle with an AWFUL answer that made me laugh cause my sense of humor sucks. Paul's height is 6 feet. He's an assistant at a butcher's shop and wears size 9 shoes. What does he weigh?
What does he weigh? He weighs meat because he works at a butcher's. You can't get around me. You can't get around me. I'm on fire, okay? I get the riddles. My brain works the riddles. When is a door not a door? When it's a jar. Listen, get the fuck out, okay? Any riddles, I'm acing them. Any riddles. What's broken when its name is said? Silence. Boom. Smashed it. Get out of here. An anonymous gifter. Thank you for the gifted sub to Dildos. Thank you. Thank you very much. What's brown and sticky? That's not even a riddle. That's just a joke. There's many different ways that can go. I don't know. A fucking stick. Poo. I mean, where do you want to go with that? I don't know. What gets wetter as you get dry? What gets wetter as you get drier? Okay, it's a towel, But also, that's the worst way I've ever heard of saying that riddle. The best way to say that is what gets wetter the more it dries. Because you're using the like active verb versus passive verb, dry. You've said it wrong. You've said the riddle incorrectly. What gets wetter the more it dries? Towel. What is hard and long and has cum in it? Okay, this is going to be a word that's long, that has cum in the middle, that means hard. What is it? Cucumber. There we go. Cucumber. Yep. Okay. I had to close my eyes there because you guys are posting it in the chat. But yep, cucumber. Long, hard, and has semen in it. That only works if you say it. Because you've literally written semen. So it's going to be like a ship. What's long, hard, and has semen in it? A ship. Sneak a word into VCT. What sound does a villager make? Make that noise. Wait, what sound does a villager make? Is it like this? Is it that kind of noise? Like that kind of thing? Okay. Yeah, I think I could do that. I think I could do that in a cast. Okay. Let's continue watching the VOD. I got distracted.
The spike is planted for me.
Whoa, we went too far.
It's got to be a drum. All right, the round's kicking off. It's just going to be a quick hit onto A.
So this is a hard anti on a B site hit
Is the answer.
from DRX.
Pile on to A site every time.
Yeah. Is that the play?
All right.
DRX
They're just going to hit A. DRX on the reflank.
Here's the thing. As soon as that alarm bot trips, T1, do you turn around to fight, or do you just send Saya in to push out of Link? The spike is planted for main, right?
I've got a little mustache comb, and now it's one of my most fun things to do is just comb my mustache. I've become a sad old man.
All right, they're going to come up now. And it's just going to be Zest staying up here.
Yeah, only Ban was hit by that stun. He is in a bit of trouble, but Carpe trying to provide support. He gets one, and he stunned up the other members.
Oh, Zeta's starting to make it happen. Hold up. 2 versus 2 now.
The frenzy good. They find info, and Saya will be able to clean it
All
up.
right.
Another pistol win.
Nicely
for
done.
T1.
Nicely done, T1. I don't think it's going to make a difference, but
Begins once again. And rifle.
Bren's impression of "Oh my God" TikTok soundbite. Yeah, he did it for me once live, and I was losing it.
You know the TikTok guy where he goes, "Oh my God."
It's ridiculous how good he is at it.
Dude, I can hit that shit. I can hit that shit. Oh my God.
It's so good, man. It's so good. You can just do it on command.
Spot up.
Is this strange pattern going to continue on as we go through Game 3, where the winning team, eventually gets overcome here in that second half?
Yeah, well, I mean, T1, they're saying, all right, Team Secret, they were onto something. We get A main for free once again. See if we can break open the site. Even Sewer's taken. Paranoia pushes them out.
Buzz missed the peak, but he gets it, backs up, puts down a one-way. Buzz going crazy there. I like this dash as well, but he only has one bullet. Ah! Uh-oh. He did such a phenomenal job, and then he decided not to reload when the paranoia came through.
I mean, on T1 side, oh no, the reload, he cannot finish the man.
Although having said that, Zeta didn't get hit by the paranoia anyway, so Zeta might still have swung off the reload noise. Wow, that's unfortunate. Buzz did everything he could there.
I mean, the crazy part is the initial defense was good.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. They got the kills. And then it was just like T1 willed their way through it.
Round and for DRX, where they probably thought, all right, shutdown successful. We got this in the bag.
Zeta's mechanics are still really hot.
And T1 just...
Why did I say it like that? That sounds like I'm attracted to them. They're like hot as in like on point. You know what I mean?
Enemies are on an eco, so they don't want to...
You guys know what I mean,
but
right?
I love this, right? Because the smokes from both sides are so...
You fucked up on one of the riddle puns, by the way. What do you mean I fucked up on one of the riddle puns? When it's a jar. Is that the one you're referring to?
They just plant Saya in. That way
A jar is the answer to the riddle. When a door, when is a door not a door? Check the clip. Which clip? Sideshow misses a very important pun. When is a door not a door? When it's a jar. Listen, get the fuck out, okay? Any riddles, I'm acing them. Any riddles. What's broken when its name is said? Silence. Boom. Smashed it. Get out of here. An anonymous gifter. Thank you for the gifted sub to Dildos. Are you saying the pun is dildos? What? Dildos. It's supposed to be dildos. Gifter, thank you for the gifted sub to Dildos. Dildos doesn't sound like dildos. Dildos does not sound like dildos. Take the L. It's a stretch. That is a stretch. But yeah, fair enough. I didn't catch that. That is an L. That's an L from me. I got fucking got and I didn't even realize. I just carried on through. I was just like, Dildos, yeah, sounds like a reasonable name. Watch the Sliggy clip of him saying it. Oh, did you guys get Sliggy with it as well? You're not allowed to... Okay, chat. Real talk for a second. You guys aren't allowed to get Sliggy. He's too pure for the world. Vansili does it to him as well. It's not okay. Sliggy is pure. Sliggy is like a wholesome being who should not be exposed to this level of internet pervertedness, okay? I feel like I'm acting as a fucking lodestone for this so that people like Sliggy can exist in the world without that. Yeah, I've seen him play ranked. He got angry once. Got slightly annoyed at somebody, and people were like, oh my god, Sliggy's toxic. Like, Sliggy's pure. Sliggy's pure and perfect. Stop infantilizing Sliggy. He is a sweet, sweet little baby child. I haven't seen the clip. The clip has also not been posted in the chat.
Than you normally would be allowed to do. Oftentimes, if defenders put up that aggressive smoke, you kind of just have to wait, use so much utility, clear out lobby, clear behind the box, clear out the cubby, and then barely get into a...
What is small bean? What is small bean?
It's going to be the same story. I mean,
do you need to sub in this chat to link clips? No.
Does miss that traffic 2 times.
Get him set up on these lines. That's what they need to look out for.
Mate, what the hell is dildo? Oh, okay. Do you know what? Striking me when I'm at 15 hours of streaming, I respect it. Honestly, you completely own me. You can take it. You can clip it. Respect.
He got it so much quicker than me.
Honestly, this is where all of that stuff's gonna work. That was.
he got it so much quicker than I did as well. He got it so much quicker, even after 15 hours of streaming.
Something's going on there. They're also very aware that Zess is probably up here in heaven. So some shots are fired into there. We don't have this spike planted, by the way.
Yeah, just trying to draw out all the utility, right? They're trying to make sure that...
So this is going to be the fault line coming from heaven and Buzz. Yeah, I like this retake protocol. It's really nice.
Still alive, picks up a Vandal.
Who else was doing this? One of the teams in VCT Americas was doing this setup as well. I can't remember who.
But it is a 1v2. Mako only a stinger. Buzz low on health. Perfect crossfire.
I remember Carmen Corp were trying to do it.
Oh no! But the stinger at close range rings.
Why are we watching the clutch happen from fucking free cam?
Supreme. And then an amazing updraft right click allows him to pick up a Vandal as well.
Op v op.
Saya here with the operator.
Oh, same with Buzz though.
We might end up with that duel. So it's going to be a bit of a peek into garage here. Munchkin gets to confirm that there is someone lurking inside.
So unable to clear the enemy's Killjoy utility with that.
What is this? Big Yampy News. Twitter.com/TeamLiquid. The yada 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 6224. Do you think I was born yesterday? Do you think I was fucking born yesterday? Twitter.com/something something something 6224. That's a cow. That's a Martha Stewart fucking L cow.
If his head wasn't hard boiled.
Squiggles, thank you for the 24 months. I have not been streaming for 15 hours. You will not get me with the Martha Stewart cow that easily.
At Nano Swarm, we've seen that become more and more common. Munchkin's trying to figure out, do I spend more here just to... Okay, so that way you can confirm at least clearing out the turret. But it does come at the cost of both Nano Swarms, and he still cannot gain control of Garage quite just yet. The only thing that does is, you know, kind of forces DRS to have someone watching Garage instead of relying on the turret.
They would have given him
Petty Sum, thanks for the 32 months. Moo. Monkey Meatloaf, thanks for the 31 months as well.
Over onto the Aldrone. A is not where they want to be anymore. C instead is where they're going to need to come up. They smoke it out. Killjoy utility.
This is... T1 really don't have any map control. They're just trying to go into a C exec. Oh, very close. Wow. And Mako goes from plat and just runs forwards. And Mako does so much here. What I'm trying to figure out is why. So Mako jiggle peeks backside. He jump peeks, right? They realize that there's an exec coming through. He immediately TPs to plat. Love that play. Recon dart's coming out. He needs somebody to break it for him. It gets one pulse. He gets pulsed. Ah, okay. So this is just sick from Mako. So the recon dart gets one pulse off, and it sees all three of these players, right, on the site. And when Mako realizes that the ult is coming for these guys, he decides to change his position up, and he runs close. And he's just in the perfect spot to be able to capitalize on anyone scaling off the silver ult. I mean, he just plays this situation phenomenally. Apart from, I suppose, you could ask him to break the recon instead of throwing paranoia, but I actually think the paranoia is better. I think one of these guys should be on break recon duty. I think it should really be RB's job. But yeah, sick round by Mako.
First of all, they were ready to really shift their focus on to see right from the get-go because of
31 months of throwing monies at a filthy Tory. Unbelievable. You know what? One day I'm just going to vote Tory to spite you all. And then you'll be sorry. Then you'll be fucking sorry. Then you'll be sorry. You already do? Shut the fuck up. I've never voted Tory in my life.
Operator has been given over to Munchkin, so Blade Storm entry in the works for Saya player.
People called me a racist, so I became one.
Doesn't see anybody. Down an A. That may make them suspect that the operator has been rotated around, but you never know. With
I'm facing the social consequences for right-wing behavior. Therefore, if I'm already getting the consequences, I should invest in the selfish right-wing behavior.
But you gotta imagine that a lot of this is just being used to see.
You need to treat me more kindly, chat, before I become the monster you think I am.
Drawn out, two members purposely showing themselves on this drone. They could have hidden, but they choose not to.
What is that noise? That's my eye. Wait, you guys have never heard my squeaky eye before? It's just a bit itchy.
Up into B.
Oh, DRX knows this is coming, though.
Yep, this is a site that has not gotten much attention in this first map. They smoke it out. Saya's gonna
It's just got too much like fluid around it or something.
Oh, and they even checked the corner for Mako as well. Saya drew out so much attention.
Spike planted now. DRX at a very
Explosively vomits. No, it's not a glass eyeball. I mean, if I do it too much, maybe I'll one day need a glass eyeball. But no, as far as I'm aware, it's made out of eyeball. It's an eyeball. Eyeball.
Going to be one-by-one peaks from T1 to draw out time.
All right, they get it to, no, they don't even get it to half. That's it.
Just the level required, right? We thought DRX was having the
that has to be bad for the eye. I don't know. It's never complained about it, unless that's what the squeaking is. Like if a dog made that noise, I would assume that it wasn't happy. So maybe I should treat my eye like a puppy.
They can easily rotate out. They're not going to hard commit just yet, but no movement. Drone being heard on A short.
They're going to drone to reclear short. T1 are going for the B exec, somewhat similar to what they did previously.
Don't fix it. Saya perched up on top.
All right.
They're trying to draw out whatever utility from the
So how are we going to deal with this then, huh? Because Buzz has an op, he's not going to fast flank. Although I haven't said that. I was expecting T1 to leave a bit more than they have done. Wow, RB was in so quickly there. Saya drops. Still kills Zest, who was very weak. And unfortunately, Buzz really isn't doing anything in this round.
Oh my god. Okay.
This is where having the operator really hurts. Alright, so now you need to adjust based on the B hit coming through. Actually, I don't think you do need to adjust. I mean, previous round, they didn't have any of these ults. Now they have Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, and Breach ult. I don't think T1 can really go towards B this round. I don't think you actually have to change anything.
Quick and early into the round, they might be able to find some success. Now, of course, the operator was initially starting on B site to prevent any sort of
4 aces in 10 rounds against DSG? No, surely not. Surely not. The squeaking is just tear fluid between the squeaking is just tears between the eyelid and cornea. You're saying if I cried more, my eye wouldn't squeak. It's like trapped in motion.
Have you done a pick'em for Tokyo yet? Also, have you seen McKee's pick'em? I heard it's a little unhinged.
So essentially, it's just trapped grief in my eyeball. Lordo, thank you for the 14 months. No, I haven't done a pick'em for Tokyo yet. I saw MCE's pick'em on stream, and it did seem quite unhinged.
Okay, Saya's waiting.
I feel like pick'ems are not possible to do until we know whether something's going to be there.
Oh my gosh.
If you're tired, you get more, apparently. I can believe that.
Okay, if the drone was
I have them at all times of the day. Does that mean I'm always tired? Alright, so they're going to go towards B again, but they have just such excellent retake ultimates. I mean, they couldn't just Hunter's Fury here and stop them from planting anyway. They don't even need to use it as a retake ult.
Oh, but that means lockdown available for Munchkin. It cannot be destroyed. They're now going to go through Garage.
Here we go. Yeah, rolling
Okay, Mako might be a little fucked here. Oh, no. Oh, RB got paranoid right at the worst time. And Stax dies. He had Breach ult. Wow.
Cannot be finished just yet.
Van still fights back.
Kind of criminal how much RB and Mako were able to get away with there. And Buzz has gone for a long flank on C. Okay, Zest waits for Buzz. Zest has Recon. Oh, Recon here should go crazy. Yep. Recon, they weren't ready for it.
And he was tagged. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh no! My god! Buzz was just trying to check the close angle and...
Bruh. 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 First of all, I would have liked to see one of them try to set up to maybe peek off the recon dart. And when I say one of them, I mean Buzz. I'd like to see Buzz set up to try and peek off the recon dart to start with. Like, nothing committed, but, like, get ready so that if he's in a position where you can capitalize on the recon. But okay, they don't do that. But they recon and they know roughly where he is. I think Buzz swinging out like this in order for Zest to get the kill is fine, but not with the shorty, man. He's so far away. You know where he was. He got lit up. He got lit up by the recon dart. Ban does a good job of making sure he kills Zest first. But if Buzz has the op here and he just wide swings out with the op, he's getting this kill anyway.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh
And then he updrafts closer
Buzz was just trying
into
to
the
check
shorty.
the close angle and try to create space
no.
by jumping in, but Ban
Oh,
does
no.
not get shaken.
If he peeks with the op, he's too slow though. No, he can updraft. Okay, he can updraft through this door and then land and op.
I can't believe it.
I mean, I can't show you the replay anymore, but
Ban thinks about trying to track Buzz.
it's the way that Aspas plays those situations.
Right now, what's he gonna do? Yeah, he could have gone for an eagle peek himself, but I mean, Ban just hearts of steel right there. Bringing the round back for T1. Saya with his own operator this time.
Why did DSG get rid of Steel?
Operator on the side of DRX.
Very, very slow start here. T1.
I don't know, to be honest.
Is anybody gonna try to peek
I
out
didn't
over
want to
his
lose
head?
anymore. Steel.
Them even
Oh, did he
slightest bit of
leave?
information.
I thought they got rid of
DRX
him.
Also showing a lot of patience. T1, they may very well just collect up over here at A. Note, characteristically of DRX, they do seem to leave A wide open sometimes. But it's those
He said that on stream. That isn't a joke. Oh, he literally said he... But I thought DSG was doing pretty well. I thought DSG was doing fairly well with Steel, and then they started doing terribly when he left. Is it not that simple?
So in a theoretical world,
They've lost like 9 in a row. Yeah, but I thought that was when he left. Wait, they're losing to Mad Lions and getting aced every round? There's no way. Oh my god, that's terrible. So he was there for this game, right? So when was his last game? Right, so he lost to M80 TSM, M80 TSM Oxygen. I don't really follow the challenges scene that closely, but aren't all 4 of these kind of pretty reasonable? And then it was just the first game here. And then they've gone 0 and 5 after that. I don't know. I felt like they weren't doing that badly.
where everything goes as planned for both teams.
TSM have been getting better, but were very mid when DSG lost. Right.
To practice retakes like these, where it's the most ideal scenario. Zest gonna just try to do some damage, but Saya's ready for this. He's trying to get a potential.
Oxygen have the Bonka diff. True.
Hear that gunshot. All right, retake being prepared from heaven.
Yep, they're just all gonna come down at once. Tag Killjoy's ready.
I love this lockdown timing. He puts it down before the opponents just to be able to buy time so that they can't just rush right in.
And they're gonna pull back. At least some of them are.
Okay, Defender's Killjoy lockdown also destroyed.
All right, Buzz finds one. Stacks finds another, but it's a trade out here. And
Wow.
then there are
I really like this retake that DRX are doing.
Gonna get this diffused down.
They can't just rush right in.
And they're gonna pull back. At least some of them are.
Okay.
I mean, look, the fault line goes through. They recon. They paranoia the guy at default. The Jet can either dash to default and kill the Paranoia guy, or, as Buzz decides here, can dash inside a smoke.
All right, Buzz finds one. Stax finds another, but it's a
Then the other 3 players can scale in.
trade out here. And then there are
Zest
none.
watches people that swing through the
DRX is
smokes
gonna get this diffused
from
down.
heaven.
It's, gonna be
It's just
9 to 12.
very nice.
T1 needs to win 3 more to go to
Very
overtime
nice.
and match DRX. Otherwise, DRX is going to walk out of this next map up.
So another chance to leave A site open.
All right, a push in over here. How prepared is Zest?
This is a very standard game of Haven, though. I'm not really taking too many notes here because both teams are playing very standard stuff.
But we do see Zest tiptoeing back out, so they're going to at least leave
Same
the
kind of
opportunity
playbook that
for
many
retake.
teams
Not
have.
dropping numbers, not being picked off one by one.
They play retake with breach alt here. Skip forwards 10 seconds. Wait, we missed something.
The Rolling Thunder is ready here. Operator given over to Stax so that
Zest gets his recon back. They breach alt. They recon dart.
he is outside of range on the Rolling Thunder and he is shutting down the retake.
Oh my
on
god,
his
Saya
Huge
spray
moment
down.
there, just Zest and Mako left over.
Saya's positioned for it. He is outside of range on the Rolling Thunder and he is shutting down
I mean, Saya just wins that round for them completely on his own.
the ECU team to throw away any.
To get build, Saya's got a Blade Storm.
Good read from him, getting in front of that breach alt.
It could be available in this round. Buzz's Blade Storm could be
Hard to tell
available
whether
in this
Buzz was ready for it
Yeah,
from
they're
that
gonna try to
POV.
get the Hunter's Fury online with the spike plant, and they're just clearing for nanoswarms. This is meant to be a fast hit onto C site. No operator here to be found.
This is a half buy from DRX, but they saved 2 big weapons.
Oh, Mako actually gets the kill back.
Oh, Shroud step up on top.
Well, both his Shadow
NT,
and
NT.
To do so here versus T1.
Yeah, T1 does feel a
Winnable.
bit trapped, and that's
Oh,
collapse.
extremely winnable when
He
Buzz
tries
gets a
to
kill
go in
out
with the
kill.
Blade Storm to open things
Oh,
up, but Zeta
maybe not
God, the
winnable
back and
anymore.
forth is insane. The opportunity created and then lost just in a matter of seconds.
Ban's just trying to protect
I like
the
that
area.
call.
I think he was spotted
The
one way or
opportunity
other.
created and then
Zest
lost in a matter of seconds.
create whatever opportunities he can.
It's there. Home kills.
Yeah. Oh, you got operator continues to
Very
shine
poetic.
now as they pick that one up.
Mako's TP a little ambitious. Yeah, but he's also getting completely overwhelmed and he only has a Spectre on the site. I mean, I appreciate it. I like the play. Okay, so T1 were running a lot of B-site hits earlier on in the game. So maybe that's why Mako and Stax are both playing over a B to start the round here.
All right, a peek out here. Both operators peering down into A. They tag one, but I don't know
Or
if
maybe
he's
it's for a different reason because it looked like Stax was trying to hold his stun for something.
And then Zest with the nice
Delayed
trade
stun
peek
from
out as
Stax
well.
to make sure
Allows
that
for 2
Zest
kills,
and
T1 says, well, we just gotta rush in. We gotta try to
Buzz
catch
can
them
get
before
out of
they're
there.
unawares. Saya can, oh, he cannot get the next one. Zest
Wow.
stays alive.
Carpe tries to swing
It's
through
just
and trade out
left
Saya,
over to
but
1
dies to the
versus 4.
nanoswarm. And the map's over.
Already on site, there's too many, and he's fighting for Munchkin. He's good for one, and he almost.
Your VODs and Pokemon videos have been my main source of sanity over the last few weeks. Good luck for Tokyo.
Thank you, Jabrattle. Thanks for the 38 months as well. Appreciate that. Munchkin almost took them to overtime there. That's really scary.
Here for Mako.
Oh, he just wants to dwindle the numbers just a bit, but they're already on site. There's too many, and he's fighting, but Munchkin, he's good for one, and he almost gets it.
Oh my
God. But RP.
Oh my god!
That would have been ridiculous. That would have been ridiculous.
If
But,
Zen
okay.
wasn't supposed to
Toast Sandwich Man, thanks for the 11 months.
given him footsteps.
Who's your outside shot to win Tokyo?
Outside shot to win Tokyo. How outside do they have to be of a shot? Does it count if I say NRG? Are they an outside shot? Or are they, like, classed as too favorite to be an outside shot? I feel like... I mean, NRG are obviously not like a dark horse because of what they've done in the past, I would say. Like, dark horse implies you they're coming out of nowhere or whatever. I don't know really. Who's an outside shot? I feel like actually DRX have an outside shot of winning because I don't think they look like they're in form to do it. But if they just stuck to the Zest roster and somehow regained their old form, I guess they might be able to pull something out of their asses. Team Liquid, yeah. Yeah, sure. I don't think Team Liquid are going to be able to put it together in a tournament that large and that stacked, but I don't know. EDG? I don't see EDG winning unless Kang literally plays the best he's ever played, and he's already hard carrying that. Actually, I guess if maybe the win con is that Smoggy plays the best he's ever played, and then Kankan just puts up what he normally does, and then you have both of them going crazy. Team Liquid will win the entire thing. Well, then they're not an outside shot, then, are they, Kikuka?
Can be great, but sometimes when
all the Liquid players are land demons? Is that true? I feel like that's not true. Safe's played fantastically at LAN. I've seen Yampy play awfully at LAN before, but I'm not sure whether his average is good at LAN. It probably is. I'm not really sure, though. Also, isn't Soulcast notoriously worse at LAN? I can remember some shocking LAN performances from Soulcast too. Redgar is the one that's confusing me, actually. Because Redgar's a hyper feeder. An unbelievable Omega Ultra feeder. Who also sometimes just hits every shot. He just has like an angel day where he just, I'll just hit every shot instead. Redgar's trying an angel. Yeah, he really is. He really, really is. But I don't know whether he performs generally better at LANs. I used to keep a spreadsheet of that. Of people's LAN performance versus their online performance, but I gave up. Also, the games aren't online anymore, so I guess it's like Masters versus domestic. Kind of all of those lines end up getting blurred when the competition domestically is super good. Alright, let me focus on this just for a sec, though, because T1 are playing their Gecko shit, and that is an interesting comp. So, the ideas of Carpe playing in this spot is that he's going to use his wingman like this, then he's going to use his Dizzy like this, and the whole idea is that he's going to get info behind this Viper setup. But I think that this is really punishable. Carpe will be sat here collecting his wingman, sat here collecting his Dizzy. Boom, hit him with the little fucking Sky Flash if you dodge the wingman and the Dizzy utility, and you are getting a free snack on that Gecko player. They also were cascading as default here in the first match that I watched of them, and then they stopped doing that as much, and they just gave Showers control a lot. So let's have a look. Let's see what they're up to.
Zeta over here.
Also, I mean, this is all before we've even talked about the DRX comp, which is... don't ask me. Don't ask me. I don't really think the KO is good on this map. But there's a few teams playing it. I don't like it personally. I think I'd prefer it if they were just running double duelist, which sounds ridiculous, but I think I've come around to it. Yeah. Anyway, okay, let's have a look. Did you hear about the issues with DRX regarding no timeouts, Foxy9 burnt out, etc.? I heard what the reasoning was behind the no timeouts. Apparently, Termi was trying to teach Stacks how to call under pressure or something, and then they just ended up getting blown out in those games. But I heard that they were generally burnt out. I didn't hear that specifically Foxy9 was burnt out. I'm a certified Harbor hater. Every comp with him is troll. Well, wrong. There are so many good comps with Harbor. Harbor's astoundingly powerful at the moment. Harbor Viper comps are extremely, extremely good on a lot of different maps.
Long, ready to try and intercept the push.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a
Alright, so they're gonna
0
point up B long, which if there was a sky or anything over there would be good as well. Stop them reflashing into that kind of situation. What in the fuck am I looking at Buzz doing there?
Mako already spots one in showers as well, so DRX is very... Yeah, it's just gonna be a
Why?
spot with a 0 point. The toxic screen cannot go up. Meanwhile, Mako already spots one in showers as well, so DRX is very well aware of the setup here, and Buzz
really weird. Very weird situation. All good though, Zeta gets stunned as well, so he ends up going down. They know that they don't have hookah control, so you've got to fight for elbow here, I think. Hello, Mako RB. You don't control hookah. Any helpers for Stacks? Any helpers? Any helpers? No. Okay, so now you don't control elbow, and you don't control hookah, and you're getting pressured down long. Okay, Mako... Sorry, it's not Mako, is it? It's Zest. My bad. I was looking at the Brimstone, roasting Mako, and Mako's doing his job of controlling long. It's Zest that was doing a little bit of trolling.
Keeps it going here.
Wow. Zest finds the timing in front of the wingman.
Just Munchkin left over.
So Zest does eventually go back into elbow. I think he should have gone into elbow earlier than that to help support Stacks, but okay, they get it in the end thanks to Mako winning an incredibly important 1v1 despite having a nade in his face. Bimtone. Zest on the Bimtone. I like Bimtone.
About showers as well, so they were well aware of that. And,
I mean, out of showers, but
yeah, now
let's see, what are we up to here?
Over manage and
actually now maneuvering through the very, very middle.
Don't really like that Viper orb from Zeta. It's not far enough down B long.
But I'm seeing right now DRX continue to press forward over at B.
Yeah, but T1's ready for this, like you said, because of Saya's position. They have now stacked on to B. DRX
I guess it gives them very short-range fights, actually. And they can layer the snakebite directly on top of it. They all just leave. Okay, this is going to be a very boring round. Alright, so what's cracking on this round then? So, yeah, this is a bit weird, actually. They're running both controllers in showers. Are they going to snakebite early? No, they're not. Huh. Pretty odd setup from Zeta and Ban in showers.
Was sent out, but they were all hiding behind the corner. We may have a little bit of pressure built up over here at B. And there's going to be a push out. It looks like it's going to be...
the rare Mako whiff.
Oh my God, what
the very rare Mako complete whiff.
It looked like that certainly should not have gone that way initially.
Oh, well, Munchkin is stunned out, but Saya's there to cover.
Saya's going crazy.
Everywhere. Just the paint shows just to buy time. He actually gets quite a bit of a tag on to Stacks.
Right, Zeta going through.
What is Bimtone? Is Bimtone a 7TV emote? That's really good. I hate how good that is. That's a really good emote. Fuck, why is that so good?
Through elbow now.
Oh, and I love the elbow play. Right? Instead of just trying to flood sight, you just say, well, we have the numbers advantage if we keep them surrounded.
That really shouldn't go that hard, but it does.
So this is going to be a plant inside the tube. Stacks is going to try to pull out.
What do you think about... What is that? What do you think about Molly? I use chat in dark mode, and I couldn't actually tell what it was. I feel like on light mode, I might be able to see it a bit better, but I don't think that's that good of an emote. I think the actual image, when it's larger, I want it framed on my wall. But as an emote in dark mode, I can't really see what the fuck it is. So pray feet. Oh no. No, that is horrible. That's horrible. Also, why is that in Sean's channel?
If Zen wasn't
Why does Sean have the most deranged emotes? What is bussers? Dude, Sean's emo collection is so fucked. He has Pepe Step, bro. What's going on with Sean? Come on, man. Come on. What else has he got in here? That yoink emote is pretty good, actually. I kind of like that. What else? Handshake. Look at this one. Handshake. Through the fucking fly. I mean, there's so much that's wrong here. There's so much. There's 5 pages of this. There's 5 pages of this. Hyper salami. Yeah, of course. That's a salami. Yep. Why has Sean got the horniest emotes of all time? It's worse than mine. Wait, is the one called Wankch? Wait, where's the Wankch? Where's that? Oh my god, in the bottom right. It's just unbelievable. Who is letting Sean get away with this? Who is letting Sean get away with this? What's going on here then? Page 3. Josh Wilkinson. He told me, I came in for work one day and Sean said, "You should be really happy. I added 2 of your emotes. I added Josh and Wilkinson." And I was like, wow, thank you, Sean. Yeah, you must really have a very, like, elite collection of emotes on your channel. Like, stuff that, what, it's quite an exclusive club, is it, to get in there? No, apparently you make any horny shit and it's in. I don't think there's any horny stuff on this, though. Oh, no. You guys couldn't see it, but there it is. Stuck ass. It's a duck ass emote, but it's stuck in a washer. What else have we got here? Peepo egg. Wide peepo egg. All right. Reasonable. Blindfold. What's going on here? Honestly, they've got less horny the deeper we've gotten. Are they arranged in like these are the most recent? Or are these no, these have got to be the oldest, right? There's no way he's added phase and phase up recently. Those must be the oldest emotes. So I think these are the newest. Which means the most recent one that was added was buses. Along with some of these other fucking disgraceful horny ones like Pepe Step Bro. Who's letting Sean get away with this? I'm disappointed. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. And horny, but mostly disappointed. It's a weird collection of emotions. Alright, stick around from Saya.
I'm curious to see if
Alpha Crash, thank you for the gifted to Kakuka.
last time that DRX really shut
No,
down
no
T1
prey
in the
feet.
first half
You're
on
not
the
allowed
attack
prey
was by
feet.
constantly pressuring B long. They just constantly threw the 0 point out and then pushed in and said, okay, well, we're coming in, and they just broke open the site. One of the ways you could try to combat that is to push out a hookah and try to get the
So Stax didn't even pop that flash in showers.
This time around, DRX really going to take their time.
They 0 point up B long. It's kind of weird. I haven't seen them play with their Harbor and Viper on the same site. I don't think that's what they were doing before. No. They were having their Sky play B with the Viper, which is much more standard. So they've moved Ban over to B for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Oh, and his gun's not able to be drawn in time as he threw the paint. This time around, DRX really going to take their time.
Oh yeah, he just jiggles and thinks Buzz is the only one there. Got baited.
Oh, that's just excellent bait by Buzz. Entirely planned out by DRX to
And now
Stacks
Stax can take orb, right, and get Seekers? Or did he already do that? Oh no, he does that, yeah.
Kind of bait Saya into staying a bit longer than he should have.
Ban's made the correct rotate. They should be able to exec here. Wow, Munchkin just decides to pop flash fight that.
By the Seekers. Oh,
Good trade from RB. Alright. Good round from DRX. Saya has a pop-off round, and then Saya gets punished and they lose the round.
the Viper to kind of close off the areas, and then you have the Gecko in the sky. The reason it works so well on attack is not just because you can cut up the map, but really because you have Gecko plus Sky. So many of your skills and abilities are on a cooldown that refreshes. So that way, you can continue to just kind of inch forward.
Every time you stream, people who don't know about the mods incident watch. Yeah, I should never have tried to recreate the mods emote. It is, and probably will always be, one of my greatest regrets.
I mean, there's all these other considerations. What if we have to go for a sudden retake?
So I'd imagine RB is either going to ult for the exec in a sec, or try and reactively use it to stop a showstopper push. But that's normally going to happen when you get into the site anyway, so I think RB should just be sending this on their exec whenever they decide to go for it. I mean, DRX are so exec heavy on their other maps, and then it comes to this map on the attack side, and they're actually playing a default first. Like, they're defaulting for like 30 seconds before they decide to group up. Wait, they've got the fucking read here, though. How have T1 got the read so well? Let's go back to the beginning. Flash for flash exchange towards Fountain, except Stax does not pop the flash again. Zeta's using his silly wall, by the way. This is Zeta's silly wall. Welcome, if you haven't seen this one before. I don't know why he uses this. Sometimes he hides here, but it also means that he doesn't have this. It's really weird. It's like they're playing a Harbor Viper comp that really excels at keeping this smoked at all times, and then they have this one instead. I guess it sets up this angle fairly well, which somebody had talked about previously, but I don't like it. I feel like you can get in front of it when the wall cycle is down, get somebody there, and then it's very bad at keeping people out over towards long. It does make this a bit of a viable hiding spot, but again, you get in front of it, and the Viper's got no way of getting into that spot, so I don't really get it. Seems weird to me. But anyway, how did they get the read? How did they get this read? They flash Fountain, and they don't hear anything.
So DRX just saying, all right, I mean, the sky's there. Usually that's where Saya's been playing. Now, T1, one of the other weaknesses of this...
And they just immediately double rotate. I don't know why T1 feel this confident about gambling just off the back of one Fountain flash not seeing anything, but...
Have that push out
I mean, that does give you a lot of info.
earlier. So DRX just saying, all right, I mean, the sky's there. Usually that's...
Yeah, very confident in their Sky util read, though. There's still a minute left.
Composition is they don't have a great way of pushing out of showers, right? Unless you commit the Sky, Harbor, and the Rays onto A and kind of give up B long. There's not a great way. They're just putting up cascades just to buy time, and Carpe's watching that from behind.
Oh no. Okay, so Munchkin does go back over to B and make sure that the read is correct, which I think is sensible. You want to keep 2B in this kind of situation.
For that weakness, they now have Zeta.
Alright, but now he hasn't seen anything, and now there's commitment coming in on A, so I think now is a very good time for... I would actually rather Munchkin stay on B and Saya player be the one to rotate. But Saya's going to stay. Oh, I guess if Munchkin rotates, actually. If Munchkin rotates like this, then they're playing 4 and they're playing 1. And usually I would like the 1 player to be playing in like this kind of spot. You got a good drop if the players go out of Fuka through the TP. But Saya player's got his Showstopper. I was going to say you should rotate Saya to A because the Showstopper is mad useful to defend the A site hit. But I think what they're banking on is they're going to force them through the TP and Saya player is going to get like 3 with the fucking ult. It would be crazy if it happens. I don't think it's the percentage play. I think the percentage play is for Saya to be rotating, but be sick if it works. Nah, it's not going to work. They're just going to get the plant down.
They do have Saya coming here from the bottom.
Let me cycle this back and look at what RB does. So, RB uses his knife at the start of the round towards showers. Spots the gecko. 40 seconds later, he uses it into lamps as part of the exec.
They now have Zeta over here in A heaven.
Are they going to try to just shove right into A? Buzzkit. They do have Saya coming here from the bottom. Remember that show.
Oh my god. Zest getting caught completely there.
Look at the flank coming in from Stacks. He's actually rotated out of showers. He stitched it to regroup with his teammates. Saya's not going to be ready for. Oh my god! Take that back. He is so ready for this.
What is that flick from Saya?
Saya is just on.
Dude, some games Saya goes crazy.
They spot Buzz, bans there for the cover, and they have sight of RB.
Players would.
Ridiculous.
With the showstopper, break up the site.
Ridiculous.
Wow.
He's on a heater. He's on a heater.
Okay, so using one of the blast packs.
All games actually, even when T1 lose, Saya still frags. Yeah, but Saya frags. Saya frags every game. Like if you look at the scoreboard, because Saya is super greedy and always wants to fight all the time. But that doesn't mean he's always doing the right thing or always like winning them rounds. But when he's on his form like this and when he's just winning every fight and then he wants to take every fight and then he wins even more, yeah, he looks ridiculous. But I think there's a very big difference between how Saya normally plays in a game like this.
Maka was waiting on the lurk and just catches. Saya player completely unaware as he's recovered a weapon now.
All right,
Harpy's already here.
So they stopped going from the Reckoning.
Gets the first. There's a second around the corner,
and he's seen the third as well.
The T1 players are, oh my god, they're all on.
The individual mechanics on T1 is insane.
Yeah, they're going crazy right now.
I mean, we knew all these players were good throughout their own careers, you know, whether in Valorant or elsewhere, whether in Korea or elsewhere. But
Saya, Munchkin with a nice one tap, Carpe with 3.
I mean, it's really something to admire here.
If you give them straight up aim duels, they are crazy.
I love the way this is a team that really to make. All right, he doesn't get it by the guiding light. Now, looking at the positioning from T1 though, they could be very ready to just push into showers if they need to create space. No, they hear the noise early. They're just going to back up, just trying to hold on to backside. Oh, there was a bit of a mishap, it looked like, with the blast packs there. So DRX going to... They're just going to back up, just trying to hold...
They knife lamps.
Hold on to backside.
And they see one person. So then they decide to ult lamps.
Oh, there was a bit of a mishap, it looked like, with the...
I don't think that's the worst play in the world. They just don't quite realize that RB's knife can pick up people that are nowhere near lamps. I see what they're going for, though. Better to use a more specific knife in that situation, though, if that's your idea.
The whole area completely smoked out, and Viper's Pit's only going to complicate that further. RB still lurking. Oh, shot down there from Carpe. Good spray. They're trying to get us around, and then ban. Viper's Pit's only going to complicate that further. RB still lurking. Oh, shot down there from Carpe. Good spray. They're trying.
Wow. 2 players inside the pit just get spammed down, and then Zest gets rolled by Ban with a shorty. God damn.
Unless they're saying that T1 had the middle of 2022 when Valorant and VCT was riddled with post-plant lineups. T1 says, well, as long as someone is on the flank, they cannot get comfy all the way out of the site, right? Brimstone and Viper can't just hide in their little corners with their little lineups. They'll always have to kind of just fight us and try to win these duels in the site. And they're creating that pressure. Curious to see, was this talked about during the timeout? DRX, do they have an adjustment for it? And do they have better flank management even if they're able to get onto the site?
Got a push down here from B. We're gonna let the Gecko farm out the orb.
Oh, Saya getting caught by the 0 points, unfortunate, because here's the thing, they made noise on the orb, and then no one got hit by the guiding lights, so this
He's gonna go for it.
Oh my gosh,
He's
yeah,
just gonna go.
They're sending out guiding lights to continue for this, and a bit aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like it though, even though it doesn't pay off.
Whoa, I don't know about the Trailblazer right there, Munchkin.
Oh, it's a jiggle peeking dog right now.
Well, you know what?
I'm gonna have to rewind this because I was just fiddling with my notes. Okay.
And then no one got hit by the guiding lights, so this
He's gonna go for it.
Oh my gosh,
He's just gonna go.
They're sending out guiding lights to continue for this, and
Yeah, that's where Saya gets over aggressive in those kind of spots.
I kind of like it though, even though it
But he
doesn't
is
pay off.
hot hand at the
I don't know
moment.
about the Trailblazer right there, Munchkin.
Oh, it's a jiggle peeking dog right now.
Well, you know what? He actually uses it in the best way possible just to buy time. I was afraid that he might get caught unawares.
Well, they're gonna keep Munchkin.
What is Munchkin going for here? All right, they're going to Dizzy and flash through.
There was a possibility that Munchkin tries to push out of that high tide, but now Dizzy unable to be recovered. And this is why this comp, it does get a bit weaker on the defensive side.
They're gonna see this is basically a naked site. T1 gonna try to go for a retake here.
Let's just spam through a smoke, I think.
Eventually wrap back around here with the rest of DRX to meet up with this, but this is gonna be a very impossible round here for T1 if they try to actually come here and recover it.
Yeah, they do have a lot of cred, so maybe they go for it. You could even potentially go for the Thrash, although I don't know. There's still 5 members on DRX. I don't think the value will be very good. So it looks like just more cascades just to cover the angles. Trying to get an early pick. T1 knows that if they can't get an early pick, if they can't dwindle the numbers, this isn't looking very good.
Yeah, and Buzz gets the drop.
Okay.
Operator. Well, all right. So T1, they try to get that kind of preemptive read off of DRX's timeout. I almost said vacation off of that timeout with the aggressive operator. It doesn't pay off, and they're not going to buy back another operator. They're just
Dog's very early there from Munchkin.
Now we do have a Viper's Pit ready here, if need be, for T1. So they may let them build up as close as possible over here to B.
T1's going to go for some short control.
Set that off.
Just walking Saya player forwards.
And the best that they can do from here is try to get that orb.
This is just based off B Long being pressured on the other side.
Yeah, but look at Saya's position, right? They know that the logical play here is to rotate over to A.
All right, Mako and Zest are going to have to contain this.
Get the preemptive picks here just to dwindle the numbers. Now they're happy with that.
Oh, that's a lovely blast pack.
Yeah, a good infiltration in there, and then a great escape back out.
So a nice little info play from Siren Band that really works out.
They have the Thrash. They have Munchkin rotating over for the 4v4. T1 is playing this very methodically.
Yeah, T1 are playing a good game.
Don't have many other options. Just gotta send the Seekers.
Like a pretty default game. A good game.
They're gonna try to force their way in here. Oh my God! Big shutdown.
Buzz's engages though on Rays on both sites are shit. His double blast packs into B don't draw any, like, he blast packs into places where people are pre-aiming. And then there, he's just kind of floating through the air so slowly.
Down here, Saya's just so on top with the gunplay.
His entering on this map has been very rough.
Making it look easy. I mean, I thought it was going to be more of a trade than
Buzz
that.
got told he was going to play Duelist like 2 days before they sub Zest back in. Yeah.
Was called. Seekers were called here from Stacks. T1 immediately answers with Carpe's Thrash, and that forced DRX to really have to rush off.
It's not necessarily his fault.
Wait until locations were found and all utility could be dumped. They had to just fly in, and Buzz, he's trying to get above so he can get way into
it's kind of
space. Saya just knocks him right
it's
out
kind of sad that the top Brazilian tier 2 team has noted girlfriend beater NTK on the roster.
defenders on
Makes
base
it
by a little bit. Munchkin's gonna
makes
bring
it very
his team
rough to
position.
root for them.
Can at least get the orb.
Yeah, Munchkin's always kind of taking this high risk to just stand out in the open for as long as possible to try to get an early pick, just to hold them off while he is 0-pointed, right? While he cannot use his abilities. And then once backup arrives, he kind of leaves space.
Yeah.
Now, Saya taking over Luka.
NTK got charged for it in like 2015 or something. I think he just... I don't exactly know. All the articles are like translated, but the Brazilian community talks about it fairly often.
They trade out. It's going to be up to elbow and door here.
But yeah, the articles out there and like the pictures and stuff, so fucked.
It's very hard to try to get control here.
Yeah, there's no one to go for the flank either. T1, they're just going to have to win duel for duel.
Certainly a while ago, but
Van does get the kill on the buzz.
Yeah, the
Fracture
Mosh
in their position. They're going to be able to break in now.
They know one's in the tube. Zest stays alive for now. And it's all down to Mako.
Just Mako left here. He gets one. He does not get the second, unfortunately so.
that's the kind of stuff that leaves a stain.
All right, Stack still ready here on the side. Van does get the kill on the buzz.
Take a look at this retake again. So this is a 4v4 situation.
Yeah, there's no one to go for the flank either. T1, they're just...
Where I feel like Mako is just way too far away. It feels like a very DRX post plant in the sense of like all people are in complementary positions, but they're so far away from each other that if one of them loses a duel, it starts a chain reaction where everything falls to pieces.
Gonna have to win duel for duel.
All right, Stack still ready here on...
I mean, Buzz dying isn't terrible, but it also means that Zest now has two people in front of him and two people behind him and no one else to play with apart from like he can turn around to help Stacks, but he doesn't have anyone to help him with Ban and Carpe.
On the side. Van does get the kill on the buzz.
Yeah, the
Fracture in their
And
position.
then, yeah, Stacks dies and Zest isn't fast enough. Like, Zest looks extremely uncomfortable on Brim. Not necessarily the agent, but just the positions he's playing on Bind, he looks lost.
Break in now.
They know one's in the tube. Zest stays alive for now. And it's all down to Mako.
He looked the same in their A post plant as well.
He does not get the second, unfortunately so. And with a few more seconds remaining, T1 will get that defused. They're going to go up 6-4.
Oh my gosh, you know what I just realized? Is that they would have wanted Ban to get that defuse for his ultimate, but because the wingman was already activated, you just had to let him sit.
You're going to knife the wingman.
Oh my god.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I was like, wait, why does
The other...
is Ban just joking? And then I was...
Here's another thing too. When I talk about like it looks like a very DRX post plant, here's one of the other reasons why it looks very DRX. I mean, not only do you have somebody in Narnia while the other three are playing like a triangle kind of setup, which is that to me feels very DRX, but also they're so static. I mean, DRX are not... One of the things that I enjoyed the most about watching Cloud9 play in this season of VCT was that they were extremely dynamic in post-plant situations. They didn't just take up preset positions around the map and then try to hold crossfires for each other. They were active in terms of like, first we're going to push this way and then clear this out, and then we're going to go back over here and we're going to fight the spawn players. Or like, it's not necessarily that they always pushed something in the post plant, but they always like moved around to take different fights at different timings. And that's a bit more difficult to do, I think, compared to just picking spots and playing static post plants. But it's so much more difficult for the retakers to deal with. And DRX never do that. Never have any dynamic post plants.
There's no one to go for the flank either. T1, they're just going to have to...
Wait, whoa. What's going on here? Oh, it's not just NTK. Wait, what happened with Pac? Pac was found to have sexually harassed somebody who I believe was underage. Do you have a source for that, Alpha Crash? Like, I see multiple people talking about it in the chat, so it's not that I think you're just making it up, but like, you know, that's pretty heavy. This is a twit longer about it? Oh, this was in 2021 as well. This was fairly recent. Yeah. Hard to tell nuance just from this one twit longer, but that sounds pretty bad. I mean, he definitely sounds very apologetic about it. Like, he's not saying, fuck you, didn't do it. But it also sounds like it was deliberate from his point of view. Very tough, though, when I'm just reading Google translated shit. Probably shouldn't be trying to read between the lines particularly, but yeah, that doesn't look great. Oh, this is an article about it as well. Ah. Oh, he got suspended from Sharks in 2021 for it. 4 to 6 month suspension period. Huh. Ah, yeah, he was, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, that further reinforces my point. That Union, not a team to root for particularly. Which is unfortunate, because I'd like to be rooting for the top team coming out of like Brazilian Ascension, but yeah. Yeah, that was Union. Hello. Ooh. Oh.
You're welcome.
I hope that was chocolate.
No,
Look what Figgy did.
Just clean the litter box stuff in your
Yeah, that was delicious. Is that raspberry flavor?
Raspberry and coconut.
Raspberry and coconut.
I didn't get the coconut, which is why I like them.
It has some of the texture of desiccated coconut.
Which is weird because I hate the texture.
Oh.
I like the flavor of coconut. I hate the texture of desiccated coconut.
Well,
Also,
I like both.
desiccated is not a good word for food.
Desiccated. Doesn't desiccated mean like cut and dried?
Dehydrated sounds much better. Desiccated makes it sound like embalmed.
Like a corpse? Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
That's it. That's all.
Thank you.
Just wanted to show the chocolate.
May I have a few?
Yes.
Was it a one-time only kind of thing?
I ate the rest of the box.
You ate all the rest of the chocolates? You didn't. Okay. No, I don't necessarily want it immediately.
How many do you need? Open wide.
All right, 2 more? 1 more? But also not in my mouth right now. Put them down on that plate, please. No, thank you. No, thank you. Thank you. I would like them for later. 1 more on the plate. On the plate, not in my mouth. I don't immediately want all food in the world in my mouth.
Who are you? You know I've met you before.
Stop reminding Beth about the uppies stuff, chat. I got away with it. I got some chocolates without having to say uppies. That's a win in my book. All right.
To win duel for duel. All right, It's all down to use deep. It's hilarious. The wingman's on the spike. The only way he's letting go is if he dies.
Saya ready now with another showstopper. By the way, Saya has been so on point in these fights, especially on this map. It's been wild.
I mean, 11 and 6, no assists. He is just out there getting kills on his own, making it happen. I mean, of course, with the support of his teammates, but he's not letting anyone kind of escape, right? His crosshairs.
Now, DRX did not engage with the B side whatsoever.
Okay.
So
Sorry, let me just go back. Right, what are we looking at here?
I mean, 11 and 6, no assists.
They are really grouping Zeta and Ban together a lot for some reason.
I mean, of course, with the support of his teammates, but he's not
Now,
letting
why is
anyone
that?
kind of escape, right? His crosshairs.
Now, DRX
It's quite
did not
strange.
engage with the B side whatsoever.
Normally, you would want to spread your controllers out from one side to another.
Peeks out.
I do also find it so curious.
Are you going to go from working Tokyo into LCQ into champs? Yep.
Not a lot of Pacific teams really.
Yep. I have like 1 week break. And then I think my work schedule goes 3 weeks on, 1 week off, 3 weeks on, 1 week off, 4 weeks on, 1 week off, 1 week on, 1 week off, 4 weeks on, 4 months off.
This works.
Which is just bizarre.
Well, you can see Saya sees some out there. Carpe gets a great drop on a Mako.
And now that they've had this early kill traded out, they can hold on to showers. So A-Site feels
So it's like 4 months till Pokemon.
T1. Now it's
Yeah, I
just
think
about
champs.
Munchkin
I think it'll probably be
solo,
like beginning of September, right?
kill here.
Oh, man, Munchkin gets at least one here and really doesn't take
Which is
much
only
damage,
3 months.
escaping out through the window, Buzz on the
That's
hunt.
not 4.
Can't find him.
Oh, no,
Sounds like my old oil rig job schedule. Yeah, I mean, my family used to work on the oil rigs as well, and they were like 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off.
Firing on all cylinders here.
Oh, no, the
Which I would love. I would love a 2 on 2 off.
Unreal. Unreal, man.
I mean, T1's looking so...
Yeah, champs is like the 6th till the 27th of August or something. At least that's what it says on VLR.
Exactly when to push out and then
their defensive half, rather, is by...
Sorry, I didn't pay attention to this round again. I just didn't pay any attention. Okay, so Mako gets a lurk kill onto Zeta.
DRX says, you know what, there is a reason this works.
Saya pushes, they don't want to feed him.
Well, you can see Saya sees some out there. Carpe gets a great
Mako
drop.
dies. Mako got a kill, and yet RB and Stacks didn't come and actually fill that space. So Mako dies trying to hold on to it.
Traded out, they can hold on to showers. So
And now it's just back into a normal 4v4, where DRX don't really control any great map control.
Oh, man, Munchkin gets at least one here and really doesn't take much damage, escaping out through the window. Buzz on the hunt. Can't
Stacks dies.
Oh, no, and
Saya player being super aggressive but getting away with it. Yeah. Pretty... DRX don't know how to play this map. They just don't know how to play this map.
Okay, if we push and pull on this side of the map, what does it mean for the other side? If we get this kill, can we secure showers? Things like that. The way they are moving after each initial contact has been so clean.
All right. Oh, here we go. Showstopper set up, and I mean, he
still gets him.
He gets him, but the real story here
Yo,
is
Carpe's going crazy.
cleaning up.
Yeah, Carpe's still alive. He's just hiding in that
Good reckoning as well.
Mako, he's caught in the reckoning. He does get stunned. Oh, there's one corner. Carpe, he survives.
It's just Zest left over here.
Tragic for Zest, to be honest.
Up 8-4.
Yeah, the Zest ult, not the greatest.
We've got T1 now on the attacking side. DRX ready to defend.
What has DRX been banning? Oh, they didn't get a ban in that game, did they? What did they ban here? They banned Lotus. Have they been permabanning Lotus? Yeah, they've only played it once. They played it against Paper X and got destroyed. Huh. Incredible. So, they permaban Lotus, and they're also bad at bind with both iterations of the team. That doesn't bode well. That does not bode well.
like they're just going to eat it. Send the Cascade, send the Guiding Light. Now, this has always kind of been the go-to for T1. However, the difference this time is they're simultaneously...
Wait till you see that game.
Showers. They're not
yeah.
Util. All right, they get spotted, so they back out.
Oh, we barely
For some reason, I thought I had seen that game, but I can't have done it. Must have been in the grand final, right? If they've only played it once and it was a BO5.
There's a lot of different duels that could be about to occur.
I think T1's trying to just bank on them making noise on B, and I don't know how I feel about that. Perhaps they're also just making way for a potential teleport rotate from Munchkin. They already hold showers. It's a safe teleporter to
Arby's just got his 0 point back online, and they find 2 in showers. That's big info.
Saya gets pinged. I mean, this is getting uncomfortable right now for T1.
Yeah, Munchkin tries to just...
I like the idea, actually, of Munchkin walking in there, because when 2 get caught in showers, I feel like a lot of teams are going to be rotating one of these B players over to A, and like trying to play a 2-3 defense, which gives Munchkin potentially a timing to walk in. I don't think that's a bad idea.
They love just cutting sound and trying to just get a surprise pick onto their opponents, and DRX not going to fall for that trap.
Alright, and now Stax is just re-clearing B long with his face. And that's allowed Zest to rotate over.
Is that going to take out the wingman? It does.
I really thought that Saya player was going to get the jump on him there.
Oh, it's like Ban and Carpe. Double team over there. RP and Mako now out of the picture. The spike is still down. There's not a ton of time here. They need to start to act pretty quickly.
They're going to be able to recover wingman.
They're both just scrubbing on the ground. Oh, brother. Look at this play. What is going on here, man? Zest is trying to swing off Stax's flash, and it's just bungled. Look at this. Flash coming through. Zest is trying to play anti-flash. The flash gets stuck on the truck. So Zest swings back around. His 180 is so imprecise. He ends up aiming like at the box, pre-aiming default. He just gets destroyed.
Oh, Ban's good for one as well.
What a tragically bad play. Right. Yeah, take a time out, DRX. Figure out what's going on.
I mean, it's going to be very, very tough.
Yeah, and if it ends that one-sided, Tasteless, honestly, T1 might just have the momentum going into map 5. And I mean, DRX, the map 5 has always eluded them. You know, they've won cleaner series here in Korea, but internationally, it's always been that map 5 that they could just not close out.
Okay, well, they're just going to spring the attack right over in here.
Is here in Korea, but internationally, it's always been that map 5 that they could just not close out.
So I've been thinking about this recently, chat. The more that I've been seeing Gecko being played, are any of you guys Gecko mains that can teach me something? So you see the way that Carpe throws this. So they're doing something a little different, which is comboing the Guiding Light with the Dizzy, which is a cool idea. People tend to turn away from the Guiding Light, so you get the Dizzy off for free. But if you're just throwing a Dizzy, if that's the flash that you're throwing, if you're not comboing it with another flash, if you throw it at the very edge of a smoke like this, it takes a moment to prime, yeah? So it doesn't, like, it takes a moment while it's in the air to, like, the little goblin or whatever that's inside, the little Dizzy thing, has to go like, and then it shoots globules at people. So if you throw it from further back, like the further back that Carpe throws this from, it's going to prime before it gets into their LOS. And then it's the whole time, like, as soon as any... Let's say Buzz, for example. Whenever Buzz could shoot it, the earliest Buzz could possibly shoot it, it would still splooge on him, right? So shouldn't geckos be throwing their Dizzies from further back rather than pop flashing them through smokes and stuff? But because it moves in the air, you want to be close to the smoke so it moves farther away and get into the cubby. Yes, but because it moves in the air, you want to be close to the smoke so it moves farther away to get into the cubby. Oh, what you mean is you want to be close by so that it actually has the momentum to go deep onto the site. Yeah, I understand that. I'm not necessarily asking in this specific instance. I mean just in general. Do you want to be firing it like a little early so that it's primed as it enters LOS. I think that's correct, but also none of you play Gecko, so I don't know why I'm even asking you. I was hoping there'd be some nerdy fucking Gecko men in the chat.
Right over in here. It's a trade out. Buzz getting a double and a triple and a quadruple.
Oh my god, and he gets away from the mosh as well.
Just holding against that mosh. He just says, well, I'll go down when I go down, but I take all the kills I can get. Okay, well, a ridiculous kill from Zeta.
Well, that was quite the...
But you also want the Dizzy to be in the air for longer while primed, and you have Skyflash already popped. Yeah. In this instance, where the Skyflash is comboed with it, it doesn't make any difference. But, like, for example, I was watching Foot, where Krax plays it on Haven. And, I mean, they do play it with the Breach as well, but they don't always play it comboed with Breach flashes. They actually use it for information more than... They use it for info on, like, where the site anchors are playing more than anything, I think. And Krax tends to throw it from further back. I believe my theory was so that it's primed by the time it gets into people's LOS, so that it, even if you break it, it still splooges you.
Around Buzz, a force of nature back there.
Do you think they need Foxy9, or is Buzz good enough for the duelist role? But Buzz is a fantastic duelist. But he also hasn't been playing it recently. So some of the things that he's doing, like his entrying on Bind, is very unpracticed and doesn't look good. But he's talented enough to play duelist for sure.
Maybe someone can take it out right above the high tide, something like that.
The real issue with running this version of the roster is that Zest just is not as good at fragging as Foxy9 is, and hasn't really been playing with the team, and looks bad on Brimstone. Although he's looking really good on Sova.
Their B-site setups have generally been good. It's up to T1 to figure out.
And I think having Zest in makes the team play more formulaic as well.
On the A side, force them to get uncomfortable here with the setups on B.
Right, it is a very even split over here. They've got a double push up into showers. And you can see there's going to be a bit of a counter push up here from Buzz. You try and see if anybody's coming into hookah. No signs yet. And the Viper wall is completely sealed off the A side from attacker side.
And the setup here was so good. They had RBs.
I've seen a lot of Vipers going for that play, and I don't think I've seen any of them actually make it work yet. Where you sneak up the opposite side of your Viper wall. Like, people put the Viper wall down in a straight line like this. So normally you're going to scale up the left-hand side of it, but there's like a tiny gap where you can scale up the right-hand side without anything poking out. But I've seen a few people try it. I haven't really seen the play work.
Spotting for the box, and Mako's just ready to spray it down.
But also the observers don't tend to be watching the Viper very often, so maybe I've just missed one of those plays.
A side from attacker side.
The setup here was so good. They had RB spotting for the box.
So they push him with Reckoning. Side player goes over to bench. That's just pure spam, I think, from Carpe. It looked like he was full blind.
See, Zest just taking Ban out.
Nice idea from Zest there, getting in front of the high tide.
Oh, and one by one, it seems like DRX is just going to clean
And Munchkin goes for a very aggressive play there.
Have that thrash. I mean, best ability you could hope for when you're down alone. No, unfortunately, it isn't a 1v1. He's trying to get distance.
There's no way he clutches this with Thrash, right?
He's trying to buy as much time. He does.
Wait, he got 2 of them.
Oh, he actually detains 2.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so he just tries to spray and get them off the defuse. He's trying to check
He
if
thought
they're
they were on
sticking to it.
Nice try, actually.
And Carpe
as well here from
Yeah, DSG are playing right now.
Saya gets an early pick with the Marshall. We very well could see a quick and explosive showstopper onto the site.
Saya here with a nade.
I'm just gonna. Well, I was gonna say I'm just gonna skip this through, and then Saya gets the opening kill, so I guess I can't anymore.
DRX Stax is also only 1 point away. Mako 2 points. Oh my gosh!
My God, huge moment there. Almost no scopes a second there, but Cess gets the better half.
Yeah, Cess is so scratched up. Still a possibility here, and DRX is just trying to push out as soon as they hear the orb. They know that that's
I like the
only
retake
thing that
idea.
T1 is focused on this round.
Expensive though. Oh my god, Carpe kills them both.
Carpe, what? What?
The T1 players are on such a heater in this match.
World, and not even a collide. He just goes for 2 kills, 2 shots, 2 kills.
I can't believe it.
I mean, this is reminiscent of that round on Ascent where he just says the silver line or even. Oh, I mean, you know. Oh, now T1 waiting for an aggressive push out from DRX.
I think usually this would be much closer between T1 and DRX. T1 might still win because DRX look really poor on bind, but I think T1, like Sire and Carpe in particular, have been on fire this map.
But now that they don't really have any info,
I think usually if they cool down just a little bit, then this would be a closer game.
But that's just not what DRX does, and T1's trying to use this against them.
Still, like I said, I think T1 have definitely serious chances of winning any bind matchup against DRX. It's a cool comp, the Gecko comp.
What? Zeta just creeps in, crouches right below, and gets the kill.
There's a little mini game happening between the two Vipers over there at shore.
T1 just seems to be stronger at making things work for them at times.
Oh no!
Oh, Saya beefed his movement.
Strike takes him out, but A site somewhat cleared. Now Zeta, he hasn't cleared the entirety of the site. RB stranded right now in the back of site. They tag him. They know he's there.
Will you and Bren cast day 1?
He gets one, but Zeta gets.
Will you and Bren cast day 1? No idea. Don't have my schedule yet. Thanks for the 15 months, though, Louis. Are you asking because you're going to be there?
It's him back. It's not impossible here for DRX, but Zeta could try to intercept them right as they come around the hall.
Yeah, the toxic screen being used by Zeta. He's holding close. He gotta expect this. The boombot comes out.
I just don't think there's any need for Zeta to be playing in this position. I think this is much more likely to lose the round than win the round.
They know he's out here.
Well, he got away with it.
Munchkin just confirming that nobody's up by window.
Oh, and they. Okay, so initially T1 thought maybe they come from heaven.
Oh my god, Zest with the reaction.
Yeah, that's a really bad angle for Munchkin to play. Look at this angle again that Munchkin's on, right? Look how close he is to the corner compared to where Zest can peek from. Like, he's like 3 times closer to the corner than Zest is. Zest's always going to see him first if he slow walks onto that position. If he's just running, then Munchkin's off angle is going to work. But if he's playing slowly, he's just going to see him so much earlier.
Buzz with 8 HP. There's not a ton of time left on this clock.
Oh my god, the spike is so good, and now it's just Buzz with 8 health.
The reactions. All right, Buzz with 8 HP. There's not a ton of time left on this clock.
Oh my god, the ping on the spike is so good, and now it's just Buzz with 8 health.
Oh my god!
Okay, Zeta goes nuts.
Corner. Like, the fact that T1 is bringing that to map 5, yes, you know, was it possible? Absolutely, but at the same time, it's just has not happened in Korea, in Asia, that DRX was given this much of a fight in such an important match.
And DRX has fought back so well, but in this game, T1 seems to be getting in control. T1 continuing to adapt, not just in these games, but through all of BCT Pacific.
Yeah.
Nobody thought they'd get this far, and here they are,
yeah,
about to go 2-2 against the Kings of Korea.
Yeah, I think that Empire, I mean, I think the Empire itself is over, right? Even if DRX is able to eke out this win, it looks like challengers are everywhere right now. Oh no, the Dizzy, but Mako is still able to get the kill. He stays alive and holds on to Showers.
Wow. Wait, so where does that Dizzy go? Does he bounce that one off the ground? Oh, he throws it through the fucking roof.
It looks like challengers.
Huh. Wow, that's such a nasty Dizzy, actually. That goes through the roof in Showers. Huh. That's pretty sick. That is pretty sick.
Are everywhere right now.
Yeah, that's a great flash spot.
He stays alive and holds on to Showers.
RB
The one on Hookah into Market is better. Such a good early flash. What, for when you want to toss your Dizzy away at the beginning of the round and never use any utility ever again? That doesn't seem like it would be useful in a pro game.
If anybody could do it, it would be Buzz. This spike is ticking. Zeta over here in U-Haul.
Oh, Zeta spots.
Oh, wait, you mean it? You just put it directly up in the air? Is that what you mean?
I'm not fighting you. We just need to play for time. T1, they're so crafty.
Ah, you just do it directly up. Right, right.
First, I mean, oh, this is just not fair to Buzz. We're going to map 5 in the lower bracket.
T1 out of
to be an amazing
All right.
team. Oh, this is fair.
Good play by T1. I mean, the individuals on T1 dominated that. Saya player had some ridiculous rounds, and then Carpe had some outrageous moments too. And Zeta. I mean, the three of them just turned up massively on bind. Oi, oi, oi. Okay, let's have a look at this game then. Final map, T1 DRX. Oh, yeah. I thought it was a stomp for some reason. I don't know why.
For them.
39. In for a good game. All right, so, yep, both teams just running meta comps. So we're just looking to see if they do anything different, to be honest. It's kind of easy when the teams just play meta comps. There's less to focus on, so should just be able to breeze through this VOD. When everyone plays the same kind of stuff, the different stuff stands out a lot.
Yeah, they got Buzz over there, but he can't get much done. Is DRX going to try to turn back around?
I mean, they are just caught in this fire right now, and they can't really find an exit either. I mean, this is just
there's a lot of frenzies.
Total bloodbath over here.
Feels very Americas.
Lower on health and DRX.
Nah, I haven't watched the grand final yet.
Actually, Saya gets tagged one more time. Now, DRX has all the time in the world, right? They can wait to see if T1 creeps up, which is exactly what they're going to do. They think they have the leisure to
they're going for a retake here.
So wrong as DRX waits for the push.
I feel like that's always the wrong play from T1, because if they're waiting for a B re-hit, you're running into them. And if they're A, you're not going to beat them to A anyway. So why do you even need the info? You're in a 2v2. Like, if they plant A, you're just going to be rotating A. It just means that you're going to be able to flank. So I don't really get that. I think in that situation, you're either spreading 1-1, or you're just grouping 2 up on B, waiting for the re-hit, and then playing 2v2 retake.
Oh, wait a minute. They're actually running to the other side. They let those footsteps become audible, and were they ever punished for it? Up.
Skip through this.
DRX cannot think about... All the rounds already started here for round 3. And T1, they try to push out aggressively to make sure that DRX cannot think about all the rounds. The lone T1
okay, let's watch this again.
You're in enemy territory.
Behind enemy lines.
You're gonna have to let yourself get blown up with the spike.
What the fuck is this wall that Ban has thrown? So that wall is designed for Saya player to get out. Is that the purpose of it? And then it's also, I guess, supposed to be a little difficult for the DRX players to get into sight, but they can plant without even taking any decay damage. I suppose it's still a somewhat decent retake wall. Yeah, I mean, it's still a fine retake wall, actually. It still lets you look in one specific direction. Yeah. It's actually not bad, this wall. Because you pop it at the beginning. Like, if you think about this as retake, you pop it at the beginning and use it to take, like, back halls information and make sure you control this part of the site. And then once you're at this spot, you're going to be able to peek. I mean, it's a little annoying having to push through your own wall in order to control this sightline, but I mean, once you get set up on this sightline, it's not bad. And then you're going to overlay it with a harbor wall anyway that goes like this, so I don't mind this. Interesting idea.
All the rounds already started here for round 3. And T1, I don't
really get Buzz just wide swinging that, but he deletes Saya, so okay.
Sure that DRX cannot think
DSG just lost the relegation tournament.
DRX answers right back.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, a great shot to start things off.
I mean, I
T1
hope that doesn't just push Disguised Toast out of Valorant. I think his addition has been great for the game.
They're going to move the wave forward here.
Yeah, they already have mid control as well. They're even checking Art and B Link. I mean, the map coverage is immaculate from DRX. Should they need, they could always try to rotate back. RB is just on a lone mission to get in as much space as possible to prep for a potential rotate.
And they also pushed fairly far into A with all this. Zeta does get the drop on Mako. Not the kind of player you want to lose here in a moment like this.
Uh-oh, yeah, this rotate not going to work out for DRX. They just have to leave RB to his own devices.
There's a little killjoy battle over there.
So the rotate back to B is a good call here from DRX.
I want to see this wall in action. I want to see T1 play the retake. Just back off. Carpe, don't fight this. I feel like Carpe always fights this. He still has 2 flashes. He wants to fight. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Okay, so it's always a little difficult, even when you have Cove, to stop the defenders from just spamming the Cove down and potentially getting a kill. You know, they've got a few places like Heaven, Spawn, potentially the spot that Carpe's on, where they can just spam the Cove. And here you see Stacks get inside the Cove and flash out off the spam, so that any player in front of the wall is pushed away. Now, that also wouldn't help, though, if they were spamming through the high tide.
Yeah,
so I don't know really how good that is, but it seemed good in the moment.
This is actually somewhat doable here for T1.
All right, 2v2. How does this wall work, then? They're not using it.
Down, but Carpe gets another. This is actually somewhat doable here for T1.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure, there are nanoswarms ready from RB, but he's very far. See if he's got those lineups. Yep, but the first one gets broken. Second one's coming in. They're ready for it.
What's Ban's fuel up to?
As well, you can't buy time with that. The snake bite gets to decay onto Stacks as well.
They're gonna just keep biding their time here. Ban gets one.
They just want to fight. They just don't want the wall up.
They've got to hold it.
Yeah, and Ban's just covering as a shield as well, and he picks up the last kill.
Nice.
Beautifully done.
They really shouldn't have won that.
Pretty heavy cost, right? They dropped 3 rifles. Meanwhile, DRX, they've been really liking this half armor meta, so
the T1 players are popping.
Ready to play on a stage this big. Will the pressure get to him? He could not.
Does Slideshow read chat? No. Very rarely. Very rarely. Why is Ban playing Harbor on Bind, but Zeta is playing it on Pearl? Because they only have one initiator on this map. Would be my guess. So Zeta's their normal, like, initiator player, but they want Carpe to play it because he's their flex and he's a bit more aggressive and more skilled, I would argue too, at the moment. Wouldn't have said that previously, but I think that now. So when they play double controller, they're going to move Zeta to like the proper flex role instead of the initiator role. Those are both kind of, you know, so-so. Oh, you mean literally swapped over? Oh, you're right, actually. Wait, what am I talking about? Zeta plays Viper on Bind, yeah. Right, because yeah, that is weird though. Their bind comp is, I think the reason for it, well, I don't know, really. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I don't even really have a good theory.
Look more relaxed. He could not look more natural.
Yeah, and I just want to point out at the end of the comms right there, T1 just calling out, make sure we watch out for Mako's lurks, right? So they're very well aware that DRX will...
Their bind comp is the weird one to me, because you would expect Zeta really to be playing Sky or something, and then Munchkin to be playing Viper. That's what most teams do. but they don't go in that direction. Munchkin ends up playing the Sky for them.
For that lurk, oftentimes it's been Mako, but of course with RB returning to that.
Where is the NA VOD review?
Okay, so they
who can
dip
tell?
into A and dip right back out. A triple stack over in mid here for T1. But is DRX going to avoid mid entirely? Trailblazer comes out to do a little bit of
I don't know why DRX didn't use Foxy though. I don't think that means that they were trolling.
Kind of funneled in here in attacker spawn. However, because of the side that the Trailblazer spots them in, T1 has a decent idea that the focus should be going to be. We already see that with the rotation.
Oh, what's up? I am Fuerte.
From Saya player, so he's going to continue inching forward.
All right, so Saya's going to
when asked, he said Tier 2 region Lamau. He said Lamau in real life. Yeah.
have a very good lurk here. This could absolutely interfere with the B-side plant if they can even.
I literally will only watch NA when Riot pays me. Exactly, Elgil. You gotta pay me to watch that shit, region.
And it's still just 3 over here. Zeta gets another Mako.
Reckoning being used just to try to.
Saya's gonna have a very good lurk here. This could absolutely interfere with the B-side plant if they can even get that off. It's gonna be a quad stack over here at B as well.
Reckoning being used just to try to break up the site. Carpe is in trouble. He's stunned up. He cannot escape.
Here's another thing that DRX don't do enough of. That it's just missing in their IGLing at the moment. Is having 2 waves when they push into a site. Like, if you watch top teams play right now, almost every team will have multiple waves of aggression when they hit a site. Like, for example, using this site exec as an example, right? You have this cascade, you go forwards. So they're gonna use dog, they're gonna use reckoning, they're gonna dash their jet in, that kind of thing. But you don't have to do all of those at the same time. Like, you dog first and you use the reckoning, and you see what the reaction is from the defenders. And the reaction is probably gonna be, we're gonna pop the nanoswarms, and then we're gonna use like Carpe's flash, and we're gonna try and get set back up on some angles. So then as the attackers, what most top teams do is they don't dash buzz in yet. They use the reckoning, they use the dog, and then they're like, okay, now the second wave is going to be we use Stax's flash and we dash buzz in, and then we fully commit. And that way you're like baiting out the nanoswarms and baiting out the flash from the defenders, and the flash that they use in order to get posted on angles gets countered by your flash afterwards and you taking control of the angles. And then they don't necessarily have an answer to that as much because they've already used their like big defensive tools. But DRX don't do that. Like, watch how DRX do it. They just literally, they're like, dog, reckoning, dash in, dash gets caught by the stun. They're all fucking on top of the nanoswarms and everything. They're not baiting out the defensive tools. They're just sending it. And they do this on almost all of their maps. I was saying they were very exec heavy earlier, which I think is true. I don't think it's as true on Bind. But they also just, when they exec, they just send it like it's 2021 all over again.
Zeta? 3 over here. Zeta gets another. Mako gets Zeta.
They're really coordinated, but they just don't do a good job of baiting out
But
defensive
now Munchkin's
utility.
the only one left.
RB, he made sure he was aware that his alarm bot and turret were taken out. He's waiting for that flank. Wins that
Seriously,
duel.
if you watch the other top teams, they do that shit all the time.
Trying to get him on the exit, and he does.
Oh, he saw RB.
And it causes so many problems for DRX. That and their static post plant. No dynamic post plants, no second wave execs. And then on top of that, they don't do as much mid-rounding as other teams, but I think they could get away with that if they just improved this more fundamental stuff. It's not true on Bind and Lotus because they don't have any execs prepared. That might be true, actually.
Excellent.
Isn't that the same problem? I'm not really sure what you're referring to as the same problem. I said quite a few things there, B-Small, so I don't really know which of the things that I said you think is the same. But I can explain any of them in more depth if you're more specific with the question.
Okay, everybody's blind.
Well, everybody's blind and smoked off, but everyone's just sticking to the fight. Do they know that Saya's here? They do, but he's still good for 2.
That is some Korean Jet versus Korean Jet action. That's what I like to see.
Spike is going right up into A as we see T1 scramble to try to get into position. Ban going to be the first to come in here.
Like, they've had the issue of baiting out utility since the onset of the game. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree. You mean like that's the same problem they've always had? Right. Yeah, I would agree with you. They've never really come up with an answer for it. That's been part of the stuff that's been always holding them back. Yeah.
Munchkin puts a great alarm, but they will be aware when RB comes for the flank. Absolutely doable from T1.
Stack still swinging here. Gets one.
Oh, now left to the 1v1s though. Munchkin, he's got to make his choices. He's got to draw them out one by one.
He gets the first. I don't think there's enough time.
The turret, he's just going to eat it.
Yeah.
Nice by RB. Alright, this should be a pretty clean round, but Saya player has Vandal and Knives. So he's hero bought a Vandal this round so that he can use Knives next round. That's cool. I like that. The Vandal's more useful. It seems weird to do this, but I really like it this way around. If you buy Vandal in this round, you buy down to 350 credits, right? So you have two options when you're in an eco situation like this and you're a Jet. You can either pop the Bladestorm this round, and then you have enough money to be able to use Vandal next round, or you can buy Vandal this round and then use your Bladestorm for next. And I think outside of some other situations of like, should I buy the AWP or not next round, where you're trying to work your economy, this Vandal's really good for ecos, because if you die, like a lot of the time one of your other teammates is going to be able to pick it up, whereas they can't do that with the Bladestorm. So use your Bladestorm on the full buy rounds and buy a Vandal on the eco round. It sounds backwards, but I think it makes more sense.
An incredible marathon of games, and the play is still at tip-top level. A push down through B-long.
Vandal is shit. Should have bought Phantom. True, actually. Actually, wrong. I'm coming around to the Vandal. I feel like I go back and forth on that kind of stuff a lot. It feels like the Phantom should be excellent in this meta with double controller, but I don't know. Some of these players are different with the Vandal. Reese, thank you for the gifted sub to Alex. Is that actually Alex?
They're going to flash and come in. Opportunities for shots to be sprayed in.
Yeah, DRX carefully checking every corner, even the pockets left open from the smokes. Nice spray against Zeta.
Yeah, Zeta eating a lot of shots back there. RB pushes through. Saya already gone.
Does he expect a second? Well, he kind of did, but Munchkin will get that kill.
Yep.
And this should be pretty easy to clean up from here, so we'll skip this forwards. Who am I actually? Oh, I was wondering if you were the Paper X coach.
That it can work against a team like DRX. Curious to see what their confidence levels might be going into the grand finals, no matter which team comes up.
Sorry to disappoint, I'm hard stuck Ascendant 3. That might be about the same rank as a lot of the coaches. Oh, you're the Paper X coach. Oh, I am Spartacus. Thanks, Rack City. Thanks for the 43 months.
Now, DRX, just early orb control, you love to see it. However, B-main's already been pushed out by T1. T1 has all the information. They just need to hold on to Secret in the back of the site here.
Yeah, they bought some time. The Viper's pit's going to come down.
Buzz is through.
Yeah, Buzz here with a lurk.
He's so deep.
Idea. Oh, they have no idea. Oh,
what? Munchkin got the fucking lockdown off, and then Ban killed him with the shorty.
He tried to break the lockdown first, and he gets caught.
Oh, this is going to be a weird round.
Now the pit.
Dude.
Pit's going to come down.
What's going on here?
Regardless.
Yeah,
but Buzz here with a lurk.
He's already through. They have no idea.
Oh, it's tragic. He actually doesn't see Ban at all. Like, there's just no way of him knowing that Ban is there. What happens on his screen is that people are just hidden perfectly behind that high tide. So unfortunate. I was like, why the fuck did he not kill Ban before killing the lockdown? But he just had no reason to think that Ban was so quickly gonna spring out from the Viper ult. Maybe he could have held for a moment to see whether Ban would push. But to be honest, I mean, he's 60 health, he probably dies anyway, even if he does hold for it.
Oh, this is gonna be a weird round.
They should make Viper's ass fatter so it sticks out Viper's pit. That would be a good gameplay decision.
He's just trying to keep them busy. Can I get the shots?
Elgil31, thank you for the 7 months. Yeah, I like it. I'm digging the mustache.
Stack still trying to swing. Gets one.
This is one of those horrendous rounds where whatever happens, happens, you know?
Sides here. We've got Buzz here. Ready with the Blade Storm if necessary. Saya going to be peering down B long here. Marshall in hand.
Yeah, the Trailblazer gets broken.
So they're also... DRX are also kind of just throwing Stax' utility around to take B long control here. It doesn't really look like they have a good game plan. Like, part of the reason why people combine this flash with the cascade is because if you cascade and you flash here and you flash in front of the cascade, it gives you very specific information. If you pop your flash here and the cascade is in front of the flash and it tags somebody, you know that there's someone here or here. You know, right? And those are the most common places that you're really worried about somebody being. So if you cascade and you flash there and it gets positive information, you can invest the dog and you can be really cautious about clearing this area out. And if you invest the cascade and the flash and it doesn't hear anything, you don't have to use the dog. You can just go on as usual. And instead, DRX are just sending the utility like us in Premiere. Like there's no thought behind it. It's just, let's just util dump and push people back. So, like when you flash around this corner at the beginning, yes, it pushes like an opera away, or, you know, if somebody's on this line aggressive, it's going to allow you to get onto the line instead. Or if someone's back there, potentially they're on an op, they fall back, you know, down from screens or something. But it doesn't tell you anything. It doesn't tell you where anyone is. They could be all the way back here. They could be in no way threatening. You can just bloom this orb, get behind, and be threatening them from many different positions. So it feels a little like sloppy, not thought through. And that dog, I mean, what is that dog from Stax? What is that?
Oh, and it does get it.
Don't know. Don't get it. Like, it just doesn't feel well thought out. They're using all their utility, but with none of the thought.
So good with the Marshall, it's wild.
He's just trying to keep them at bay. Just trying to tag them up. Checking all angles. They're buying so much time. Now backup has arrived. They even have the flank ready to go from Ban. T1, they are holding strong, and they have those 2 rifles they saved over. Zeta is in back of sight with a Phantom.
All right, another wall comes up here. T1 has sandbagged this so effectively.
And I love that Ban just has not moved. He hasn't triggered that alarm bot. DRX, I mean, they have to assume that some movement has happened on the other side of the map, but they're just not sure how much. So DRX, they kind of feel pressure that they need to go into B site.
Yeah, they might have to just try to make something happen here.
The Seekers, it's buying time. Oh, Saya not able to close out that last kill.
Yeah, Buzz gets the kill over there. Zeta, Carpe get 2. Mako returns the favor. Suddenly it's just...
And now they don't have the dog for the push, right? So now it's really labored. They could have gone back and tried to kill anybody that was flanking and tried to spread this round out a little bit, and instead they didn't. They just made all the noise in the world only on the B site for the whole round and allowed them to 5-stack over here. And now, I don't know who's going to win this round, but from beginning to end, it's been badly played by DRX. I do like that play by Mako, though. Good sniper by Ban as well. That makes it much more likely he grabs a tag and a kill. This is really well played by Mako.
Well, he's got to take the guess, right? Now, does he put up the snake bite?
Unfamiliarity with the map or the comp? Did DRX play Pearl often? Oh, dude. Mako's so fucking good. Okay, so I said beginning to end played badly by DRX. The very end of the round, like when it was a 1v1, immaculate by Mako.
Very tough call. Does appear to be a bit of a miscalculation, though.
Easily the best player on DRX? Yep. Mako's definitely the best, and then I think Buzz is like a half tier or a step behind, and then RB's been very solid for them. Stax is in a bit of a slump at the moment, both with his individual like utility usage and overall game, and then massively his calling is just in a tumble. And then you have like weird people like Zest and Foxy9 who are rotating in and out of the roster and have exactly opposite strengths. Like Zest's pretty aware, pretty disciplined, but it doesn't really have the fragging, and sometimes like really lacks an ability to play more loose and flexible. And then Foxy9 has extraordinary mechanics, but is really quite unaware and makes quite a lot of small mistakes when he entries that can cost the team.
But at that point, he just wouldn't have had time, so Mako just takes the correct guess.
No, they didn't say why Foxy9 wasn't playing. It might be... Like, it's kind of impossible to tell what roster they're going to use at Tokyo, to be honest. They could pick from either. They could be intending to use one and just use the other.
This round already out of the control here of T1.
Yeah, I think Foxy9 has more potential. I agree with you. But he definitely needs to be tutored a bit in terms of becoming a top-tier player. He's rough around the edges.
T1's gonna go for a save. And it makes me think that previous round that we saw, it was Mako that called the bluff on a defuse earlier. I think it was on Ascent.
Yeah.
And so maybe that was
he played in the upper finals. It was only the lower finals and the grand final that Zest played.
And instead, he calls it and says, okay, no, you're actually holding it. Comes in there and gets the kill.
Yeah, I mean,
we don't know Justin Benz. The team didn't say.
Try to get the jump down. I mean, at that point, you'll have the angle advantage. And DRX is on the hunt. They have they are starting to get some of their rounds purely off of their duels as well. I mean, a lot of people are starting to recognize, we talked about it on the cast as well, DRX, the wins they were getting were because of their set plays, their execution, which was always what they were good at. But T1 was winning a lot of these rounds on pure mechanics. And now
yeah, I don't really want to watch DFM, Mima Motherland.
As we're halfway through map 5.
Buzz peering down B. Is Ban going to try to swing?
I think it's probably very frustrating coaching teams that are at the bottom like that, because it's not just small mistakes. There's a lot of like fundamental, massive problems. So it's difficult to focus on one issue at a time. Like, I think it would be a lot more fun to coach a good team and make them great than coach a bad team and try and make them good. What, sorry? You think that's obvious? I think a lot of people will get satisfaction out of taking a bunch of nobodies and making them competitive. Most people would like a trophy? Yeah, I suppose that's a good point. Yeah.
Set shot through the wall. He knows they're weak. He's gonna try to climb.
But some people are good at different things. Some people are like Owner, I think, is very good at taking a group of like, like a good team with potential and turning them into a contending team.
He is holding right on the edge of the wall.
What's right?
Be like me and take 4 pieces of mediocre bread, make them into trash.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of coaches that take bread and turn them into burnt toast. Yeah, there's a lot of those in the scene.
Recognizes that as well, and they chase him. So down with the long sight.
The thing about T1's play as well is that some of these aggro moves, you look like a genius.
MC take poo and turns it into a hot dog.
So far, it's been backfiring, unfortunately. So,
and a lot of that is, I mean, Saya was good for so many kills so far, and this map, he just can't.
Look how early they're using this dog every time.
Make it click.
You need that dog, Stax. You need that dog. Why are you wasting your dog in the first 15 seconds?
The cheeky early kill. Just back off and hold.
DRX gonna peruse down B long.
Oh, the crossfire was so good from T1, but they can't stay because of the Reckoning.
And takes
Mako gets caught on the B-Link lurk.
They're trying to make sure just at least one person's still not stunned.
Well, also, I mean, look at the way that T1 are stacking. They're playing 3-1-1 because DRX have just been sending it B every round. And on top of all of this, I've been molding about how DRX are, like, not playing this map very well. They're 8-2 up.
Trying to keep that alive. Actually, Saya gets the pick onto Buzz as well.
Stax fights back. Sada's gone. But it looks like they're going to abandon this position. Munchkin winning that fight over there from RB. DRX maybe a little bit too confident.
Check this out. Wait a second. If it ends in 208, isn't that something? Wait. 208. Isn't 208 something? I think that's a gotcha. No? I'm not getting baited? Okay, I can't remember, so I'll click on it. I've never been so depressed, I think, in my entire life. The mistakes that are happening on this team are things in which I'm 99% sure ranked players could do better, and it's actually pathetic that we are salaried professionals. I'm donating my last paycheck to charity since I don't deserve it. Holy fuck. Get this guy helicopter flown out of that team immediately before he fucking ruins his mental for the rest of his career. Like, this was just supposed to be a bit of fun, yay. Bro, this is just supposed to be a bit of fun before you join the VCT International Leagues for 2024. Like, don't boom yourself, bro. Don't boom yourself. Your team is a nightmare, and yeah, you look like you're trolling out there because your team's completely dysfunctional. The whole team. Yourself included, but the entire team system is dysfunctional. That doesn't mean that you're dog shit. You gotta maintain your confidence. Please. Jesus Christ. Oi, oi, oi. I mean, literally everybody I know had the take of like, even if DSG completely lose, it's not going to matter because they're a bit of a stream meme team and Ye's just playing with them for fun. So it's not going to tank his reputation. Meanwhile, a few months later, it's actually pathetic that we are salaried professionals. I'm donating my last paycheck to charity. I mean, holy shit. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm saving them for later. I'm not going to forget. I'm enjoying them and savoring them and saving them.
Yeah. I'm going to bed.
Okay. Love you.
Love.
Good night.
Good night.
Go on then. No, not in my mouth. If you want it, you have it.
I don't want it.
Oh, well then leave it there. I want to eat it later. Thank you. Love you. Oi, oi, oi. Yeah. Tragedy. That's an exceptionally rough tweet. I hope that that's just the post-match blues, and that's not how Ye feels a week from now or a month from now. And if he does, he needs to address the situation and try and work to get over it. You can't allow a fun run with a tier 2 team to affect your mentality when you were previously, like, easily the best player in the world. Well, yeah, I mean, not necessarily a fun run, but that's what it was supposed to be. All right, let me just jot down some notes for DRX. Pearl. To be honest, I'm not even really sure what's been going wrong with T1. Maybe I should be rewinding this and watching it from T1's perspective. I've just been too zoned in on DRX. Like, they've been full on stacking B and just getting pummeled. Fuck, I hate rewinding all the way back through VODs. But I fucked up. Alright. Okay, so DRX won pistol. Round 3. They're in a 2v2. This is the one that Ban won. Yep. Then round 4. They went and pressured. Round 4, they went and pressured over towards A. Then they went back into a B exec. Ah, this is the one that Mako... No, this isn't the one that Mako finessed. Oh, this is the one that much... Okay, so it was 2-2, and then they've won 6 rounds in a row, so that's not very good, is it? Oh, there was this crazy jet battle on the A site. Right, yeah. Yeah, okay. Then they're on an eco. Then they went A again. I forgot about this one, actually. Wait, so they've actually just gone A, B, A, B, A, B. I didn't even realize that. It felt like they were going B so much. Yeah, this is the one that Mako muscled through on like an anti-eco. So now we're back to a full buy versus full buy. Yeah, they're actually just going A on the full buy rest. This is crazy, actually. I was thinking so much about DRX going into B that I didn't even realize that on the rifle v rifle rounds, they've been trending A. So what are they doing on their A hits again?
At times, so Mako just takes the correct guess, jumps down, and now it's a 6-2 lead. But now an op. It's not a Marshall. Oh, and he's going to have so many targets to choose from.
Oh, Stacks gets the jump on him.
I mean, right, so okay, Stacks just kills 2 of them. Right, well, there's nothing really to analyze there, is there?
Perhaps in this best of 5 so far, but
do they go B again on this, like, half buy from T1? Yeah. So they're going A on every rifle round, and they're going B on every anti-eco round.
Oh, already Carpe getting the drop on a Buzz.
Oh, and Mako will be able to clear out one. Does that as well?
Kind of a we all back. You know, the thing about
so now there's a timeout, so they're probably going to shift it up.
Moves, you look like a genius if it works, but you look like a fool if it backfires.
Sure.
And so far, it's been backfiring, unfortunately so.
And a lot of that is, I mean, Saya was good for so many kills so far, and this map, he just cannot find his groove. He cannot make it click. So they just back off. He gets flashed initially, and T1 says, okay, well, you know what? We weren't.
That's a terrible comment.
Cheeky early kill.
You deserve to be banned.
DRX gonna peruse down B long.
Oh, the crossfire was so good from T1, but they can't stay because of the reckoning.
Ah, this is around where Mako got picked up in mid.
They're
Yeah.
trying to make sure just at least one person's still not stunned.
It looks like they're either side.
They've never been in.
They can't relax here. They know that right now, if anything backfires,
And it's technically ending A.
Flashes have been spotted,
and they get connected
down. And T1. I mean, if they push out and they get no contact on B, surely they will.
But they've literally just gone to the opposite site every map, every round. They haven't gone the same site 2 rounds in a row. They've gone A B A B A B A B A B.
Seemed like an opportune moment to get some kills.
With no attempt to go through mid at any point.
In and Munchkin is stuck.
So what are they doing here then?
Both of them at about half HP.
Bit of a fumble there.
So they don't get early picks over towards.
Like an opportune moment to get some kills.
They dash Buzz in instantly. He dies, vulnerable in a Nano Swarm.
Oh, the Nano Swarms along with the Snake Bite and the early spray brings down Buzz. They're trying to chase out Munchkin, but he's still holding strong in back sight.
If they can keep this up, Munchkin continuing to get these kills. We have a big push.
This should be over. Right? Yeah, Mako in a 1v4.
Pinch onto this Viper. Oh, they spot him as well. He's stunned up. He cannot defend himself, and it's going to be a 4-8 half for T1.
You know, it was an
Did you see the end of the DSG Mad Lions game or hear how it went? No, I didn't. That sounds like a funny as fuck game to co-stream though, to be honest.
I mean, as we've already seen today, William, we've seen recovery after recovery where this first half never seems to necessarily represent the ebb and flow of the second half.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, T1 is the one who regained momentum to pan forward.
The second half in the previous maps that led us up to this moment.
And T1, they're going to switch things up. They know that B is the usual go-to, but they just
DSG played for Brimstone lineups every round on Pearl. None of those words should go together. Yo, Gregors, thank you for the £4.
Hey Sideshow, I would appreciate if you could unban me, please. It's been more than a year since I've been banned and I think I learned my lesson. I would appreciate to be able to see chat again, sad face.
Unban requests, huh? Unban requests. Okay. You can submit a request. You can submit a request. I don't... Okay. You can submit a request. We'll take a look at why you got banned. And... Alright, well, first we need to know what your Twitch name is. What was their name? Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it was Greggy's, but I don't know exactly how it was pronounced. Yeah. You should be able to submit an unban request while being banned. That's kind of what the whole point of one of those is. I'd like to personally deal with this one, though, Ness. You guys do a great job. You all do a great job, my moderator team. But I'd like to deal with this miscreant personally. Did you ever go through them? I don't even know where to find my unban requests. I think you're too late and this one got denied ages ago. That's why they're donating. Where do I even find the unban requests? I don't even know how this works. Click on the sword in Twitch chat. Okay. Oh my god. Wait, I'm not sure I should have pulled that up. Twitch chat badges guide. Yeah, that wasn't any... I mean, that's not what I'm looking for. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh, the sword below the chat box, not the sword. Ah. View unban requests. Here they are. Wait, holy. Here they are. Wait, holy. Shush. Stop it. Wait, holy. Shush. Stop it. Wait. How do I... Shush. Stop it. Wait. How do I... Stop. Shush. Wait. Quiet, please. Shush.
Oh God!
Quiet, please. Please. No, stop. Quiet, please.
I can't submit a
Stop.
request since I've already requested once. I got banned from your stream after I had ed you on Discord telling you to stream, which was of course a silly thing to do. My Twitch name is Greggy. I misspelled it since I am a doofus.
Wait. I banned you for adding me on Discord and telling me to stream? Okay. There's no way. Did I really do that? That's so cruel of me. That's so cruel. Okay, so you can't submit another unban request because you've already had one rejected. That does kind of make sense. But, how do I find your original unban request? You can't? What? Can I not see unban requests that haven't, that have already been denied? Once they get denied, it just disappears. Just do user with their username? I don't know what their username is, though. This is now an investigation. This is an investigation into the ethical practices around my moderation. Personally, like my moderation, me. I don't think my mods have done this. I think I probably did this. Okay, let me have a look. Oh, it's... Well, it could be Greg. Oh, is it Gregsy? How do you know? Gregsy. No, it's not Gregsy. Okay. User... Greggy? Oh, I found it. I found it. Banned by Drew. Oh, banned by Drew in August of 2021. Denied by Drew again 5 months later. Only sent 10 messages. All right, let's have a look at this. What happened? What happened here then? How do I see this? Okay. How do I see this? God, where do I go to look at this? Okay, let's have a look at their message history, shall we? All right. So this is the person that just donated. All-time message history. Exclamation mark sense. Exclamation mark crosshair. All seems very reasonable. These are in 2019. Any path to pro coaches that just failed on every level. Don't know what that means. Chipsa shits on everyone in ranked games playing Doom. Why the fuck would you think it's a bad pickup to have him on the roster given that Doom turns meta? That's okay. We don't ban people for bad takes. That's fine. Oh, he was arguing with Seagull in my chat. He atted Seagull, who was in my chat, and said, but he is. Have you seen Chipsa Doomfist? His mechanics are unmatched. The way he circles around those puny DPS players who are playing an inferior Doomfist are nothing compared to the British power that is Philip Graham. And then he says Sinatra better start practicing now. But to be honest, that was before Sinatra sexually assaulted somebody. So, you know, actually very reasonable to bring him into the discussion because he was a relevant player at the time. Then he says dank notes. Exclamation mark live sync. Hello, hello. Watching Sideshow and realizing that he's actually not terrible at this game has been my biggest growing up moment. I think that was watching me playing Valorant. And then he said, yo, these shots, what the fuck? Yo, Josh, the most recent comment he ever had 5 days before he got banned was, hey, Josh, you look very handsome today. 5 days later, banned. Check Discord? Okay, it must have been for a Discord violation because this just doesn't make sense. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. All right, what did you do on Discord? What did you do? What did you do in here? What did you do in here? Okay, this is good. This is good. This is good. Chat, take a look at this. This is the reason that you got banned. Hey, at Sideshow, can you please start stream? I'm bored. Greggy, when do you think Sideshow wakes up? It's not at 7 a.m. This man comes on Sideshow's Discord, ats him at 7 a.m. in full view of all the mods. What are my mods? It's alright, Josh doesn't look at this anyway. By the way, guarantee I never looked at that. I guarantee that did not wake me up or bother me in any way because I don't check the Discord ever. Drew, Chad, I banned the account. This guy requests an unban 5 months later. Drew, Chad, no. 2 years later, he's trying to fucking... He's trying to get back into my good books. I mean, listen, I've got to give you an unban for this. I've got to give you an unban. I've got to give you an unban for this, surely. Surely. I mean, the offense, I feel like you've done your time. You've done your time. Unban Greggy. Sideshow removed the ban on Greggy. Let's see. Let's see. Check my message, don't read it out loud. Yeah, I don't actually understand your message. I just read it, Ness. I don't really understand what it means. But I'll try and figure it out. Oh. Wait, I've popped off. Ness, you're a goat. You are a goat. Now, for some reason, it still just says S ... But I did change it. And yours just says U ... I don't know. I don't understand. But I did what I could. I did what I could. Has Greggy posted anything in the chat yet? Did it work? Where's Greggy? Oh, he did. He said, hey, smiley face. Hey, smiley face. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, I've popped off. I've popped off. All right. I've got some other unban requests here, actually. Let me just vet them first and see whether they're appalling. Holy. Dude, people are fucked, man. Dude, I don't... I can't... I don't know if I can show this stuff. I feel like if I show this... Here's the problem, chat. I should never, ever, ever be in a position of administration or moderation because I think it's funny. I recognize that it's bad behavior, that it's behavior you don't want to incentivize, but I just can't help but laughing at, like, the more mean somebody is, specifically to me, the funnier I find it. And also, I mean, just something like this, man. Okay, so how can I show this without... let me have a look. Okay. I mean, do I just show this? I don't know. I don't know. Oh. I feel like doing unban requests is a bad piece of content. But... yeah, I mean, it is. It is just bad. Let me just describe it, okay? So, I'm looking through my unban requests, see one from a guy called, like, Hanzo, and I see the message first. So, the unban message says, I was wrong. It was my biggest mistake. I'm sorry. Could you give me another chance? Never gonna happen again. Ever again. I promise. With a love heart at the end. Wow. That's really tugging at my heartstrings. And then I look at the comment. They've only ever posted one thing in the chat. And it was an ASCII Among Us with an enormous cock labeled Barbar. Just a massive Among Us ASCII cock labeled Barbar. That's the only thing they've ever posted. With the unban request, I was wrong. It was my biggest mistake. I mean, that's like... I can't unban, though. I can't unban. I mean, I'm going to leave it to my moderation team. I accept that I'm flawed as a human, and I'm going to leave it to people better than me. I can't unban them for that. That was their first ever message, and they put a giant cock in the chat. I can't be incentivizing that behavior. I can't. Retrogrades removed the ban anyway. Retrogrades unbanned them. Oh, well, I did say I was going to leave it to the mod team. I suppose I have to stand by that. He's been freed. Okay, let's watch the rest of this map.
At least get that ult orb. Whoever gets it first, he can continue to
God.
on that side. Now, will they commit to this entry?
How are the VOD reviews going? Any team really impressed you? I know this is going to sound weird, but of all the teams that I've watched, Foot have impressed me the most compared to what I'd seen in the regular season. And like, I'd just been watching in the regular season. I hadn't been like seriously VOD reviewing. Foot are good. Foot are good. And it's more so than that. They're weird. They do different stuff to everybody else in the world, I think. But, I mean, certainly at the tier 1 level. They play unusual compositions. Not the most unusual, because that would be, I think, Paper X. But they play unusual compositions. And the way that they set things up, like, they even when they play normal comps, they play them, like, backwards. It's really odd. They don't copy other people's setups. They invent their own.
Pings coming out to potentially go through Art, but Munchkin has cleared the entire site. If he can stay alive, this is a free site here for T1.
And let's not forget how Munchkin has fared before.
I mean, something is also incredibly impressive.
This early on would be huge. A wide wrap around here, but RB going to come through and peek. He senses he's there.
Oh, but Munchkin gets the kill, and he gets out alive. They know one's in secret as well. The turret just to buy time, but Mako takes that out right away.
Yeah, Mako.
What's impressive?
Vision obfuscated.
The player known as something.
On the lurk, 2 mid as well.
Don't troll me.
Mako having a hard time getting things done. Buzz is picked off here by Ban.
Oh, Saya's a little too far out.
I think Saya's too late on this.
The defuse just yet. They have no idea where Saya is.
Right?
Is so low.
Oh, Saya with his
Mako's going to get half.
Oh,
Oh, he's going to get a stick now.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Well played by Mako again. Dude, the combination of Mako and diffusing inside of his orb is ridiculous. I feel like T1 should be forcing here. They're on the attack side. They got plant money. They got 4 kills. I think that's a force when you're 9-4 down. But apparently they disagree.
Well, it is just that ego. Of course, Marshall on Saya, always good for one, but at a macro level. But if DRS starts to really run away with the round scores, it's not going to matter. It's not going to.
Can Saya do something crazy here?
Oh!
Almost tries to get the tag there.
I think he's still a top 3 controller in my mind. Who, Mako? Yeah, definitely.
They've tucked Buzz right up into the corner.
I mean, is he not just the best? Who's better than him?
Carpe actually gets the lurk kill in mid.
Yeah, you can see Buzz close it on.
It depends really how you define controllers. Like, do you define less as a controller player? I don't really think I do.
Are they going to try to come around to the back of A? It looks like it.
Yeah, they knew that Mako got the kill early on in A main. Now the question is, does Mako peek out? If he throws a snake bite, he will get spotted.
Yeah. But I also think that it's really strange, but we're in a double controller meta, and yet I don't think the controller players are that great at the moment. I think it's more to do with the initiator players. I think the initiator players are in absurd form currently. Some of the Viper players are ridiculous currently too. Like Nats and Les, Sugetsu. But the initiators are just crazy currently. Som's been playing incredibly well, yeah. Boaster's Astra is fantastic. Yeah. Oh yeah, King is fabulous on Viper. Yeah. And yeah, Tui's utility is, and like precision on everything he does is amazing. I mean, Tui's is just the definitive harbor. Are you a dictator? Yes, this is not a democracy. This is a Joshigaki.
Can they do it? It does seem
overall macro T1, they've got to be.
So this map ended 13-9. So that means T1 get 5 rounds for DRX's 3. I guess that's not that weird.
Be able to calm things out. Now they have the reckoning. They're trying to
but it feels like a pretty big comeback.
Shut it down, and they will succeed initially.
Oh, Carpe starting to do Carpe things.
Very whiffy from Zest.
Momentum now, angled.
This should just be a cleaned up round. Are they going to drop back into these long post plants? This is quite a dull way for this game to end. If I was watching this series, I think this scoreline would have taken a lot of the excitement out of the match for me. Especially after T1 played so incredibly well on Bind on an individual level. And now they just are losing a lot of close rounds to Mako's clutches. Sick for DRX, but yeah, unfortunate from a spectator point of view. And it's Pearl, yeah, exactly. Pearl B. We bedge. We bedge.
Yeah, smart move. Things he put Intel. Well, you're going to see that now the Viper's pit set up over here.
Oh, but the early reckoning and RB's gone.
It's a good pick.
So now they can.
Yeah, smart move. Big.
Try to get us around on the.
How are they going to get into this?
Trying to go for these pop flashes. He's just trying to keep them at bay, but Munchkin gets the surround crossfire.
Yeah, they take back Hall's control, completely surround the pit, and now they come through from many, many different directions and overwhelm the players inside. Yeah, nicely done actually by T1. Really nicely done.
Allowing T1 tossing over the rifle, however,
a lot of aggression over towards B. They have lockdown. Presumably that's just going to be a very simple... Oh, actually it's an anti-eco, isn't it? Maybe they don't go for the lockdown. Nope, they're going to send it anyway. They get in on the site, get the plant.
Alright, the utility's all gone, right? Post plant. Only one snake bite remains here.
I don't think that flash was good. It went in between the high tide and the cascade.
They started. Oh,
RB just killed two.
So well, Zest is still sticking
He's gonna hold it, and they get it.
They got the thrifty. How? How are they not spraying down the people? Like, DRX have taken no damage here.
One. They just have to spray.
So Cove goes up. These people can't break the Cove, but why can't the people in A main break the Cove?
Started. Oh, RB with a double. Oh,
Zeta, I think, thinks he's killed the planter because he kills Buzz. Oh, killed the diffuser, sorry.
He's defending so well, Zest is still sticking
He's gonna hold it, and they
Yeah, they think they've killed the diffuser, I think, there.
get it.
Oh my gosh, and just the speed at which DRX does this with the Reckoning and forces all the early utility out of
I'm not even sure they broke the Cove.
You hear have to
I mean,
spray it down, shouting, just
yeah, yeah, they did.
right? Just block.
The Cove has disappeared.
Just block the shots.
But
I mean, such a
yeah, they
nobody
must have thought they
nobody
killed the
did anything
diffuser.
foolish. And here
It shows Spike diffuser killed though. No. No. Where would it show that?
we are, DRX, 2 wins away from closing this out. T1 fighting for their tournament lives.
Oh, you mean literally?
Side of T1, they just have to spray for the defuse.
They started. Oh, RB with a
speed at the main forces. They just couldn't. You hear DRX shouting, "Just shield me."
Does it really say Spike diffuser killed on the overlay for observers? I've never even noticed that before. But it definitely doesn't if you're playing.
DRX knows that B-Link is entirely given up to T1. So that means mid control pretty much given up, right?
I didn't even know it did that for observers. I'm sure I've noticed it before. It's just not a conscious thing that I recognize.
Push out a B main if they so choose. Wait until that last seeker turns a corner. So now they just.
But yeah, it doesn't do that for players.
It's like, okay, you took mid, but what are you gonna do after that?
That would be extremely powerful if the game told you that.
RB ready. Can he get any picks?
If Zen
and the high tide slows him down as well.
Second 7. Thank you for the 31 months.
Mako just here in bunker.
Oh, but yeah, but this has allowed the rest of the forces to enter the site. Mako's
yeah, the Yay tweet is extremely sad.
Oh, but his teammates were here to help. Carpe recovers it for T1.
Good scaling into backside.
Oh, it stacks. What? Gets that flick.
Some weird. There was a relation quite passionately there, and it looks like it's just going to be a fast A hit.
All right, Buzz backs up. Blades are drawn.
Yeah, but they hear the blade storm, so that should give them idea that that's a reaction off of the push on A. Oh, the sneak right through the cascade.
I hate that from Buzz. Sorry, from Zest, and it worked so well. I really think that that's like a disastrous idea, and he completely destroys Munchkin and Ban.
This advance has been shut down.
Wow.
But Saya player trying to keep T1 in the game. The blade storm comes out.
He gets 2. Just
Saya.
one left. RB here. He doesn't know where RB is. He's going to grab the spike.
Oh my god.
No,
I'm nowhere near as good at it as Bren is. I don't know how he does it. How does he do it? Oh. Oh. I don't know how he does the O. I don't know how he does it.
Saya on track for the ace. And he doesn't know, so he's trying to watch behind him. He has so many angles to cover. He goes for the peek and he gets the
just unbelievable.
Crazy round.
Pressure is just building on both sides. Do we have a timeout call yet? Or are we going to go into this?
Of getting eliminated in home soil for the second time ever. Trying to get to the grand finals.
All right, the birds high five past each other. We might have a lot more shots down here in the middle.
All right, and DRX are just going to back off. They realize no extra utility being used, but T1 uses this against them, right? They purposely back off, cut noise. T1 doing T1 things. They love to cut noise and creep forward. Now, the one curveball is that Buzz. That the noise has been cut, but because look at Zest. They have backup ready to go.
All right, he sees him. Do they commit? Buzz goes to the next line of defense.
The high tide comes out immediately, but Saya just pushes through, but he has no idea that Stax is close by, and Buzz takes out Saya.
All right, he sees
How does Buzz play this?
Do they commit? Buzz goes to the
So he goes to
line
backside.
of defense.
When the jet dashes in, he runs to front side. And Stacks runs forwards as well. Wow.
He has no idea that.
They literally get up inside Sire players. Like, I mean, they're hitting Sire player with the gooch shots, while Stacks runs forwards, hoping to be in front of the flashes so that he can kill people. That's a very aggressive, cool way of defending A.
Takes out Saya as well.
Man fights back though. It's a 2v2
I wonder why
already.
they do that. Maybe they've got a read just based on how Sire went into the site previously.
The site before they try to recover the spike. Spike is down. Oh, nobody tied by the guiding light.
All right, RB is going to go under and wrap around from the bottom.
I think he's going to be a little surprised to find Munchkin here.
Yeah, Munchkin is completely prepared for this.
Yeah, but is RB... Oh, he does suspect it, but Munchkin is lined up for the headshot.
Now they're both very low. Mako at full HP. A good spray from Mako could kill one or two easily.
Yeah, but because of that, Munchkin, he puts the nanoswarms down, and he's rotating all the way around just to force Mako to have to check so many more corners. The first nanoswarm goes out. I think he activated maybe both just to buy time. No, he activates the
Mako's just going to win this entire map for them, isn't he? The amount of clutches he's won in this map is outrageous.
Oh, no. Munchkin, it's now just mind games. Munchkin just calls the bluff. Munchkin is calling the bluff, and Mako does not
doesn't
have
quite win
time
it.
for the...
Yeah, nicely played.
This is what we used to show.
All right. Whoa. The final score here is 13-9. Brother, how does T1 lose this round?
Is that, oh, well, Stacks, he really clutches when you need to. Zest, he's so trustworthy with his set plays. And we're seeing the same things for T1. We really are seeing a potential change of guards within Korean Valorant and already within Pacific with Paper Rex finally taking down their arch nemesis DRX in the upper bracket finals.
Creeping up into A. We have a triple stack here for DRX. And Buzz already gets a drop on one.
Saya is a little stuck. Oh, he can't find the exit.
What? We have a triple stack here for DRX. And Buzz already gets a drop on one.
Saya is a little stuck. Oh, he can't.
Just get absolutely aim-dueled by Buzz and Zest, and I guess RB's helping as well. They don't have many players posted up, but the three that went to try and challenge just get rinsed.
What? What? Suddenly, T1 in shambles.
Why are they walking up with no util? Well, they control this area, right? They cascaded to here, so they control this whole area of A main. Yeah? So now their job is that they want to post on this angle and post on this angle to control these sight lines before they set up to go for an exec. That's what I would imagine they're going for anyway. So the idea is that they kind of want to walk together with, I would say, 3 people and just get posted. Like, Carpe is posted on this angle. In theory, he's favored, but Buzz just peeks out and instantly headshots him. His crosshair placement's fantastic, and he actually double faces with Zest as well. And then Sire player, instead of trying to trade, is holding the other angle over here. Like, it's not like T1 wants to take the fight here. They want to just control these positions. They want to make sure that they control this, and if you swing into them, you die. But the RX are swinging into them and winning.
Already gets a drop on one.
And Sire then gets kind of caught up in his own team's high tide, as well as Ban and Zeta run in to try and help them. And Ban's too late. By that point, they've both died to Buzz hitting some really nice Marshall shots.
Oh, he can't find the exit.
What?
It's all over.
Suddenly, T1 in shambles.
But yeah, I mean, often you'll see teams like wall like this, so they don't need to control any angles, but I don't think that's as good. Like, in theory, when you're playing an anti-eco like this, you know, your opponents are going to have stingers quite a lot of the time or something like that. So you want to try and take the long-range fights because you're theoretically at an advantage when you have a rifle. But if Buzz is hitting crazy shots with the Marshall, and Zest is also there with a Vandal, and there's a Sheriff there too, like, they're perfectly happy taking those long-range battles as well. It's not really supposed to be an exec, is my point.
But how is T1 going to handle this? They're going to continue to try to creep in on the site. Buzz is still ready.
I don't think it's a good idea for these two guys to be trying to push in this situation, but also, I mean, I think at this point they're trying to just defend the rifles too. If they just run over to B and try and get a plant down, they're going to be facing a 5v2 where they've just given rifle upgrades to everybody on the RX. So it's pretty unwinnable at this spot. Did you address the Owl Toronto agreement? No, I would like to read that through, actually. I might take a break, go and get a glass of water, and if someone's got the link for that, I'll read through it. I was talking to someone about it today, but they were rather telling me about it. I hadn't read it.
Quadruple stack, excuse me. Yeah, quadruple. And even on A, they're just trying to buy time.
Oh, Buzz here.
They've already got the crossfire. He's ready for it. He jumps in with the shorty. He opens up the first kill.
He gets another.
Oh, the flash
Nice.
is good.
Mako's snake bites, again, finding phenomenal value. They've decided to go for a 4-person push and caught T1 completely here. And Buzz's movement's lovely too.
It's just Munchkin with a decent amount of health. Ban recovers a little bit. Carpe down as
Bren
well.
got rolled. He had to get
DRX,
Bren casts.
very, good control of this
Unlucky.
match. The spike is stuck over here at B long.
Unlucky.
T1 has to fight back to try to recover it.
The only way they can recover this round and potentially this map is to win their duels, and they will not be able to get the first one. And Buzz will be able to close things.
Wow. Yeah. It wasn't that close of a map anyway, but T1 made a decent run of it in the second half. If they'd won the anti-eco like they would most of the time, then there's a chance that this ends up being quite a bit closer. But alas, 'twas not to be. 'Twas not to be. Okay, we're ready to watch Paper X against DRX. C Davey19, thank you for the Prime. Alright, I'm going to get... I know that you guys are probably Valorant fans and you're not that interested in this, but I do enjoy the business of esports quite a lot. So I do want to take a look at this. How about this? I'll go and get a glass of water. I'll run a commercial. When I come back, we'll talk through this and then we'll watch Paper X against DRX. Alright, bye. I'll be back in a sec. Oh. Failed to start commercial. Alright, fuck it. Well, I guess I won't run an ad. All right. Okay, I'm back. So, let's have a look at this then. It sounds quite interesting. Fuck off. All right. This is a flashbang of a website, isn't it? Overactive Media, who own the Toronto Defiant, announces agreement with the Overwatch League. All right. This is within the context of a lot of the like Western Overwatch League franchises pursuing litigation against the Overwatch League to try and have them reduce the amount of franchise fees that they owe and that kind of thing. Because they're saying that Overwatch League failed to deliver on their, like, promise is the wrong word, but like their, what's the word that you use? Like, the thing that the juicy worm on the end of the stick. Their proposal, their idea, their concept for Overwatch League. Anyway, Overactive Media has reached an agreement with the Overwatch League. Key highlights of the agreement include the signing of a sponsorship deal between the Toronto Defiant and the Overwatch League and the elimination of outstanding entry fees. Expectations is the word that I was looking for, not promises. Expectations. Key highlights of the agreement include the signing of a sponsorship deal between the Toronto Defiant and the Overwatch League. And the elimination of outstanding entry fees. Okay. So elimination of outstanding entry fees, there was a certain amount of... so the way that franchise fees work is that it's not like $10 million or $20 million or whatever it is paid up front. It's every year you owe X amount. And Overwatch League... Overwatch League didn't require teams to pay those during the years of the pandemic in order to help the teams out, and they were still owed a huge amount of money from those franchise fees. Jacob Wolf reported on it. It probably was a couple of years ago at this point, actually. Maybe only 1 year ago. It might have been 2022, but I think it was late 2021, where Activision Blizzard was still owed a large amount of money in franchise fees from Overwatch League and Call of Duty League. And also there was internal reporting that... Oh no, maybe this was Jacob Wolf as well. That one of the people that was in charge of Activision Blizzard esports stuff had internally had a conversation about just getting rid of the franchise payments entirely, like for all of the teams, and just being like, fuck it, you guys like are not on the hook for anything anymore. But they decided not to do that, probably because it was an extremely expensive idea. Although it would have helped the teams a lot, and arguably made them more likely to invest in the Overwatch League in things that actually help. Like, that's the whole reason that Riot has their franchise model, or not franchise, partnership model, set up the way that they do, is like, they don't want the teams to spend money on just being there. They want teams to spend the money on making content, doing fan activations, running events, like things that actually grow the league. So anyway, that's the context for elimination of outstanding entry fees. So there's still some money left for Toronto Defiant to pay. They don't have to pay it anymore. How much that is, hard to know, to be honest, because they won't have kept to the exact schedule that they had when they first signed, but probably quite a hefty chunk. This part, though, have no idea what this means, so let's read on. The agreement also provides for the parties to explore further changes to the Overwatch League business plan moving forward. That's the most vague sentence I've ever read in my life. The agreement also provides for the parties to explore further changes to the Overwatch League business plan moving forward. What the fuck does that mean? I mean, is that essentially... Anyway, our collaboration with the Overwatch League demonstrates our commitment to a league that offers the best experience for fans, teams, and players. We believe this development indicates promising progress for Overwatch and esports. Again, just the blandest corporate statement of all time. The value of this agreement, which includes early payment of league revenue share, the sponsorship agreement, and the elimination of entry fees, is valued at 10 million Canadian. Early payment of league revenue share. Okay. I don't really know how league revenue share works. I don't know whether they pay it on like a yearly basis, a 5-yearly basis, or what. So I don't really know what early payment would indicate there. But early payment, I would assume, means that Toronto Defiant were entitled to this anyway. But they've just made it sound like a bigger number because they've included that in there. The sponsorship agreement, which they haven't gone into any more detail about, what the fuck does a sponsorship agreement mean? Like, in what way is the Overwatch League going to sponsor Toronto Defiant? What value does Toronto Defiant bring to this? Anyway, and the elimination of entry fees, okay, is valued at 10 million. That doesn't mean that they still owed 10 million in entry fees, though. because this amount and this is going to be so nebulous because this is just whatever the fuck they agree on. That's the whole statement. That literally says nothing. That statement says nothing. Overwatch League teams get a reprieve and rest of their franchise fees. Oh. Overwatch League teams get a reprieve and rest of their franchise fees have been rescinded. Okay, let's have a look. Kevin Hitt's done some good reporting over the years. Outstanding entry fees are to be waived entirely. I mean, this implies for all teams. Provisions for the parties to further change the AL business plan are now in play as part of a larger agreement. Right, so they've actually made provisions to, like, Overwatch League are willing to bring them to the table to talk about changing the business plans. Okay, that's different compared to what Toronto Defiant said. The entire Overwatch League has had their remaining entry fees waived as well. Okay. Reporting from their time puts their fee at 35 million total, of which they must have had less than 10 million to pay. Overactive have to make these kind of disclosures because it's publicly traded. Yeah, so this is just the context that I was already talking about. Entry fees being reduced and postponed because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So after factoring in fees already paid, OWL teams still owe anywhere between 6 and 7.5 million. So they've forgiven debts of, like, let's say it's 6 million, but it's also for, fuck, how many teams are in the Overwatch League? 20 teams. So that's a lot of money. I mean, that is a lot of money. It is unclear if any money paid before will come back to the teams. I mean, that would be weird, but some sources have come forward saying that teams in the Call of Duty League may ask Activision Blizzard for the same deal as the Overwatch League counterparts. I mean, yeah, I would be. I mean, I hope the Call of Duty League was in touch with the Overwatch League about this decision, because otherwise OWL has just fisted the CDL. Right. They said, we are open to having similar evolutionary conversations with them on the Call of Duty League. Oh, but that's the chief commercial officer of Overactive Media. That's not Activision Blizzard saying that. Right. But also, none of this explains what the hell this is talking about. The signing of a sponsorship deal between the Toronto Defiant and the Overwatch League. What on earth does that mean? What even could that mean? Okay, Kevin Hitt's reporting just makes it sound like basically the important thing is the Overwatch League teams, essentially because of their litigation, I would imagine, and the fact that they were suing Overwatch League, they've got the franchise fees removed. Or at least the amounts that they still had left to pay. But what this implies that Overactive Media is bringing value to, or like Toronto Defiant is bringing value to the table as one part of this deal. It feels like a very one-sided deal. It's just Overwatch League giving value back because Overactive Media and the rest of the league are very pissed about it. A signing of a sponsorship deal between the Toronto Defiant and the Overwatch League. The Overwatch League, brought to you by the Toronto Defiant. Toronto Defiant, brought to you by the Overwatch League. What? In what way would I feel like I'm absolutely lost in the source here. Are they meaning sponsorship deal to mean something vastly different from what I'm thinking? Maybe it's just corpo speak of Overactive getting some recompense. Yeah, I guess. I mean, they already talk about eliminating the entry fees. And they also talk about early payment of league revenue share. But they specifically talk about the sponsorship agreement. I'm so lost. Don't know. The value is that overactive media won't lead the lawsuits anymore. Right, exactly. Like, this feels like a settlement, essentially. Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. But then, what the fuck is a sponsorship agreement? Is that just a way of paying them some hush money? Have they just had to throw some extra money in there at overactive media and then be like, well, we need to come up with a reason why we would pay you? And it's like, oh, because we're going to sponsor you. What? I don't understand. I'm very lost. What do you know about hush money payments? Nothing. I should be very clear. Absolutely nothing. But it just reads incredibly strangely. Could they mean something like the Valorant partnership system? If they were going to say that, though, why would they use this bizarre wording of a sponsorship deal? The way that sponsors normally work is that somebody has something they want to sell, somebody has eyeballs to get that product in front of, and you sponsor them to connect the eyeballs with the product. I can't tell possibly what relationship would exist here that would make that make any sense. No idea. Don't get it. But anyway, kind of cool that they waived the costs. That's the value of suing corporations, actually. Good work, Overactive Media. Alright. Jacob Wolf says he has an article coming out by the end of this week. Jacob will probably help shed some light upon it. I don't really know much about the LCS player walkout, to be honest with you, Andrea. I don't follow League. Maybe the sponsorship agreement is just an extension of revenue sharing. The Overwatch League needs to pay Defiant for Defiant to carry their branding. But that doesn't really make sense because technically Owl owns the Defiant trademark. I don't think Owl does own the Defiant trademark. I don't really know how it works. I don't know what's in the partnership agreement. Anyway, let's take a look at this opening ceremony, shall we? Let's get hype. Let's watch DRX Paper X. Pet peeve. I fucking hate it when countdowns... I mean, this countdown's sick, but I hate it when countdowns don't do everything on the beat. So, look. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3... What? They go from having it on the beat to having it on every other beat, and then they go back into having it on every beat. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blowing my brain. Galactic Guac, thank you for the 19 months. And Dogma, thanks for the 21 as well. This is max volume? Mar the Bard, thank you for the 8 months.
Come here to spout utter nonsense, it seems. It is what it is.
Yeah, I agree. I've noticed that. Make waves. I like that. That ties in with the Pacific theme. Okay. That was fairly cool. I mean, it's nowhere near as good as the, like, League of Legends, you know, anime intros. Or not even the anime intros. I was thinking about the, like, what do you call them? Like, just the Korean intros in general are usually extraordinary. Like the ones we had for Apex and Overwatch as well. That was quite generic and bland, but it was fairly hype. I like this. I like the Radianite boxes. Those are sick. Wait, they're moving? Oh, is this AR? I thought they were physical props. Oh, shit. Oh, it's like the spikes exploded, and then the players are in locked cages ready to battle. Poppy, thank you for the gifted. Thank you very much. They're in the gulag, yeah. Pretty cool. I feel like some of the pacing was off, but I love the idea. I love the idea of simulating the spike explosion as being the intro. Also, this voice sounds better than the one that they had in the past. Wait, is this actually the Jet VA? Yo, what's up, Poppy? Thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, that's sick. That's really cool. I like that. I think that's a very good way of doing this. I think that's sick, actually, yeah. I like the idea of having, like, an electronic voice read things out. Here's the thing. I really appreciate the way that Valorant is doing things in more of, like, a... They're trying to blend, like, the experience of... So, most people, when they look at esports, they try and take the traditional sports approach of, like, you know, you've gone to a fucking baseball game and the guy's reading stuff out and then people are coming around with a quiz and shooting t-shirts at you and stuff. I do really like that Valorant's esports events are trying to be a bit more like you're going to an EDM concert vibe instead of a baseball game vibe. You know what I mean? Like, it's a little more on the futuristic edge rather than the backwards edge. But I just think the details weren't quite there in the past. Like, the voice just sounded a bit weird, like it lacked hype and realism to the way that it said things. So I think this is a very good adaptation of the... Because I like the general idea and the general theme, but this is a better way of doing it. And it ties it into the game, like having one of the voice actors doing it is better than having one of us do it, for sure. I like it. I like it. I think it would be cool to have, I mean, in an ideal world, I think it would be cool to have the voice actor of the character they play the most. Like, for something, it would be Jet or Reyna or something. Maybe it wouldn't even have to be the thing they play the most. Maybe it'd be, like, their most iconic agent. You have them, like, do the voice acting. You know, them do the announcement. Like, I think that would be extremely cool. That's so much to coordinate. Yeah, it would be a lot more work, for sure. But it wouldn't be that much to coordinate if you were fine paying all of the voice actors that amount of money to do that work, which, you know, maybe they wouldn't be. But if cost wasn't an issue, then you would look at the people that were attending, and you would have somebody go through, one of the people involved in production will go through and just tag an agent, and then you take all the people that are defined by Sky and give them to the Sky voice actor, and then you take all the people that are defined by Jet and give them to the Jet voice actor, and then you take the voice files and separate them out.
The star-crossed fighters of Valorant, VRXs, the giants of PCT Pacific, PaperX, and now DRX.
That's a bit weird. They're still going through the player walkouts, and they did some stage hosting, but apart from the timing being mixed up, I like the way that worked.
That kind of expression of steel, but you gotta imagine it was a grueling day yesterday. How much have they recovered? Mako, of course, we heard from his mother earlier in the stadium.
I think they just messed up the timing, but I think that's probably just because it's the first time they've done this, like, big idea live. Yeah, you're right. It's probably more in sync on Korean. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe not, actually. Developing Tumor. Thank you for the Prime. Thank you very much.
The girl who's saying their voice, that's the Jet voice actor, Shannon. That is so cool.
You can start to hear once you really know, right? Yeah.
I'm just waiting for her to say that little bleep line.
Yeah, you little bleeps.
Yeah, this is a long walkout, though, definitely. Like, these walkouts are lasting forever. Like, I think it'd be better if they went twice as fast. Maybe 3 times as fast. Walk into Tokyo. Yeah, I've watched a few of the EMEA playoffs VODs already, but not all of them. I've got 4 games left, I think.
And what a just honorable moment for all of these players and coaches on stage.
Yeah, I mean, they've both gotten this far. One is going to be the champion of VCT Pacific. The other will walk.
I think if PaperX are able to play with something is just so good that they're going to do well at Tokyo. If they can't play with something, though, they're fucked, I think.
The calmest of the bunch. I mean, Buzz is trying to hype him up as well, but you can see a little bit of nerves in him as Zest just says, I'm here for, you know, the crowd. And Termi, of course, kind of the man that all Valorant fans in Korea have been rallying behind, you know, hoping that he really puts Korea on the
Did you talk about Benkai benching? I think the Benkai benching seems really daft. Going into Benkai being benched seems really stupid going into Tokyo if something can't play. Like, I don't know why Cigarettes is listed as their sub instead of Benkai being listed as their sub. Maybe there's a logistical reason why that's the case. But yeah, that does seem like just daft to do it that way around. But yeah. There's probably a good reason. I mean, maybe. Because he's a smokes player? Well, but they're not going to plug Cigarettes in on Reyna, chat. They're gonna swap the roles around anyway if something can't play. Like, then I'm not saying they should sub Benkai in on fucking Reyna and Jet. Steele's response to Ye's tweet. Oh god.
You've got nano.
What are my thoughts on the Ye tweet? Yeah, I think it's an awesome tweet to send right after a match and basically calling your teammates worse than ranked players. It's awesome. But, I mean,
they had the right idea in terms of
his name's Ye and he smiles, so it's all good. Everyone loves him.
You've got.
Yeah, it is a tragic tweet, but I think it reflects worse on him than it does on the team, to be honest. It doesn't come across as I'm whining about how bad my team is. It comes across as I'm fucking shocking as well. I think that's the more concerning part to me. I mean, he's not going to be playing with those guys again, so I don't know. I don't think it's a throwing your teammates under the bus type of tweet. Okay, let's watch this game. Let's fucking go at it. All right, this is probably going to be the only game that we watch tonight. Oh, I really thought I would be able to get through these games quicker. What, I've spent 5.5 hours watching 5 maps. I need to increase the pace, man. I need to increase the pace. I don't have another fucking 5 hours. Alright, come on. Come on. Right, let me get my... so this is... We're starting on Fracture. Okay, I remember Fracture. I know what I'm doing here. Okay, so if DRX do this, they start their exec from really far back in arcade. Oh, except they won't do it this time because they don't have wall. So this is their pistol round. So I imagine they'll contact up a little bit more. Not too much more. It's pretty similar. Oh, Devi gets both. Devi gets 3.
It's just Buzz left standing, a ghost in hand at 42 HP, with not much hope left. This thing's off.
That's disgusting.
He's just able. He's gonna one up. Through covered as well here, but he's got that phantom.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on here? How did this go so bad?
Gonna be able to win out the fight. RP. Want to make sure that everybody's in position and ready to strike here. Haunt will go out over the top.
Oh, he had wait, he had 2 shorties.
Gets the pinks here. Buzz able to get a
team squared off on this map. It was DRX taking the pistol, but this time around an attempted crunch. But Devi is able to maneuver himself and react really well to RB's swing on the back.
He had 2 shorties, and he reloaded the first one instead of picking up the second immediately. Huh? What the fuck, man?
Team squared off on this map.
In this place into an absolute positions, but PaperX sticking with the tried and true, the anticipated.
That's ridiculous.
W Gaming double duelist as we get another glimpse at Zest back in on the fade.
Yeah, and that's where they really did their damage, was on the attacker side. You know, for DRX,
that is ridiculous.
An attempted crunch. He's gun there to clear Devi. He's just able to lock it over to just one sheriff.
Okay, and then it looks like Devi loses a duel here to potentially lose the second round.
Haunt will go out over the top. Just get destroyed. Devi holding that phantom in hand. It's not going to be able to win out the fight. RP takes him down. Weapon now on the floor, but a good amount of damage is still dealt. RB at 4 HP, 24 from Mako.
Spike planted. That's huge. That's
Zest gets a rifle out of that.
Massive upgrade here.
Free drop in the smokes, pushes his way through the door. It's got a double escort here, but will be forced back. Something in the meantime will be able to finish the job there, taking down the enemy Neon. Fast lane comes up. Zest going to fall. That's going to be
By the way, they instantly path into their exact same static post plant positions, DRX, even though they're on a pistol round and they don't have, like, I don't know. They don't have rifles to be able to properly hold crossfires for each other, and they still path to their exact same post plants that they always play on A, instead of trying to do anything different. Like, this is the round to do something different. This is the round to, like, swarm around Zest and make sure that he's, like, able to go crazy with the rifle. Or this is the round to, like, group up and try and make some play happen because you've got bad weapons. Like, it's not the round to just play fucking normal post plants, man. DRX kill me with how regimented they are.
Pushes his way through the door. It's got a double escort here, but will be forced back.
Alright, so RB dies on sight. Zest loses the Phantom. Nobody with him. Mako's got a molly on the spike. Buzz swings through and gets the kill with the classic. He's going to win this, isn't he? Does that? That doesn't land. He wins it anyway. Alright. That's a sick way to begin a grand final. That is a fucking back-to-back rounds of crazy shit happening. Great way to begin a grand final. It's not horrible to play this post because of the Brim Molly, surely? They just always play the same post, Brent. And I think it is pretty horrible with when you only have pistols against the rifles, but... Thoughts on T1? I think T1 are a pretty solid team. I think they're a solid team that become a really dangerous team when their players are popping off, like Sire and Carpe.
Corner sheriff's in hand. There's a swing on the corner. corners. That's the first to fall. Something gets another.
Please don't give me another thrifty round.
That's going to be them breaking through. Remember, still alive, and now it's all on Divine.
They're a pretty dangerous upset team when their players are on, because they're good enough to be able to like play at a high tempo, make some good adjustments based on what their opponents are doing from a macro point of view. All right, here's the sand exec that they were doing constantly. So I think against DRX, with the way that DRX play Fracture, here's a few things that you want to be doing against them. You want to be fast flanking against them. Like, you want to be trying to play aggressive on the south side of the map, because if they do a fast B exec, you can get behind them like instantly. And if they do a fast halls exec, or not halls, but it's like the A split exec that they're doing right now, they do this so much of the time. Like, I swear, like 5 of these rounds are going to be this exact execute. And if you just push out like this, you're going to be behind them so quickly. You're going to be challenging Mako. You're going to be challenging stacks on the re-hit. Alternatively, if you're going to do a setup like this, where you're just playing retake A, you need to be killing RB. Because the post-plant position that he plays, RB plays here, and then Zest plays inside this smoke. If you isolate RB and you bait Zest into swinging out, and you get both of these kills, then I think you can actually win the post-plants, win the retakes against them. But otherwise, flanking is the play against this team. And over-rotating, because they, while they can occasionally run a fake on you, they don't really mid-round. Love that. Alright, so this time it was RB and Mako that committed, because Mako couldn't get out quickly enough. Ooh, Forsaken.
Tries to keep it protected. The door opened up. He tries to counter swing back. And while they will be detained, there is still
lovely jubbly, lovely jubbly.
Yeah, great push here from Divine.
Tries to keep over the defensive side. Just does put something Forsaken down quite low.
So Mako's not usually going to be planting, because usually Mako has this molly and plays back here in the post plants. But Mako is planting on this round because he's one away from his ult. So they're hoping, Mako's hoping that he's going to be able to plant and still path all the way out, so that he can play off-site with his molly and his ultimate. But you see the speed at which Paper Rex retakes. There's no chance Mako's leaving. Like, Mako is never going to leave this site to play post plants. So I think you will not see Mako planting in the future.
Not be mistaken, he is the guy when the lockdown comes down that he has to get in there and try to, at the very least, clear enough space that they can maybe follow up and take it down, or take it down himself.
Showstopper looking for the aggro push here out of A, but everyone's on the north side. Zipping across, and now they're going to look to just go ahead and cut their way straight in towards B. Melee Bolt out, not going to be finding the stun.
So this is the arcade exec that DRX do. This is the exec that we've seen before. They don't really look out for people on top of this generator. And also, again, it's such an all-in piece from this direction. I think it's a good idea on these kind of rounds to try and crunch a player that would be holding here. Like, sometimes Buzz is going to be holding in this spot just on his own, because they do it as a 4-1 exec. And if they don't do it as a 4-1 exec, it's fine, because you've still got a really good post-plant position, retake position, and you can go underneath to control arcade as well. Like, if I'm Paper Rex in this kind of position and I realize that we've lost this, I would want one of my players to be going around here, and then a couple of my players to be going underneath, while a couple of my players hold this. Ideally, I'd be sending one through here as well to make sure the DRX don't take spawn, but I don't think DRX are ever dynamic enough in post-plants to go and actually take spawn control. They're such a regimented team. They're just not going to make calls like that on you. But yeah, taking tunnel control here is going to be really important. Go and fight Buzz. Forsaken should be waiting for somebody else. That should be 2 people peeking there. So Buzz gets away with it. And now, because Buzz controls tunnel, DRX control arcade. So DRX have got some really good post-plant positions. And also, DRX have got fantastic ultimates to use here. They can orbital strike this lockdown, and then they can still have the breach ult to deny the retake.
Situated now over into arcade, but because he had to surrender sewer, that means that the lockdown comes in, and the orbital strike has to be committed from Mako to go ahead and clear it.
Great escape.
And look, they've just not got the positioning here. This retake's only coming from one direction. They have no pressure coming from arcade, no pressure coming really from this direction either. Like, it's all just coming from the same spot. This is going to be so easy for DRX.
cuts across something right up front. Covering fire.
Wait, maybe not. I spoke too early, chat.
Remembers now, left alive. Mako swinging back across the haunt, revealing both. Zest now
Actually, all good.
well, finds the eliminations. They're holding for the defuse, but Zest will be able to spray him off that spike. And it is going
Actually, all good. Actually, all good. Analysis correct. Actually, all good. But you see there that even when Paper Rex hit ridiculous shots, they couldn't frag themselves out of the bad situation that they got themselves into. If they play the macro game, they're better. And they frag like that, they're winning those every time.
It's huge as well to have that rolling thunder, even though Mind Freak did a really nice job recovering from getting hit by it. Still.
Okay, so this looks like they could go for the fake play. So they do this exec that comes from B here, DRX, and in the previous game they ran a fake on it where they decided to, like, they do the neon wall, they do the stun, they do the flash, like that kind of shit, and then they just book it through halls, and they have Buzz go late through dish. So this to me looks like they're gonna fake.
I mean, DRX here, this looks like the kind of
B and end day.
coordinated DRX that we are so used to so far.
Gonna be noted here.
Doesn't look like a fake anymore though.
Fakes just yesterday on this very side of the map. This time though, no fakes to be found. Relay bolt to try to further delay, and RP will be able to get rid of the little lightning fingers there from Forsaken.
Yeah, RB just goes crazy in. Alright, so again, I mean, I think Paper Rex are really missing a trick here. They've got such an aggressive composition. They're literally playing with a fucking neon and a raise, and they have 4 grouped up in spawn. They don't have anybody pushing here, anybody pushing here. This team is not making use of the comp that they have. This composition should be pushing out, right? Like, they had 3 players over here towards halls, and they just got hard pushed on B. The plant is going through. Why aren't they sending people this way so that they have like 2 coming from this direction and 3 coming from this direction at least? Even with DRX controlling the whole of arcade in that spot, at least your retake's coming from 2 angles. Now they're all coming from spawn.
He can try to interrupt this plan, but Zest, he's just on the outskirts of it. They don't manage to interrupt, so now the spike is down.
Unbelievable here. Great idea from Zest being aware of the situation. Oh, there's 2 down though.
They catch 2 players trying to get back into the site.
Rolling thunder now cutting across, something looking for a little bit more. Jane gonna get tagged low.
But they've committed perhaps a little too early on this. Or not too early, but a bit too all in. Post-plant positions are decent. Could be winnable. Oh, Buzz has lineups, and they didn't break them. Nice lineup from Buzz. Wait, where's that thrown from? Wow, it's just thrown from all the fucking way back here. These guys are nerds, man. These guys are nerds. It's quite cool, though. I'm going to make a note of that. Buzz has nerdy nanoswarm lineups for B from, I don't even know what you would call this, from tree. Did Mako use his molly as well? Where's Mako's molly lineup from? Oh, he just does it from here. He just bounces it off the wall, huh? Also nerdy. Yeah, I mean, Buzz has just won them this round, I think, with the Nanoswarm. When DRX have multiple post-plant lineups, they make sure they're all from different places. Well, not really that round, right? Both of those are from tree. If you push heavily towards tree, then you're going to disrupt both of those players. But Paper Rex didn't really realize what was happening. Okay, if I'm Alex, I'm asking my team to play much more aggressively so that your retakes are actually coming from good angles.
Kind of fast hit. Forsaken's trying to duel with RB here on the Neons, but they're just going to kind of sidestep each other.
A gentleman's agreement.
It's like, okay, we both can go fast. But
Previously, PaperX was running a lot of Forsaken and Devi on B, and then something Mindfreak and Jing on A. So it's a bit different. But that might just be because it's a thrifty. Is this the last game before Bedge? Yeah, this is the last match. I'll try to do the whole of the grand final before I go to bed. But I'll have to go fairly quickly. Oh my god, RB's movement is so good. Alright, I'm going to skip this one forwards. I don't think there's any chance of the retake occurring here. Alright, okay, so we've got a bit of a dish push. Unfortunately for PaperX, this is exactly where DRX are going, so this is going to be a bit of a mangle. It's a great stun lineup from Stax. Look where Stax is in order to throw this. Stax is like tucked in here at spawn.
Not going to do you any good there, Jing. Trapped in the corner, desperately trying to stave him off, but RB will not be denied, and he will not show mercy. Now looking to entry through, he's completely blinded up. RB comes up with a third kill.
If you try to hard anchor against DRX, you're going to lose.
And again, it just feels like DRX, they're pushing a pace that somehow
You need to play. You need to play fast retake or flank heavy against them, I think.
that attacking side, but for now, it seems like they're scrambling at every twist and turn.
And all the utility is landing. I mean, stuns here when where PaperX is doing really well on their defender side.
Don't do it, Devi.
What are the matches we reviewed today? DRX against T1.
Where he had to make bad decisions, and he had to either stay with the team.
It went all 5 maps, so it took a while.
He was, but also, you know, now you can kind of go back to
Okay.
RB being that main duelist here, and you know that he's
Oh, they've shot the molly. Wait, have they?
given quantity.
No, I thought they had. I misheard.
How he's going to react to things a bit better, a little bit more predictable.
Yeah. I mean, look, credit where it's due. Not only did something just very much help dismantle Foxy 9 the last time these teams squared off against one another, he's also shown more flexibility, because we've really only seen Ray's Jet from Foxy.
So they're going pressure towards B a little bit here. And now they're going to go back towards A halls.
Obviously, DRX exploiting, you know, any potential weakness they can find. But I think that something has been a very strong addition for them. Flash across, Fastlane, escorting them over towards the door.
Something just ran at them. That's a crazy play by something.
Ace is coming in, something trying to get on top of them, trying to catch them off guard, but he's not able to find
Oh my god, and Mako just jumped around the corner and rolled them. Holy shit. Dude, how does DRX lose this series when they start with this much confidence?
I mean, terrifying part on that. Would you like to come up here?
I can see Ken here from here. I mean,
Good lord.
He can come up here. He's a great guy. I like him.
So this is the round where Forsaken goes into tunnel, right? They were doing this quite a few times.
We've got a third
cool mustache.
Thank you. Appreciate that, kiddies. Thank you for the 7 months. And Eric, thank you for the 12 months as well.
Let's see what happens now. Rolling Thunder to clear out.
So they used Rolling Thunder to clear out Arcade, which to me implies that they haven't really seen this round before from PaperX. Because when that wall comes up, all the time Forsaken is pushing tunnel. So really it's not so much that there's going to be Arcade aggression. Like, I've never seen PaperX use this wall and then have 3 players pushing through it or something. You know, they just don't do that. Like, they're not even tucking Forsaken in this corner and trying to do something aggressive like that. This wall means Forsaken is going underneath.
Hello, Mr. Egg. How did you meet Beth? What's the lore?
How did I meet Beth? Beth was the bartender. She made cocktails at our local LA bar. Yeah, so they do try to double duel Forsaken, but they're just, I would say, if anything, a bit too fast on it. I think you want to slow the pace down here as DRX. Make sure that you can send people behind Forsaken as well as in front of Forsaken. They need to ensure that they control the tree angle as well first. Like, you want to push these people back and push these people back and isolate Forsaken underneath. That's the goal. And instead, they just kind of run and try and fight him.
Going to be able to find an opening kill. Buzz taken down. He is at 44, but will be able to get Mako.
Did she ever make you drink water? Yeah, she cut me off a number of times. If you can believe it, I used to drink more than I do now. Serious, thank you for the 3 months though.
Pick up their first round win here after a 5 consecutive streak from DRX.
Eggman rizzed up the bartender. Yep. Yeah, I got that riz. I got crazy riz.
Tic-tac-toe game with those things. Immediately that haunt is going to reveal that nobody's holding this angle. We've seen a lot of attention paid to A main from PRX early on in this. So DRX having to respect that, having to check that. Buzz has to piece out across. Nobody's holding that lock.
All right, so this is different.
Marco does have the counter once again with the orbital strike, so kind of playing that tic-tac-toe game with those things. Immediately that haunt is going to reveal that nobody's holding this angle. We've seen a lot of attention paid to A main from PRX.
Pretty aggressive off the rib over towards the top here. Buzz is just going to take the rope, and they're going to try and pressure A halls. Devi's holding a one and done, which seems like a really bad idea to me.
Anyway, so now they know that he's in this forward position and he's looking to hold the line. So going to be good for one though. Stack taken down. His mind freak gets himself.
Okay, the trade comes through sand instead. All right, I was wondering if Zest was going to swing that, but Buzz has got it. 3v3, and this looks more interesting for Paper X. Like, they have chances of coming from multiple directions here. Mako's dead, so less post-plant utility. Hey Tegu, how's it going? Thank you for the 19 months. Nice by Forsaken. Big snappy aim from Zest. Snappy, snappy. Whoa, he's just trying to run away from something. Oh my god, RB nearly died to that. I think they've won this just on time. Nice. Well done. I mean, you can see how scared of something they were there, though. I mean, legitimately, Zest and RB running away with piss in their pants because something was coming for them. They still won the round, but they refused to duel him.
Spike will defuse, the weapon will be lost, and that is going to be DRX now 8-3.
I mean, the utility staggering here.
It's well played by them. They did the correct play, but they definitely did not want to take a duel.
Doing everything he can. I love the way RB played that too, by the way. Ate some aftershock damage, threw up the fast lane to make it look like he was going back out of the bomb plant site, but instead he just hangs around, and it did catch something off guard a little.
All right, so now Paper X are playing more aggressively. They're doing north side crunches, but they're gonna try and get back to A in time here. So they're going to try and flood defend A. And so this is part of what I was talking about before when I was discussing Paper X. My theory is that Paper X are actually quite bad when things are chaotic. And I know that sounds counterintuitive, but Paper X like to cause chaos. They're not actually that great when they don't control the tempo and the timings. When you look at how Paper X play, they tend to cause some big kerfuffle with the way that they play, and then their opponents are scared to push them, and so there's a bit of a quiet time, and in that quiet time Paper X cook up some kind of different plan, and then they go and execute that plan, and it's like little waves, little cycles of this chaotic aggression. And if you just keep pushing them, it all falls to spaghetti. Paper X spaghettified in moments like these, because they just don't have a good understanding of what everybody's doing. They're not on the same page in these kind of moments. I think that's partly because they don't have a fixed IGL, and partly because they don't have too many like set protocols. Everything's improv. But the higher the tempo goes, the higher their opponent's tempo goes, the worse Paper X look.
He wants to see if he can get anything in the last few seconds that he has, and he will be able to come away with a singular kill, but has to pull back, and Buzz is on the hunt. Making his way now up towards rope. Divide, potentially reading it. Buzz, however, swing back out, and well, now will be noted. Now the angle can be watched as he pushes in. Oh, a bit whippy, but eventually gets him moments before he would have hit the floor.
Why is he VOD reviewing these no-names instead of a team people care about, like TSM? Truth, actually. Loud would theoretically be a bad matchup for Paper X. Do Loud tend to turn up the tempo a lot? Yeah, I think they probably do, right? Yeah, I think Loud would be a pretty bad matchup for Paper X. Fnatic tend to slow things down. So I think that would be pretty fine for Paper X to play into. Who else? You know, weirdly enough, Liquid speed things up quite a lot. But also Liquid sometimes have way more spaghetti than Paper X. So I'm not sure about that one. That would be a ridiculous match. Yeah, there aren't that many teams that play super quick though.
Cringe to call it that, but I will in this case because they have been a team that has had those weird halves.
And yeah, the new Loud plays a lot quicker than the old Loud.
Given Final that is a really good counter to the
from them. Getting that pistol round definitely could start pushing some doubt into their heads. Nate goes out.
Okay, so this is already a pretty devastating half for Paper X to begin with.
On the rotate, but now the call will come through. Yeah, everybody starting to make their way over towards A, but instead they're going to split down in towards Sewer.
Furia? Yeah, I mean, Furia does play pretty fast, but Furia are also not in Tokyo.
So. A lot of frenzies. A gun that they have a lot of success with, especially RB, has been absolutely nasty.
EG might do some crazy shit, but not without Demon 1.
Was just watching. Rope side of tower. RB turning insights over towards main. Does spot one. Wants to go for the kill, but the counter swing can be ready. Forsaken now starting to cut across. RB getting a little bit lost. Mako finds one, however. Swings back out, looks to keep them at bay. The Buzz and RB will come up with two more. Start to fall apart. Divide with the Sheriff, however, will be able to get the headshot. Brings it into a 2v3. A winnable position potentially. Taking out Mako, make it that much easier.
I don't know if the player quality on EG can match the raw firepower of the other teams. Oh, yeah. You still definitely need the firepower. That's absolutely true. I mean, Paper X's firepower is extraordinarily good. Okay. Okay, Devi. Devi's form has been ridiculous, by the way. Like, way better than I've ever seen Devi play. And Forsaken as well, but Forsaken makes sense. Because Forsaken's role is now so varied and he just gets to do different things. He has more utility, more freedom for himself compared to always just being the dedicated entry player. But Devi's playing like the same kind of stuff that he played in the past, and he's just frying on it. He's frying. Oh yeah, I know, it's not just the playoffs, it's not just this match. Devi's literally been like this for months. Well, maybe months is a bit of an exaggeration, but like weeks.
Kind of gets baited in. Puts himself in a really bad position. Doesn't really find too much damage either. Headshot across. Stacks will be able to finish the job there onto something.
Devi is the best player on Paper X right now. Okay, that's too far. That's slander to something. That's slander to King something. But Devi's second currently. Or maybe Forsaken's second actually. Forsaken's playing incredibly well. It's kind of tough actually, but Devi's been playing very, very, very well. Something has no nuance, just all go, 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 go. I don't really agree with that. I feel like if you listen to their comms, he's often the person that's like trying to make them slow down.
He had to be the guy to come through and bail them out. Yeah. He did it. And he's been just stellar all year.
Yep, that was this guy over on Lotus. It's a very close map. I mean, look at the crunch now. Getting ready to come through. Well, already committed. The relay bolt, however, will catch him.
But he does have insane skill.
Stacks will be able to take him down.
He also plays like a bit of a lurky role sometimes too. Something. I think he's a very smart player actually.
Seems like it's just going to be Forsaken and something moving over here. Trying to clear the way as rifle is recovered.
And if they come here, there's the alarm.
Ascent is timed as the highest attack-sided map with Pearl, where both have a 55% attack win rate. That's bizarre.
Tower, but good utility there to stun him up.
Fault line in, sends out the molly just to try to keep him further protected here in tower. Buzz will be able to swing out, finds one. The rest of the team, however, back over.
I'm not up to date with Paper X. Is Benkai a sub now? Yeah, not even a sub. Just like straight up on the bench. He's their 7th player. Not even the 6th.
Damn near unassailable, but instead he's going to be falling, so he'll just get that ult through death. Something trying to pinch. Rope, the swing comes in. Something good for the headshot. Amako comes out. That momentum.
And that DRX, that just beautiful stuff from DRX. I mean, this has been pretty darn good from them so far. Can they keep it up? Because this is the attacker side for Paper X. This is where they.
Oh, this is their 2-stage Southside crunch. Go on, do it. Go on, do the Southside crunch.
To make this approach has been widely ignored.
Oh, they're doing it. They're doing it. Go on, fuck them up. Oh. Wow. Mind Freak and Divide just finessed them. I really like that play, but it did not catch them that time. They're a bit too late.
Looks like already the call to just go ahead and save is going to have to be made. DRX just not looking to tussle with them any further.
Yeah, they're kind of able to avoid that showstopper initially and try to cut through the middle of Paper Rex.
Yeah, there's a lot of wasted utility in the bad teams. El Bomb, thank you for the 17 months.
Again, it's looking like maybe another dish approach. This time Zest is willing to play forward towards it, knowing that that showstopper is no longer in the loop. RB, I believe, actually making a footstep there, so should be noted as a forward-playing player over at main.
It is, you got to admit, it is still bizarre though, Alpo 70. Like, Benkai was a member of their active roster and they were winning. They've played one map with Cigarettes in Pacific, which they lost to a team that didn't make playoffs, and they're going to use him as the sub instead of Benkai, who they've made it to finals of global tournaments with. It's really strange, that decision.
Turret cleared. Mako has to just go ahead and back away as the orbital strike is going to be used center sight just to try to create some space. Buzz does manage to evade it. Keeps elusive for now. Just tucked away into the smoke. They're not moving towards him now. Just go ahead and back away as the orbital strike is going to be used center sight just to try to create some space. Buzz does manage to evade it.
Dude, look at how Mako sends smokes for Buzz to play with. So we watched previously, Mako was smoking here a lot. Mako's just smoked right on the, like, where they would want to plant the spike, basically. And Buzz is just able to dance around dice.
Swaps over to the shorty, looking for a target, but it's just all obfuscation. No one knows what the hell they're looking at. Buzz, however,
and Buzz gets 2 shorty kills because Mako smoked to help him.
The second kill. 3v1 forsaking the last man standing now.
The help utility from DRX with this roster is very good. It's especially good on this map, actually.
Just can't give him the 1v1s.
Starting to swing up around the corner. Zest is right there waiting for him.
No, they do have plans to release the replay system. They don't have it in the game at the moment, but they've talked about they have plans to release it.
Yeah, just a great hold here. Buzz in particular is absolutely so from unexpected play. I mean, you know, Buzz has been absolutely wonderful these last couple days.
That he has been. Forsaken, looking to turn the tides. Obviously, just saving his cash.
Wasn't supposed to
Katniss, thank you for the 46 months.
He's rushing across over towards north side. Starting to run out of charge. Unless he can get Zest and try to get that refresh.
Zest just holding an off angle. Just running down Forsaken. Forsaken is feeding this game. RB also got caught.
A great punish. The Neon's now out of the fight. Zest is well down to 36. And just going to be Divine picking up that gun.
Good read here from Paper Rex, sensing that someone might be on the other side of that smoke, and a bunch of damage taken by Zest there. As he tried to peek check, going to immediately follow up with the Nightfall.
That's all 4 found. What does Buzz do?
For a while.
He runs even further away and anchors tower. That's a weird decision. He is hard expecting the pivot to be.
strike. Should it need to
I
come into
mean, I
play?
don't think Mako should be taking contact here. He's got orbital strike.
Just one away from. Oh, Buzz still completely sad and beat. Not fully convinced at this.
Oh, nice stun. Good try on the peak. I mean, I think Stax just hit a completely stunned up kill there. What a round from Zest. What a round. Yeah, I'm gonna watch all 5 maps. Sour P and Coke.
So huge. Come back in, and he is 16, 12, and
They've been advertising. We actually know details about it though, Goblin God. They've been advertising people to work on the replay system, or like work on developing the replay system out of a studio that they just acquired from Sydney. It's called like Riot Sydney. So, I mean, they are actively putting presumably quite a lot of resources into it. So, I think you're right to be skeptical about it releasing like anytime soon, but I would be extraordinarily surprised if they don't release it.
3, leading the way for DRX right now in the stat lines.
Well, it's now or never here for Paper X. 6 consecutive rounds needed to get themselves.
I mean, this has just been an absolute drubbing.
A rolling thunder to work with.
And DRX have crazy ults.
See how they make use of them first. Zest going to be the first roadblock. He spots one. The relay bolt.
Get the fuck out of there, Zest. That's a really nice ult.
Rolling thunder cutting across.
Now Zest has to anchor.
Look for the entry. Fast lane up for now.
Oh, the haunt is so good there. Where does that even go, man? Zest throws it on top of the roof. And it just revealed everybody. They got above the neon wall. Dude, this team is so good at this map. Except their attack sides are too exec heavy. But they are good on this map.
Taking away the ultimate, the last tool that they had to try to break their way in. Now it's all just going to be about raw aim and gunpowder.
The execs themselves are really good.
Taken out at the top of rope. Still approaching, noted, spotted. RB sending a couple pot shots their way. Nano swarms to clear the closed pillar. Just tucked in underneath the stairs. Now they know one at Sands, one.
They haven't changed anything from lock-in? Oh, yeah.
Again, Divide, finding one, looking for the follow-up. He's got him into the corner, but he's going to go for the reload.
But they were also amazing at locking on this map, were they not?
As he dies, it brings Buzz to the last man standing.
I just think they're incredible at this comp. The thing they're bad at though is their attack side is just too exec heavy. They don't I think against teams that push aggressively on the defense, like if they played against, this sounds so weird, but if they played against 100 Thieves, I think 100 Thieves would have the perfect strategy to beat them on this map. I don't know whether they'd be good enough to actually beat them, but the strategy is really good. Turned, thank you for the 10 months. The stylistic matchup would be in 100 Thieves' favor. That doesn't mean they necessarily win, but that style would be really good against DRX. Alright, what's cracking here then? Holy fucking... I want to hear the caster's reaction to the agent select. Oh, they have the AR agent select as well. Oh my god, we've got to see this. We've got to see this.
It's so cool to see.
I do have to remark on this. Riot does one thing well with their influencers, streamers who are flown in. They're not.
They do one thing well.
Random. They're actually real serious fans of Valorant, and many of them are.
Oh, is Ans here?
At it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we can even tell right in front of us. We have some of them doing their watch parties on this side of the arena, others on the other side of the arena, and just seeing them even in the show.
Oh, go back a little bit more. Where is he?
He's taking it himself, so he's owning it. Oh, the show match. I was head free,
exposed.
We got the cam.
Oh, there. Hello, hello. That's Ans on the left, right?
Here. With Paper X,
I haven't seen him in ages, but I think that's Ans, isn't it?
maybe they're going to have a little bit of creativity thrown in. Exposed.
Zenfurry and Jake joking yesterday that he
said it himself.
Yeah,
so.
he's Storm in the.
There's
Influencers
All right, show me the reaction.
who are flown in. They're not random. They're actually real serious fans of Valorant. And
Ant's
many of
tattoos
them
are fantastic. Or they look really good. I haven't seen them in detail, but they look good from like a distance.
Right in front of us, we have some of them doing their watch parties on this side of the arena, others on the other side.
Okay,
of the
show
arena.
me the reactions to this comp.
The show match, seeing some of them just get hyped up during the matches, you can tell that their heart is in it. And what a better way to celebrate than a match with these two, right? DRX currently leading 1-0, but PaperX, they did get their win last time. See if they can continue.
I mean, everyone loves these two teams, that's for sure. I mean, we couldn't have a better grand finals than this.
Whoa!
Okay, now that is crazy.
Wait, no.
So we talked about the fact that PaperX might end up picking something unusual. DRX is going to go with that vanilla comp that's worked for them so many times before. But to see the Reyna here with something, that's wild.
Yeah, I mean, the Reyna's crazy, but the reason they pick it is the Harbor Viper. So they are kind of picking the Reyna like some other teams usually pick Gecko. And Harbor Viper, I mean, people...
Picking the Reyna like some other teams pick Gecko on Ascent. What has been happening to the Pacific casters? They've been gaslit by the teams.
People are trying to see if this works on every single map because it's so meta right now. We have seen the Vipers, we've seen some Harbors on Ascent, but what's surprising to me is, once again, something is not meant to be the main duelist. It's going to be Jing on the Raze. He's off the Sage, he's off the hook once again. He's allowed to fly into the site, break it open, and now they're working with the single initiator, single flash on Devias at Sky.
By the way, that's not a good thing. I saw someone in the chat earlier talking about the fact that, like, the comps are built around Jing because he's playing Raze. Like, being the primary, like, dive duelist when you play Raze Reyna, the Reyna gets all the kills, not the Raze. Like, you might give the utility and the resources to the Raze, but their job is to make space, and then the Reyna fucking has the most fun. Like, it is not the most fun being the first entry player, and Jing knows that because he got the fun role when Forsaken used to play Jet. When Forsaken was just running it in, playing Jet and Yoru, dying, getting like 0.22 first death per round. Jing was just cleaning up, having fun everywhere. Now Jing's on the other role, where he has to make the space for something. Just because he's the primary duelist does not mean that he's the guy having fun in this game. He might even be on more of a leash than when he played Sage. But anyway, let's have a look. Jing always has fun.
Reyna as a secondary duelist. Now
Okay.
I'm excited. I was a little worried. Now
those kills.
Okay, so
also,
is this the same as their bind comp? What is their bind comp again? Isn't it this?
so just I think this is gonna be really interesting. We have the Sky on looking through all these.
Brim for Viper. Oh yeah, they were playing Brim Harbor. Yeah, that's even weirder, honestly, isn't it? But yes, they were playing Brim Harbor. Right, but it's similar. It's very similar.
Like you said, you know, luck here. Be able to force team also.
This is. I need to go and take a piss because I need to strap in to watch this map. I need to strap in. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, let me go and take a piss. This is gonna be so good. Oh. I come back, first message I see, long piss, question mark? What business is it of yours? Whether I have a long piss or a short piss? Huh? It was a perfectly reasonable sized piss, actually. Alright, let's have a look. Okay, what the hell is going on here? So... Right, what are they going to do on this map? Let's take a think. So, without the they're starting on the attack side. Without the Sova and without the KO, how are they going to clear these areas in mid? That's a question. I assume they're going to do that with the dog utility, really. I assume they're going to like flash close here and then they're going to dog into market, that kind of thing. They have Raze to be able to control B main with Boombot, which makes sense. If they want to take A main control, there's a lot of decent stuff you can do by putting snake bites down early to make it difficult to play this position. You can even invest a flash there. You can use this wall, which, yeah. With this, I'm not usually a fan of this wall, but with this composition, it might be a good idea. Harbor. Actually, you can harbor wall like this. Normally, smoking heaven, not that great, but a harbor wall on heaven could be goated. And then you push up and you cascade here. And as the high tide drops, you face heaven and make sure it's completely clear and they're all playing behind it. Or do you cascade here? Maybe you just cascade that. Okay, then you're pushing into B. If you're pushing into B, where do you high tide from? Do you have to high tide from back here so that you don't catch anybody? Or do you just high tide from... No, you just high tide from like back here, right? But that means that you have to control these angles to be able to get the high tide going properly. Because you can't run your exec from like this line. Because your harbor wouldn't have... Oh, maybe your harbor could do some big sweeping thing like this. Well, I don't know. Let's have a look. Let's try and see. What is the Reyna doing in this comp? What is the Reyna doing in this comp? I really don't know. I mean, I guess I think on attack side, Jing is just going to be stuck on B main duty, and the Reyna's going to be following the Sky utility and killing things. Let's have a look.
My concern here for Paper X is, you know, how much preparation, how much practice do they have against this, and a lot of pressure is going to be on.
Right, knife catches the Raze
and Zest on that Sova to make sure that they're getting information, that they're shutting down those utility combos to kind of keep this.
Wow, big push out into B main. Big push out into B main from DRX.
Well, a complete swap here.
They're going into spawn? Okay, this is unexpected already. Oh, and they're going to cascade and go to B. What the fuck? They cascade and then Viper Orb and get into B backwards? They're so creative. That is just bizarre. Just around the world.
Completely convinced DRX that this was going to be an A hit, and instead it is going to be towards the B side. Mako going to be really pivotal in this round. Him and Buds, if they can win those duels.
This is hard to retake. This is really hard to retake.
Pretty much everything for them here to maintain market control, and I say counter swing. He's just going to start things off nicely. A dink across onto stacks as well from Device. Something going to be
DRX needed to go and flush out market before they started this, but it's just so difficult to realize that when you never play retakes like this.
Here in the spawn, they're picking him out, expecting that he's going to be in mid. Eventually, will be found, and he'll be able to stop
That's very cool. That is very cool.
That is now going to be the third pistol win for Paper X.
It's just a phenomenal kind of decision here from Paper X and a bad read from DRX, overthinking it a little bit here. From that pressure they got towards.
Don't know about overthinking it. I don't know how you're supposed to. Don't know how you're supposed to figure that out.
Going on at B lobby, you'd already pushed all the way out, and they they had to cut, you know, they know that at that point they're cut through mid. Did they go left or right? Kind of flipped the coin and didn't guess correctly. So Paper X able to get into a stable position and start winning those.
Wait there. I need to write down that pistol round. They dog mid, 3 push into spawn with Cascade, then Viper Orb, stopping A players from peeking. 2 stay market after spike plant. Oh well, I suppose I should say high tide from spawn to cut off market and B main. And then who lurked down mid? Oh, like, who stayed mid? I think it was Mind Freak, wasn't it? Wow, what a round. What a round.
Fights on the edge, winning that fight at main. Something here right off the opening.
Vandal in hand, doing the typical Reina-buy in the round 2. Buzz is the first to fall. Not even a chance to try to respond with any damage, just gets taken out. Dog should have been spawning a couple here. Nade as well, ready to land at their feet, and the boom bot is going to be what finishes off Mako.
Okay. Oh wait, I should look at the harbor utility, right? What did he use the Cascade on early? Did he have to?
Didn't guess correct.
Yeah, he had to. So what does he use it on in the beginning? He uses it B main?
Start winning those fights on the edge, winning that fight at main. Something here right off the opening.
Vandal in hand, doing.
Huh. He uses the Cascade B main at the beginning.
Buzz is the first to fall. Not even a chance to try to respond with any damage, just gets taken out. Dog should have been spawning a couple here. Nade as well.
Pretty good against that default. Pretty good against that default turret that a lot of teams use.
Be that top party as well. Want something to get hyped here, and we all do. We want to see Paper X.
They flash Cascade
they can really contend
B
here
main.
to be that top seed out of
All right, so they flash early so they know that they have the line. Then they Cascade to make it really difficult for DRX to hit this area. They're fighting over in A main with snake bites and stuff.
Very good start for them. Finding those first 2 rounds. And
So
one of the
they've.
things that we were, kind of seeing that really unraveled for DRX.
I was going to say they've taken extremities, but they haven't really taken A main here at all.
Retakes. They were suffering time and time again, trying to retake
This smoke that
sides.
Mako uses is strange. I don't really think I like it. He does it quite a lot.
Just go ahead, grab up the orb. In the meantime, Forsaken with some
Wait,
pressure.
what did Forsaken do there?
They were suffering.
He cascaded mid and then just walked down mid on his own.
Shots are completely unraveled
He's
for
a madman.
DRX. And they're
be that top seed out of the Pacific.
It's a very good start for them. Finding those first 2 rounds. And one of the things that we were, kind of
Oh, Divide flashes, and so they know there's nobody close mid.
seeing that really unraveled for DRX.
Right. That still seems a bit nuts.
Really being able to pull off retakes. They were suffering time and time again, trying to retake sites. Shots are
Jesus Christ. Oops.
across, spotted Jing's head right as he dipped down. He'll just go ahead, grab up the orb. In the meantime, Forsaken with some pressure up mid. Takes down that turret, just further adding to the confusion.
Look at how deep Forsaken has gotten to market here. He is way in there, and I think...
Wait, Forsaken's been inserted close mid so that he can high tide for an A split, hasn't he?
Relatively undetected, but this looks like an A pinch with Forsaken kind of watching for the lurks, for the flanks.
Oh my god.
There would be pressure coming through as well.
That's so cool.
goes across, checking out wine, just making sure that there's nobody there.
The thing is, though, here, surely Stax flashes through this to fight with Mako, right? I mean, Mako's fucked here unless Stax flashes through this. Bro, please.
Oh, the timing is just perfect from something.
Nope.
Hits in, finds Mako.
Nope.
Flash goes across, Buzz out onto heaven, unable to find anything. Stax now sat here by himself, but Jing pushes up, finds the elimination. RB from heaven.
RB's popping him, though.
Yep, Forsaken.
There goes Forsaken on the lurk. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. What a bonkers round. And then he has Cove. Then he has Cove for the door. So cool. So cool.
See how it decides to pile this one. Forsaken holding close the dart. Flying in, looking to clear it.
And then he fast walls up. He's stuck in the corner, the Cove's about to go down, so he uses the tech so you get your wall up quicker to fast wall.
Quick clear. Keeps Saskatoon in the corner with that spray. See how it decides to pile this one. So this would be a major bonus win for the side of PRX.
Dude,
utility, a shock dart and an owl drone left.
This team thinks about Valorant in a different way to other teams. I know they don't win this map, but it's just so fucking cool watching them make this idea work. So they throw that same cascade over towards B main, which at some point here, RB needs to counter by putting a turret in front of it, I think.
On the cake of that round for Paper Rex, so.
But it's difficult because sometimes something is there and he's just going to break the turret. But I think it's a good idea to do that anyway.
Again, the early knife is going to catch Jing. The back.
Jing now has nade. Good retake, I think, from DRX there. It's a nice idea. Your comp is good at that kind of stuff. Mako goes for the smoke that controls that area, and Jing's still up top. There's no way Buzz gets 2 out of that.
Now notes there is somebody pushing in from tree and has to just go ahead and back away. He will be spotted, Divine, noting him.
That's another good high tide that Forsaken's thrown. He's going with the players on this like A split, and so he throws it like over to the left and then up, so it cuts this off and then it also cuts this off. I like it.
Moving up through main, something swings back. Jen ends up taking him down, gets that overheal as well. A 2v3, but it's a Spectre
and he's using the Cove for the door. Got broken very quickly, but it's a cool idea.
Out on every single bullet. He was completely untouched.
Wow. Shocking there that Zest didn't take any damage. But they still haven't planted here at Kilios, and now they're finally going to get it down. So
Zest got the Vandal.
Yeah, I'm coming to Japan. I am coming to Japan.
Time and time again with DRX. They're so good at dropping out of heaven.
Please be kind to me, Zeta fans.
Up there with her. She can make life a night.
In this current version of the team, who's the IGL? It's a good question. Allegedly, Forsaken is doing most of the calling, but people said that about Davai earlier. And when you listen to the comms videos, it sounds like something does a lot of the calling when he's involved in the play. And then Forsaken does a lot of the like mid-round stuff, and Davai does some of the mid-round stuff as well. And then Mindfreak and Jing are pretty quiet. That's how I would describe it. But I'm not on the inside, obviously.
Nightmare for your opponents.
Fairly light by for DRX, and now they've got full guns, an operator, but tucked into the corner. The Cabbages catch. Jing gonna be tagged down low. Showstopper up over the top. He's completely blind and not quite gonna be able to get the hit. Counter swing.
Holy shit.
For that Reyna can really excel if you've got some backup there with her.
So this is their fast B.
For your opponents.
They throw something that looks like a very similar cascade. So this cascade just looks like normal B main control. They also Leer through the wall, which is a really good Leer.
Now they've got
They combo it with a flash through the window. Love that. And then this cascade doesn't just block off B main. So normally the cascade would end here, but he keeps it going, and now it's a cascade for CT. So it looks like a cascade for B main control. It functions as a cascade for B main control, and then it goes through to CT.
pool guns, an operator, but tucked into the corner. The Cabbages catch.
Wait, it doesn't go through to CT. They have the high tide for CT. It goes through to stop you getting peeked from stairs. Dude, these execs are so cool.
We tag down low, Showstopper up over the top. He's completely blind and not quite going to be able to get the hit. Counter swing in from Buzz. It's a point blank shot across with the operator.
Another cascade to lock off one of the backside areas.
Do they read his position? The answer is no. He finds another.
Should allow them to trade Buzz, but it doesn't.
Buzz gets the third. How does he get away with it? He will get the fourth to finish him and get the RX on.
Buzz should not be able to get 4.
Tag down low, Showstopper up over the top. He's completely blind and not quite going to be able to
Buzz
get the
should
hit. Counter
not
swing
be
in
able
from
to get
Buzz.
4.
It's a point blank shot across with the operator. Do they read his position? The answer is no. He finds another. That's over the side. Buzz gets the third. How does he get away with it? He will get the fourth to finish him and get the.
Dude, I really like that exec from Paper X, but Buzz is just different, I guess. Buzz is just fucking different. Holy shit. Wait, how do I even summarize that? Okay, so they Leah and Cascade for B main. Alright, so this is their fast B. So fast B is Leah and Cascade for B main control as usual. Continue Cascade until it blocks off stairs. Flash through window. What else happened? High tide to cover market and CT. Double blast pack. I mean, with the showstopper this time, but I don't think you always have to do that. Double blast pack into sight. Now, the flash that caught Jing, was that Devi's flash?
You've got some.
The Cabbages catch. Jing gonna be tagged down low.
Yeah. So that needs some refinement. That wasn't the greatest secondary flash from Devi. I could have done with being thrown like a second later and it would have popped behind Jing. It's a good idea though.
Up over the top, he's completely blind and not quite going to be able to get the hit.
What they're really missing with this, I think, is I think they should probably be... Dude, I'm not sure, actually. I think they should probably be not flashing Jing in and using the flash around this corner to get into sight. Because anybody that's been blocked off by the cascade is naturally going to come to this position and be looking at this sight line. And then also you've got to be worried about people that have been pushed off stairs by the first flash that are going around this corner on top of the box. And a flash that you loop around here would just roll both of them and allow something to entry really well. But also Forsaken, for whatever reason, is the first one in here, whereas it feels like something probably should be. Like, I feel like Forsaken should be holding this. I mean, also, why don't they use the Leah? Like, if Forsaken and something just swap positions, they have a secondary Leah that they could use here. Although, actually, they don't. What did they use the other one on?
Pool guns, an operator, but tucked into the corner. The Cabbages
What do they use the other one on?
catch. Jing gonna be tagged down.
Oh. Wait a second. They actually Leah here as well. So when Jing goes in to double blast pack, they combo the Leah and the flash again. The problem is, the flash pops right in front of Jing's eyeballs, which is not the best. So they're trying to set Jing up. I'd be more inclined to set up the people behind Jing, to be honest. Because I think Jing's going to be too far ahead. And then if Jing fails or even goes 1-for-1, you still need to save a flash, I think.
Down low, showstopper.
But it's a cool idea. They've definitely thought about it.
Unbelievable.
Buzz just goes
Absolutely
nuclear.
Unbelievable. DRX there.
That can't be a Leah. They don't go that far. Yeah, they go quite a long way. They go a surprisingly long way. If you push yourself right up against a wall, they'll go through the wall like quite a long way.
Showstopper, but a great flash here. Catches Jing in midair. He never sees Buzz land in front of him. That gives Buzz the time to adjust. And then Buzz, with the beautiful reactions to dash ahead, catches opponent up close.
Nasty.
Capable. DRX there. Just looked
The
like
team
they
flash.
were going to be getting blown out of that site.
Really
You've got the
fucked Jing.
showstopper, but a great flash here. Catches Jing in midair. He never sees Buzz land in front of him. That gives Buzz the time to adjust. And then Buzz, with the beautiful reactions to dash ahead.
Ridiculous. Absolutely
Personal.
ridiculous.
Switch to the shorty, and it's the finish with the op.
They're going to do the same thing again.
Was a rough start for him. He got those 2 kills on the aiming peak, but that was him getting himself on the board.
So they do it again, but with the Reckoning here.
Didn't have too much to praise, but good lord, what a play by Buzz.
So this time Jing's a little slower.
They're right back to it. Pressing forward.
Wow, and something scales with that. Oh, so that cascade drops right as you scale.
They get themselves into the site. It's going to be RB situated alone.
And they put a Viper Orb at CT, so it's up even when the high tide falls.
Over here in Boathouse. They realize that they need to check it. They nearly line up for him. Comes away with
Dude,
one.
I love this team. Oh, no, that wasn't a Viper Orb. What was that then? Was that the Cove? Don't know what it was. Presumably the Cove. Because the Viper Orb's at market.
It's knocked down to 68. The drone to check. Mind Freak noted the ping coming across. He drops down and love to try to stay alive.
Uh-oh.
It's going to be the fragment now. Drop.
Uh-oh, Mind Freak is very, very dead. And nobody's ready to play aggressive off Mind Freak's position. That seems like a big mistake.
Stacks on the swing out from main. Finds Forsaken. Up over the top is Buzz. Something coming up with an elimination. The drop down the right click. Buzz has it.
Yeah, the post plants don't look like they're as well thought through. But the execs are very cool.
Here while the cash is still decent enough that they can get the half armor buys.
Yeah, what do you do here? What the fuck is that cascade that you've just thrown, Forsaken?
I mean, it's perfect parity at the moment here from Jing and Buzz. The push comes in. Forsaken up close. Buzz noting it gets him through the wall, but barely so. 60 HP, now down to 10 because of the wall. Does manage to escape away from the paint shells that were nipping at his heels. Smoko waiting, not on the board quite yet. Sends out the paranoia. The dog pushing.
To be honest, here with Forsaken dead, there's so many positions that are just phenomenal. Like, Buzz can just hold that spot forever because he can never get smoked off, really.
And gets the stun. TPs himself.
Like, Heaven becomes a really good place to hold as well, whereas it wouldn't be otherwise. Nice reflash play from Stacks. Oh my god, Buzz is in crazy form on this map.
Having to creep over towards Switch to try to scoop up this spike. Will be able to get it. Taps the door.
He's crazy.
Now swinging shut will be broken or weakened up. Now 1v3, the dart, the shot. It should have been registered. They should know where he's at.
He's got his ult. Is he going to invest it here?
I think it'd be a bridge too far. We'll see, though. Maybe if he can get one more kill, it would instill some confidence. But for now, he's just tapping on the spike, trying to bait somebody and trying to isolate a duel. But DRX are not giving him the opportunity. Spike planted back Chen, and he is going to go for it. And this is a hell of a
yeah,
gamble.
that ain't going to work.
In response.
DRX were already ready for that.
RB says, hey, my area of effect is slightly bigger than yours. Now they know he's out.
Well played.
This is what I'm talking about. You need Stacks.
Well played. DRX, for a while, were really sloppy on ascent. But they're playing this defense pretty well.
Of course, everybody wants to see this one go the distance. As Buzz going to push out once again, same position as we saw in the previous round. Not going to go for anything too different. This Hawk to check for it, and the Cascade as well, trying to isolate Buzz.
Okay, that Cascade looks a lot better than the one that Forsaken threw last time.
For a second, I thought maybe the timing was going to be slightly off, and they would miss out on the ping. This time Forsaken not going to be pushing forward to try to get that kill.
But did you see the response from Stacks? There was a 0 point right towards Bell Tower here to set Buzz up so we could push out.
Oh, Jiggle, I'm not sure
Buzz is so deep.
But the shot doesn't connect, and now Buzz, he's in a bad
way
spot.
too deep.
From above, and Forsaken will push the smoke and find the headshot.
That
a great
is
punish. As Buzz goes for a
Extremely bold. Extremely bold. Don't know. Don't know.
Zest, however, taking his place. Moves up into mid-arch, takes out Jing, backs away. Happy enough to just grab that and hold the line.
Don't have any answers for you there, guys.
I like this. They're taking their time, but
Spike
Mako
noted. Finds one, can't quite line up the second. RB will get something back on the opposite side of the map. The spike going to be retrieved, but it's still stuck over here on Wine's side. They're starting to move their way forward, and Zest just opens up with the Hunter's Fury, finds one, looks for another,
wow.
and he will get it.
That Zest
nice.
is beautiful, immaculate with his
okay, what is this?
I think you might have freaked out at the end of there because they said you got to save the off. So you're like,
oh, it's just just an attempt at like a fast play to try and punish anybody that's playing
once again,
like aggro over there.
Regain this lead.
But it doesn't do too much.
The cash has been building up. Look at RB, 7,000. They need to do something here.
You don't want to pull a Buzz there, right? You don't want to.
Cascade to cross makes it look like an A split.
Yeah, popping the no command.
I mean, hey, he was trash talked about that by intro just yesterday. Push out top gen, dashes away, Stacks to be the first to fall. And
oh, that's really good as well. Something dismisses forwards, and it pulls the crosshair away from Stacks, and then Jing comes through the smoke as well at the same time as Forsaken. Sorry, same time as Divine.
Like a siren on the shores, and then Jing strikes.
Lovely,
the site broken
lovely.
Open, just 2 players left.
And yeah, they do the same thing where they combo the flashes together, right?
I mean, hey, he was trash talked about that by intro just yesterday. Push out top gen.
It's just how do you deal with that, man? How do you deal with that?
Dashes away, Stacks to be the first to fall, and the dismiss again. Something is just guiding their attention like a siren on the shores. And then Jing strikes. The site broken open, just 2 players left, and even with their cash, I'm not sure if DRX are going to try to get anything done. Maybe hunt for some kills on the exit, but that's about it.
Ah, that's just, again, beautiful use of the go for that play.
Gone.
Yeah, Jing with the showstopper here. So I think they're anticipating a push out of A main, potentially Buzz shifting spots there, seeing if they can maybe catch him off guard, try to go for that duel, or maybe they can catch Mako. He's been really kind of bouncing around between that door.
You lock like Mario. Thank you, Adalia. Appreciate that. That's what I'm going for. Love anchoring B and seeing all your team dead on A in the first 10 seconds. Yeah, I enjoy that in ranked. I enjoy not being able to play the game. Why is Devi AWPing? And why did it work?
So they've got full control.
I mean, he had to have seen him. Tries to go for some spraying. Okay, off screen, Devi catching Zest over by Market. Hadn't heard it, so I think that caught them off guard.
It's a compliment. Mario's handsome. Thank you, thank you.
Counter push, but they've actually dropped down. They're moving over towards mid, where Devi will be able to still get that kill. Buzz.
That's interesting as well. That's a decent high tide too. You coming down mid, you're doing a B split, and you do this one. I like it. I mean, it just means that you can go through even if your Viper utility's low on fuel, or you've lost your Viper.
Clear it on the turret, and they're shifting once again over towards the A site.
This is where something is so useful for them on the Reyna, because he gets inserted into these spots like Hookah on Bind or here Cat on Ascent, and then they can return back to him, and he's just so good at being able to find a duel, win a duel, and play the rest of his team in.
Just pull back, doesn't want to go for the timing shot, respects the Lear, respects Something's ability. And once again, DRX are going to have to save.
This is just smart play here by PaperX. Just kind of checking to see if they can find a pick at A main. Doesn't happen. They shift over to mid, and they're
well, this is going to be a save again, huh?
I'm curious. Yeah,
this is really nice from PaperX.
And then you kind of let something start pushing through. Cash.
DRX won this map, right?
A third here in this one.
Did you see that? It said 2:25 on the clock.
A little bear fighting. Yeah.
It goes from 0 to 2:25, then to 1:39. Why does that happen? It's weird. Rain of Flash is so underrated since it got buffed. It's crazy good, but people still act like it's the weakest Flash. Yeah, I mean, the reason it's getting so much value in this, though, is because it's being comboed with another Flash. But the way that they buffed it is, like, designed for Rainers to swing on them, right? Is 225 the max time in a round once you plant? Yes. Yeah, it is. Right? Because you have 45 seconds on the timer. Once you hit the plant. Huh. That's very interesting. I've never noticed that before.
Tactibear, is that his name?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. But does he have like a real name? Like Tactibear isn't like a real.
It is.
But like it's not like. I mean.
It's a person.
Yeah, but does it have like a name like Gary? Or
well, I don't remember what his real name is.
Oh, okay.
Like fucking Gary.
But he's Tactibear.
He's got a sick name, Tactibear. And Paperthin wants to call him Gary.
Okay, spotted. Shot, not going to connect. Very narrow window to work with is. Do have that operator. Does he just go for a blind shot?
So they've used both cascades very early on here to try and fight mid. Also, the cascades missed. Oh, and Jing tries to pop ult. Oh no.
Saying I need to get myself into short right now. I need to get out of line of sight of this operator, but it's just not fast enough. Door going to be shut. The 3 remaining players from Paper X pushing their way up here onto the A site.
Yeah, it does seem like a weird way to code that, but I don't know anything about coding, so don't know.
Pushing towards Gelato into main, but actually
String
set up for a big util dump here. Classic DRX. Even the Blade Storm going to be popped.
Blade's coming in. Mind Freak good for one as he pushes out, staring in towards String. The fragment to buy them some more space. Spike ticking away. Themselves on. Instant headshot. Something takes him off. The hold the half now going to be confirmed. Divide with the off-bite swat. They just need to get rid of his head. Surely he can't do it again.
Oh, tragedy. Something played that fantastically.
Come away with these rounds. I don't think this is what Termy had.
But also, yeah, Forsaken just missing his cascade here absolutely rolls them. Even if Forsaken had hit the cascade, though, they're still planning to Paranoia, drone, push through. So, they're planning to flash through it, drone through it, Paranoia through it. Like, they were planning on a big mid-crunch anyway, so I don't think it would have made a ton of difference had Forsaken hit the cascade, but it certainly would have allowed them to potentially dodge flashes and fight, instead of just getting mowed down.
I mean, this is just beautiful. He's able to find some big picks. I mean, the instant headshot from something through the smoke. He's so good at just intuiting where players are going.
They're going for a shark attack play?
You know, whether it be in a smoke or on the other side of one. Here, they're going to use this Reckoning now to try to push through Buzz's utility.
Yeah, Jing gets himself right.
They have KO ult for the retake here, though. I don't think RB has to be that worried about this. Wow, something is on an Omega lurk. Something Leah's here early. And then he just runs around for the fattest lurk of all time. Dude, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look, these guys are committing to an A hit. These guys are committing to a shark attack play, right? This is all pre-round decided. And then, as soon as they see the recon dart here, and I think something hears the dash down mid, or something, but whatever the piece of utility is that gives this away, something realizes that they've gone for this. And he immediately turns around, and he runs all the way to get a backstab on these guys. Because the most common pathing after this is going to be to push up top mid or push catwalk, to be able to get good positions for like an ambush retake onto A. So something immediately recognizes that they're going to be able to get the A site for free because he knows that it's a shark attack play, and he instantly makes the play to like outplay DRX. Immediately he's just like, okay, I'm going to do something different.
Excuse me, RB backing away. Yeah, I mean, we're used to Buzz being the one there, but Stacks just spraying
And now
down
I
through
don't
the
know
wall.
whether the timing is
Just
going to
fine
work
goodbye.
here, but it might.
Flash is taken away. Save but the Lears for something who's cutting his way across.
Yeah, the timing's going to work here. He's going to be in a really funky position.
4 players strong still. The null command will be pulsing through. Stacks breaks down the door. Does he read that somebody could be in
There's
mid?
no
Right
way
now,
that he
is not
reads someone's in mid. There's no way.
ready on the swing, catches him, finds the elimination.
And now something's such a bother.
Takes it. Forsaken. Dead Buzz just straight.
I mean, unfortunately, the people in the pit are getting massacred, and Zest is waiting for something to come back through. So that's nicely dealt with. But I do love that play by something. I think that's so smart. But very well dealt with by DRX. I feel like both teams played that half pretty fucking well. Like, Paper X had some phenomenal ideas, and DRX dealt with it by just playing far more aggressive in mid and playing heavy retake style, because Paper X kind of run out of utility. If Paper X had been... It feels like this comp should be able to have a lot of good post-plant stuff, but I think they're really missing the Killjoy. But then you still have, like... Jing is not going to need to use his nade on every one of these execs, especially if you realize DRX are playing retake a lot. Mindfreak is going to be able to have double snakebite and orb. Like, you should be able to stack, like, orb on top of heaven, snakebite, you know, nades to block them off, cascades in their face. Like, I feel like if Paper X worked on this comp a little bit more, they might be able to get some obnoxious post-plant setups, kind of like you do on Haven.
Just great discipline here from DRX. Even though Stacks gets caught unaware, it is Zest who's able to keep that flank position on lockdown once again. He has been really Johnny on the spot here, especially on Fracture. But
Okay,
now
winnable though. For I would have said for either team. Sorry, I want to say for either team. I mean, I feel like in theory it should be Paper X's to win here because they're going on to the defense side, but I mean, who the fuck knows if this comp is attack or defense sided, so kind of makes all of that completely moot. Just a winnable game on both ends. Right, what on earth would this comp be doing on defense side? Bren was theorizing some harbor walls in A main. Like this, but a harbor wall version of this. That you get slowed coming through this and slowed coming through this as well. But okay, it looks like they've got Viper Orb here, wall over here. Okay. Don't really know what's going on here on this pistol round.
On Ascent, it's like they're really good at the defender side and not so good at the attackers, but it flip-flops here.
Cascade for B main pressure.
You know, this is not a bad half for Paper X.
Threatening like they could be pushing out on
Defender
defense.
side needs to be really good, and another pistol win would be huge. That's a good start.
How does he immediately land that?
Headshot there from something. Flash.
Another missed cascade from Forsaken.
Buzz his life.
I guess mostly missed.
Able to go 4 for 4. The boom
It still
bug.
works.
Trying to clear out, not going to be able to spot anything.
That high tide is pretty shit though.
Really?
Because in order for that high tide to find value, you need to assume that everybody's behind it.
Stuff with the harbor does Paper X. Like going back and watching some of their VODs, like they don't often or always use hold that button.
Spotted a dog going across. Something gets another headshot. Tries to push
After
the
getting
issue.
out of hospital, I appreciate the
Something
endless
should
hours
have
of
waited
VOD
for
review
another
content
flash
to
there.
keep me busy. Hope your travels to Tokyo go smoother than your usual travel.
Thank you, Major Pot. Thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate the well wishes. What were you in hospital for? I hope you're doing all right.
Goes for the heel. Buzz puts him down. Pop flash out. Oh, just dashing over his corpse. His Stacks will find a second. Forsaken.
Yeah, a bit too sloppy there from Paper X in terms of how they fought that. Something needs to calm down and play off the flash from Devi.
Trying to get their first pistol round win. Frenzy in a classic. Snake Buzz.
He's also
Some of their VODs, like they don't.
he's also got a
often or always
overheal
use
in this
hold that
situation, right?
Spotted a dog going across.
Oh no, yeah. So he's got an overheal, but he could just play the angle where he's overhealed, and he swings into them instead. Yeah, I don't think that's great.
Had to check main first. And Jing is still wary about this, so they don't know for sure.
2v2.
Spotting one, now they know. Now they have him isolated. Saxon needing a 4K, gets one, the push in, the frenzy wins it out. Jing as well.
All right. Good recovery there.
Certainly, the buy
getting the last
was going to turn an Naples in here in an important round here for DRX.
So now DRX are really on the back foot.
You know, even though they did lose the bonus at the start of this, they still managed to run it back. But this attacker side has to be really good, and usually.
So they're running the same setup as the pistol round here. So what is this idea in mid? Something's gonna take. It just looks to me like a normal bait setup. Like something takes contact, dismisses away, and they don't check Divide. I think it's just that simple.
Here in VCT Pacific, the attacker side on Ascent is where DRX does a lot of their damage.
0 point. Cross catching 2 by Market and Pizza. They do want to peek this, but they'll let the Owl Drone lead the way. Got another 1. Dog pushing forward, not going to find anything. Jing shoves Stacks back, puts a little bit of damage down on him with those paint shells as something is swung around. Ripple Stack now into tree. Pop flash across, Divide backing off. Door going to be shut. Will be sprayed down as Forsaken in the sight. Divide should have been spotted, and he was. Making his way down towards that back.
Sorry, I was writing notes. Let me have a look. What happens here?
Want to peek this, but they'll let the Owl Drone lead the way.
So they double flash Cascade.
Got another 1.
What is the Cascade doing? Forsaken's losing track of these Cascades while he fights.
Something is swung around. Ripple Stack now into tree. Pop flash across, Divide backing off. Door going to be shut. Will be sprayed down as Forsaken in the sight. Divide should have been spotted, and he was. Making his way down towards that back ramp. Tries to counter swing out. Catch Cest off guard, but the headshot does come across. Now they suspect that there's going to be somebody here in backside. They know that it's Forsaken. The walls have been raised. Second kill, however, going to be found. Something getting the first. Mako finds Mind Freak. Looks for a bit more, and he just can't.
I mean, that is great work by Forsaken. To be able to survive that long and use the high tide for yourself like that, made the round winnable.
That was super scrappy. Jing, 2 blast packs, ready to go. Let's see what they're gonna do. Dial up here on this entry.
Vandal, he jumps across, spots one to the back ramp. Mako, however, somehow just gets a beat on him.
Crazy good.
The headshot comes across, and now he's got this 50-50 split.
Not what something was intending there.
Boats for now as they play a little bit of ring around the rosy, and Mako shifts to the opposite side. Playing with their food as something eats up the damage. Spots Mako, doesn't commit to try to getting him through the wall. And now he's into the smoke, and something he's lost the plot. He's lost track of him. Notes him for a moment, puts him down to 5. But the time is ticking. He's only got 1 bullet and he can't reload. RB will move out, find the...
Mako fucked him there by playing way more aggressively than something was expecting. Something's expecting Mako to just run away and hide. So he's trying to play with like the space that he thinks Mako's going to give him, and then Mako keeps re-peeking and harassing him.
The kill, the spike will go up, and that's going to be
awareness ability in that situation to win. You know, if you do some damage to her, she devours right back up.
So this time, they only have 1 towards A. They still play 2B, but it's Jing, and something joins Forsaken in B. So they just like shift the Raze Rainer along 1 place to the left. In fact, they shift the Raze Rainer and Viper 1 place to the left.
Smish, we could see it. She didn't, but if she does,
look at this.
Oh, this is the whoa! They're doing a reckoning shark attack with a double blast pack.
And it's even worse. Oh my
God.
Crunch,
Jing, swing, sweeping through, double blast pack up over the top. The shots across, takes Nest down at 45. Reckoning was committed. Look at this.
Then it's even worse. Oh my
God.
Crunch,
Jing, swing.
Yeah, that's cool. It's just the DRX are too disciplined. They already have protocols to deal with these Tiles crunches. They just run away and take A.
Sweeping through, double blast back up over the top. The shots across.
The Cascade is throwing. I mean, you have to remember that some teams. Okay, let's try and find a good angle to explain this, but some teams are not going to be as disciplined as DRX and immediately run away and go into A instead. Some teams are going to have, you know, anywhere between 3 to 5 players in Tiles And you're going to want to come out B main here and not have to worry about a player here and a player here. You want to focus on killing the people in this zone. So the cascade is designed to separate these players in tiles from these players in spawn if there's a lot of people here, to just ensure that you find specific easy targets and kill them. In this situation, it looks like the cascade's a bit of a throw because you know, the only people here run away and then the cascade blocks them off. But I think as a strat, it's perfectly fine to use this cascade, and it's actually a good idea. Like, a lot of the time on these tiles crunches, you'll see the Omen smoke this spot anyway. The Omen will throw a smoke here, like if it's a more default tiles crunch. Because really, you're trying to kill a person that's here, you're trying to kill a person that's here, you're trying to kill a person that's here or here. Like, these are the spots that people are normally going to be in, and these are the people you're trying to kill. You're not really trying to kill a person that's back here or back here. So, just well done by DRX.
Reckoning was committed. In the meantime, a site.
But I'm definitely going to make a note of that. Okay.
Snatched up, and Mako barely wins out.
And what a beautiful response. They just go right to A off that aggressive hit. I love this from DRX.
Straight through, the door now shut. Fragment to buy themselves some space on Heaven, but Stacks plugging a little bit too close to the wall, was taking some damage from his own little molly there. Something pushing out over the top, does find Mako, and that dismiss can come in handy, but not when Buzz does that. Finds two, looks for a third, can't quite make it happen, but now Jing gonna be answering in kind. The showstopper at the ready, and RB
How does the showstopper work? Can someone answer me this fundamental question? How does the showstopper fucking work?
He's just off kilter. He's looking for the spray, but Mind Freak will be able to hold this to completion. And third can't quite make it happen, but now Jing gonna be answering in kind. The show.
Maybe RB has like a toe around the corner there. We'd have to check the exact frame that the damage is dealt, but it looks like he's around the corner. But yeah, he might have run back out.
The dark mind comes in, the paint shells around the corner to try to clear him. Aldrone will reveal. But now over and back sight, Pink's coming down. He's just off kilter. He's looking for the spray, but Mind Freak will be able to hold this to completion. And
no, he says hold this to completion, not suck him to completion. Stop it, chat. Stop it.
Jing will get a fourth and final to yet again stretch them up. 9-7, 2 rounds ahead.
Stretch them up? Huh?
I mean,
no, stop it. Now I'm hearing it in everything he says.
Quintessential Jing. Just the best rays we have here in the Pacific.
Wait, they're going to do it again. They're going to do the same play again.
It wasn't anything super special with the blast packs, but maybe here we go.
Oh, doesn't quite land up.
Ooh. Okay, Divide didn't pop the flash, and Zest just destroyed Jing.
Top and Zest with the Sheriff draws down, catches him in the head, and that is going to be a weapon that he very happily and graciously will accept.
I was talking shit about Zest not really being that much of a fragger earlier, and I feel like I've got to revisit that. He's been hitting some good shots.
This could be a massive little gank on him, but Buzz just...
Dude, Buzz is playing like a demon on this map. An absolute demon, a man possessed.
Quick pop jump before that. Cove comes in.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That recon dart was shit.
Drops in. Mako, however, finds him, finds a second.
Mako, by the way, with 2 with the Sheriff. What? What? Huh? Where did this round come from? Where did this round come from? I mean, first of all, I don't think it's a good idea to try and do a shark attack when you're on an anti-eco. So I was very surprised that PaperX went for that. But that wasn't the real reason that they lost the round. Like, yeah, Jing died early and gave them a rifle and stuff, but that wasn't the reason they lost. So, crazy round by DRX. So what is going on here then? So this is a full eco round basically from Paper Rex, and they've got something with a judge in A main, and 3 players stacked over a B. Okay.
Risky against an eco, in my opinion. Okay.
Okay. This round is over. This round's not over.
Again. Shots up through hell into heaven. Forsaken.
Wow, this high tide for Flood retaking looks so annoying to deal with.
Himself left down in behind generator. Oh. Mako
But Mako once again makes pretty much the perfect play.
Oh. Picked up, but Mako
just gets himself in exactly the spot. Dude, Mako's so fucking smart. Mako sees this high tide, and he instantly gets into a spot where he can wait until Paper Rex commit and then backstab them. Look, he waits until they commit, and then he comes up behind them, and now he controls the angles. Now I have the high ground. It's over, Anakin. Dude, Mako is so fucking goated. I think I'm the #1 Mako fan. Brimstone.
Out of their hands. The cosplayers are going wild, but they have good reason to. It is tied up now. 9-9.
I love the Jet dashing around in the back behind the pop of Brimstone. We get the Mako smile. Flash it, of course, but for Jing, tipping the scale, DRX can't, find a way to snowball that round. Now that Vandal didn't have much.
Yeah, I agree. Mako's the best controller in the world. Okay.
That round ended up going DRX's way, but still.
So this is this supposed to be their default? Why does something still have a judge? I mean, having a Reyna with a judge sounds impossible to deal with if he gets into the right position.
Still, it's kind of tipping the scales more in DRX's favor than you maybe need to.
0 point to check close. Mind Freak noted. Buzz dash at the ready. I mean, this is going to be a commit onto the side. He goes in. Something should have been spotted. Still jumping to the corner.
He didn't quite dismiss.
Mako also going to be taken down, but Buzz finds his second as the buy will fall.
But still, I mean, the Sova ult there with the KO nade over towards heaven is super good. And the KO ult on top just makes this. Oh, of course he can't dismiss. He's suppressed. What am I talking about?
Something should have been spotted. Still jumping to the corner. Manages to find one. Mako also going to be taken down.
True. He got KO ulted. Because I was also wondering why the Viper wall wasn't up, but yeah, KO ulted.
Versus 3.
This comp doesn't really do well against a KO ult. It has no, like, it's not a very good retake comp, and also it doesn't have, like, nano swarms that you can pop whilst being far away from them, or like trips on the other site while you're playing, far away. Like, it just doesn't have any remote utility. It just kind of gets rolled by the KO ult.
It's a fast break on the door. Double second hell, one at main.
Yeah, the Viper kind of has to play on the other site just to keep the wall up. Like, it's just very annoying. Even more than the normal comps.
Nice try, nice movement. Gets him in the head. Forsaken now pushing forward. Seems like, he has spotted him. Buzz dashes out.
I like this utility from Forsaken. I think the cascade that he threw to cut off Jenny and Dice is very good to try and scale into sight with. High Tide's good as well, but he's not winning a 1v3.
Cloudburst about to expire. The time dwindling. Forsaken needs these kills. He needs them now. He's going to find one, but Buzz will...
Buzz is... Buzz is hard carrying DRX.
He has not missed a step here back on that duelist.
Jing, damn near neck and neck with him.
They've pushed out into mid with a flash and a cascade. I just don't think this works very well for Paper Rex. This was the style that DRX used on their defense, but I don't think this works for Paper Rex because Paper Rex's comp isn't good at retakes. They don't have enough utility. They have, They have Flash Leah. That's about it. But they don't have any recon. They don't have any, like... They don't have recon. They don't have haunt. They don't have things that are going to really apply pressure to any people trying to play post-plant positions. They have nade. That could be pretty good. Like, nading into hell. Blast packing through with a Flash and a Leah. They might be able to cook something up. Dog. I don't think you really want a dog, because then you can't flash. Maybe you dog, though.
I think they wanted to stop this lockdown.
Push off a bit. They'll be able to find one. Reckoning now going to be committed.
Okay, that's a Reckoning committed. I mean, the Reckoning is the biggest retake tool that you have, and you just committed it to chase stacks away.
He's going to be able to move out of it, so the ult not going to
So
value, but something on site,
that's pretty
absolutely
shit.
Push up for Mindfreak, gonna have it.
However,
Go, Buzz gonna be taken
something
down,
a Mindfreak just decided to challenge, and they destroy.
That lockdown, like you just said, doesn't really get much value for DRX, and then it's just something being just brilliant.
Okay, they're a little concerned about some kind of shark attack
the
play,
back of A site.
but it's not happening.
Phenomenal stuff here for Paper Rex to bring this back to 10-10.
This is the fight that we were lacking on the first map, but we said seems like they just needed that little bit of a warm-up. I believe Market Door, yeah, getting shot. Forsaken alone on the side to Divide, not too far away, but given how often we've been seeing DRX going for A, Paper X decide to go for that heavy stack. This could come back to bite them. Flash out to try to check towards short. Nothing noted. Forsaken just continues to jiggle in the corner, but now we'll go ahead and back away from the angle. The 0 point could be everything that they need to know, though, as they're going to start pushing out aggressively as 2 over towards A.
Chatting, haha.
It's going to be a B side hit. That dash forward, switch going to be touched. Divide just tucked back around the corner.
This comp also, your best hard anchor players are like Mindfreak and something, and they're both playing A this round. Apart from that, I mean, Harbor isn't great to try and hard anchor with, and something is going to want to play aggressively quite a lot rather than play hard anchor.
Start to check right, doesn't check left. Forsaken still here, but RB swings in, finds him. It's now 5v4, the spike about to be planted.
You're just missing so much help utility as well. You're missing, like, the KO flashes from spawn, you could substitute with guiding lights, but you can't really help your site anchor with a recon dart or a haunt. That just doesn't exist in your composition. You can't help them with like a smoke on site. You can't long range smoke for them to like play inside all ratty. Just doesn't really exist in this composition. It's tough. This comp doesn't really have any util that it throws as help utility for a player anchoring back B, apart from the guiding light. That's it, really. I mean, if it's the other way around, if Forsaken is not the person hard anchoring, he could throw some kind of high tide that might be useful to play around. But high tide you can't really like play through in the same way you can with the normal smoke, because it slows you down as well. But you can, you know, stop crossfires from happening and stuff like that, and make it much more difficult for people to push you. But that doesn't work if Forsaken's the one hard anchoring the site.
Jumps across over towards switch. Spring not coming through.
I thought Paper X's attack side had some really cool ideas. I'm not really seeing the cool ideas on their defense. I think I'd like to see them play flood defenses much more, where they have. I think I'd like to see them have. Like, I think actually you could play Divide as a hard site anchor, and you swing off your flashes. You know how Kawanzin plays split A defense, where he plays behind the map, and he like flashes out and he plays around it. Like, I think you could put Divide in back B site, or like Divide at Dice, and he could do like little pop flashes above Dice or around this back archway, And I think that would be way better. And then Forsaken can throw a bit of help utility for him with the wall. But then Devise... Yeah, I mean, that means that Devise your B player and is grabbing B main info for you throughout the round. I don't know. I think it's okay, but it might not end up being better.
And suddenly Jing, he's all his lonesome. The rocket comes through. It's not going to find the kill.
They will have
Mind
info,
Freak takes it away,
because
but it does not matter.
what you would do is you would do stuff like, at the beginning of the round, you would do something like, you know, you flash this corner at the beginning, or not right at the beginning, but after a little while, like, you flash this corner, and then if you need extra info, you would like dog through here. You can send a flash through here as well. That you could send them flash through this window to pop. Like, there's a lot of ways that Skies could get info around this area. Alternatively, playing the Sky here is pretty sick too, because you can do these flashes through the smoke, and you can also get info through here and info through here. So then maybe you have Viper playing B with this wall more. So you have like Mind Freak hard anchoring B, and then you have the Sky plays in this spot. But again, trying to hold on to mid with this composition is quite difficult too, because you have no alarm bot, you have no Sova, you have no Jet. So who plays mid? Is it something on the Reyna? You kind of want something to be playing with another person. It's just a difficult composition to come up with defensive setups for.
Jing with 1 HP. He will hold the defuse to bring them back into the lead, 11-10.
Then you just get A exec on.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, with this composition, if you get A exec on, you're going to have... you're probably going to have... You're probably going to have Jing or something playing A. And then you have either nade or something just dueling them.
But again, like you talked about
and dismissing.
That, quick to get out of the A
but
side
yeah,
was Paper to get on the back
it's difficult. I don't think there is like...
Put pressure right away.
There's not an amazing answer that I can think of.
But that leer never gets dealt with by DRX. The protocols weren't there to clear it, and that allows Jing and here.
But also, when North American teams used to play Reyna on this map a lot, they would try and walk push through this smoke. So they would have their Reyna play mid solo quite a lot. So you start in passive positions like here, for example, or down here, and then if this gets smoked off, or if this gets smoked off, you just try and find a timing to walk through it, and then you get one and you run away, and you play wine a lot, and like, you know, positions that would be one and dones, but you're gonna get one and you're gonna leave, and you're gonna kind of like play your teammate in. So as you escape, you play a teammate in from A, and as you escape from catwalk, you play a teammate in from tree. And some things not really doing that.
They're so content to just start pushing deep. They know that sometimes DRX is going to leave those angles open.
That's just 50-50 for the walkthrough, though. It's not exactly 50-50. It's... You can... If you find the right timings, there's always got to be a timing where someone's not looking at the smoke very well. It's difficult to find the perfect timings, obviously, but, like... For example, if you wait until they're using quite a lot of utility over towards here, like if you wait for this smoke to bloom, and maybe they throw, like, you know, you hear them droning into A main, like somebody on your team says, they're droning A main, they've smoked tree. That's a good time for you to peek out, because you know that there's probably 2 A main, they're occupied, there's at least one going to be trying to scale in here, probably 2. Like max, there's going to be 1 person looking at the smoke. You're going to be able to peek out from the smoke from multiple different directions. Like small variations, but you know, like left side, right side smoke. Like you've got a decent chance of being able to go through that. Remember also that these people that are playing the Reyna, like something, are extremely good. If they take a 50-50 in a situation like that and their timing's good, they're going to be able to win it more than 50% of the time, because they're just extremely good players.
Kind of isn't
It's doable. It is doable.
Team. You know, even though you do see it from time to time from RB or Mako,
We've seen some teams do it in the
it's
past.
kind of all hands on deck for DRX when they make an execute.
And there again, you know, kind of suspecting that this pit is going to drive DRX over towards the A site. I'm curious to see if they...
But also, yeah, playing more one-and-done situations, because something's not really playing... The advantage of playing one-and-dones as Reyna is that it's, you know, there's an almost infinite amount of positions that you could be playing on off angles or one-and-done spots. And also, as you dismiss out, you kind of help your team because they can find timings off your distraction. Whereas something's playing it more like a jet, I think. Well, this is bizarre. Wow, Forsaken finds the timing and gets 2. I mean, for example there, Forsaken just walked through a smoke and got 2 players. By finding a timing based off the fact that he thought that they would be scaling and not able to hold the smoke.
You know that something's still going to be on that side of the map.
30 seconds left.
Spotted. The rotate in. Spike not planted. Something shuts it down. Third over the top. RB. He's been so clutch in the past. Can he pull this off? The answer is no. Something finds it.
For that utility.
I can't believe DRX won this map.
Formation. And even though DRX makes a good move here, I think, to try to, you know, go up through the window, they don't respect that Forsaken could have been that close, and they kind of let it go out of their minds. And again, it's these timings where people...
All right, so now something's in a one-and-done, but this is a one-and-done spot that is almost always checked with Sova utility. So Devi broke the drone, but Devi's also got to stick around and break the recon dart.
DRX finds the middle of the formations of DRX that really befuddle them.
They're not going to use the recon there.
When they're getting their wins.
I'm surprised. Oh, that's the one for A. That's the recon dart for back A.
Over the top. Gets a reveal onto one up. In he goes.
Dude.
Buzz gets the headshot. The blade storm on the Mind Freak.
Cool idea. I really like that play. Zest has so many like long range Sova utility things on this map and on Haven as well.
Left there to try to hold the line. Zest approaching from behind, trying to see if there's going to be any kind of flank. Boombot spotting for a moment. The Cove coming in. Mako desperately trying to get out of here, but will fall. Up and out before Buzz finds Jing. Stacks.
That was accidental onto something.
No arriving, takes out Buzz, approaching from Heaven, drops him, but it's straight onto Stacks.
Dude, the DRX players look like they're in such good form.
Claiming their first map of this.
First of all, I can't believe PaperX lost this map. Second of all, I can't believe DRX lost this series. DRX are on fire map 1, and individually they're on fire on this map too.
Best of 5. No big ults to speak of. One away from the reckoning for Forsaken. So if he gets a kill, there's some really good utility here.
Look at this though. They're just making the call.
Oh,
Would
God,
you believe me if I told you DRX's Lotus is worse than Carmen Corpse? Oh no. No, baby, no.
He can try to heal that up. Push out, something finds one. Takes the dismiss away, but it's going to be Mind Freak and Forsaken eliminated. Something with this Empress needs to go huge. Devi will find Buzz.
3v3.
The Nano to try to buy some space. The Boombot to check close. Over at Market, nothing found. The spike now planted. Mako.
Mako's really on his own over here, but he's so far away. Look, Mako's already anticipating Devi to throw an info flash. Here the flash comes. Doesn't find anything. RB just kills 2 anyway. Dude, the DRX players are in such spectacular form. I refuse to believe they lost this series. I refuse to believe it.
You feel like you may as well.
Just plant it.
The dart to check. Nothing spotted. Devi
There's no way.
Needing to go huge to deny this overtime away. Push out Mako, eventually steady.
This beam and
the nail. We did not too.
So whoever last round's entry to really befuddle the entry there of DRX.
Well, as we go into overtime, they get another fan share, it would seem. 0 point off the rip from Stacks. Just identifying 2. Go ahead and they start to back away as something pushes out. Alir just to clear the turret. Alarmbot's still standing. Zest will use the drone to see if there's any forward presence here.
That drone sees a lot. It's a nice position to drone from. And he recons mid. That's a lot of info used at the same point in the round.
So sort of a fake there with some of that harbor utility to try to set up for this A hit that is very likely.
It's going to allow Buzz to go back over to help A at the right time.
Goes flying. Paranoia across. Lear leading the way. Mako swinging out of the corner, finding one.
Got Mako's paranoia.
Taken down.
Huh, so they're using the cove to swing through from multiple angles.
Push out of the cove. Zax finds one. Forsaken trades it back, but Mako will be the...
Nice idea with the cove, but that paranoia was just too juicy from Mako.
Are very, very, you know, Mako there coming up big once again. You know, maybe not the most impactful ascent, but when you need this guy the most, time and time again, those clutch rounds where he has to come up with those big multi-kills, he is able to do it. Now over to DRX on the attacker's side, as they're going to try to kind of work the same thing.
Yeah, it's just going to be another fast hit. Divide needs to be the one to hold the line. Starts things off the right foot forward. Finds the opening kill. Mind Freak trying to provide some support here through this.
See, this is what I'm more talking about with like Devi anchoring a site. I feel like the Sky is actually, it's kind of weird because Sky is good at, you know, gathering you info and kind of playing a flex position, being the float player, but Sky is surprisingly good as a hard anchor as well. Like the dog doesn't get as much value, but the flashes are really nice to play off.
Smoke over by Switch, and he will. RB now gone. Gun barrel barely not noticeable. As Mako's tucked away into the corner, but now
Also, here's something that EG were doing a lot in VCT Americas that I never casted one of their games that I was really able to talk about it with properly. But EG were doing a thing where they were weakening the door until it was red like this, and then they would wait for the plant to get tapped, and they would burst through the door really quickly. So they weaken the door like this, and then they reload, and then they wait for the plant to be tapped, and they burst through the door with the last like 3 bullets or something, and they're immediately swarming onto the planter, and they leave the door like this because it lulls the people planting into a false sense of security. Like, okay, door isn't broken, and when the door doesn't get broken, it doesn't trigger their protocols of like, okay, we need to smoke this, we need to have 2 people watching it or whatever. I thought it was really cool. Boostio was doing it a lot. I haven't seen any other team do it.
Mako's tucked away into the corner, but now Stacks is going to be gone. Mako comes up with 2. He brings this back into a winnable position. If Zest could get the clutch, but it will not.
Just a little bit.
We go
kind of
again.
Mental second guessing there causes him to switch off a Divide briefly. Now Paper X expecting a push out here of A main, using that snake bite to try to punish. Usually it's Mako pushing out of there.
Dog should have made note here. Up Buzz. It's in the pop flash just to confirm that their eyes were not deceiving them. Cascade across, cutting off that B main, but again, it's just going to be this hefty stack up over it today. Jing grabbing the orb just in case he can get that showstopper online.
Belly's on. Thank you for the 9 months.
Robot checking. Buzz starting the drift over. Mako finding one, but this time will not be given the opportunity to string together multiple kills. It's taken out. Stacks gets himself tucked into the wall. Gonna be spotted. Mind Freak has the kill. Up on Heaven.
Yeah,
Buzz
I really like this cove that they're using. This cove helps them avoid Mako's smoke, and it lets them spread into the site from so many different angles.
For one, Forsaken.
And it also stops them being sprayed down as they enter. So very good idea again by Forsaken.
The drag across. Took him a little while longer than we're used to, but Zest eventually does find the kill. Again, a 2v3. Jing, though, the showstopper is online.
Yeah, that cove was a little deeper than the last one, Andrea, yeah. Can't they dip into the smoke if they get reconned? Yeah, they could. Yeah, I mean, ideally you want to be breaking the recon rather than hiding from it because you kind of fuck your teammates there. But yeah, in a desperation, yeah.
Insanely tough.
RB finding one. Jing still turning his sights towards Zest, but
Oh
Zest
my
trades him
god,
back.
how does
Now
Zest
suddenly
get
a
that?
1v1. The shorting in a hand.
Oh, what a play by
Spots his
RB.
little legs.
Seth is such a good
Set up
caster.
from beneath.
Like that.
Spots his little legs.
Still wins the round.
And keep
Expecting maybe some pressure through mid. I see Stacks pushing out towards top. Yeah, that flash actually doesn't get around the corner, and it's just going to get canceled. Something poke a little bit at Mako, but no damage done there. Now the Owl Drone going to be used here since that flash came through. Got to try to make sure that space is clear, that there's no follow-up. Once again, no confirmation off that guiding light. So DRX here somewhat unaccounted for out on the map right now.
It's a Lear cross, and they know that something's on this side.
This cascade is very late from Forsaken. He's cascaded, but it doesn't do anything here. DRX already controlled this.
Mind Freak around the corner. Missing some shots. Flash in deep. The bite comes across. Buzz.
Mind Freak turned the flash, and Buzz still gets the better end of it. There's that recon dart again that Zest is throwing from a long way away that lands back A. It's a nice one, that.
Chasing. Finds one.
Something could still win this round for them.
They were able to get jumped on before, but Davai does return some fire, so they know that he is there. Something holds the line, playing now into A main. Mako waiting around the corner.
Oh.
Zest finds another. Forsaken, take it down.
Nice by Jing.
Nice.
Nice.
Breakdown onto the bottom of the site. Jing finds him and
Super
gets
winnable
stacks
from
to
Jing
boot.
and something. Super
2v2.
winnable.
The duelists now versus Mako and Buzz. Jing suspicious about this, knowing that they hadn't noted him.
He has nade.
Catches him just a little bit sooner.
Oh,
Eight
the
shells
nade
down
was...
at his feet. Mako has the ball back.
Okay,
Buzz
yeah.
falls. Jing
Well played by
gets the
something in
last one,
Jing.
and we can do
Back and forth utility battle there with Mako, and he's able to come out ahead. Oh boy, we go again.
at least twice more into the breach. Buzz getting tucked away over here and Wine. Something up over the top. Minor spray from Stacks will just very lightly knock some of that health and armor off of him. Flash in towards mid. For Bench not finding anything. The drone's going to be used in response from Zest, seeing what spot. But it's
Seth and Paperthin were at one of the global events before, yeah. Before I was working. I think it was Berlin, not Reykjavik, but I could be wrong. Hello, Fey Wars. What team do I want to win Masters Tokyo? What team do I want to win? Fnatic. I want there to be a back-to-back.
Utility, the Killjoy utility from RB to try to slow this up. Zest usually really on point.
Boring answer. But I think the narrative would be cool. We've never had an era before in Valorant. I think either Fnatic or Loud. I would like one of those teams to win. Doesn't necessarily have to be the final between them, but I want one of those teams to win so that we can start talking about, like, era stuff developing within Valorant.
Taken, avoiding the tag, the dog flying right past Zest. Start gets a little bit of damage down, but Paint Shell not quite gonna go in towards Boats, but RB still having his work cut out for him, is not ready for Forsaken to approach. Dog.
Wait, how do they approach this? So they high tide out. The vulnerables hit. Both nanoswarms are used. They use Cove to get out again. I mean, Forsaken's use of Cove to get out into the sites is really lovely. I need to make a note of that, actually. Okay.
Tag the dog flying right past Zest.
So then they blast back out here.
Start gets a little bit of damage down, but Paint Shell
Jing
not
misses
quite
the
gonna
nade.
go in towards
They
Boats,
still have
but
a
RB still
flash.
having his work cut out for him, is
Oh.
not ready for Forsaken to approach from the
They
left-hand
like,
side.
I
The
guess
headshot
fake
comes
flash.
in, he
I'm not
goes
sure it
down.
was supposed to be a fake flash, but
Before
that's
the
how it
spike
worked.
getting planted,
And then they
Buzz
set up
in
orb.
position behind something who's going to be watching main.
I think one of the reasons why their post plants aren't as good on this map is one of two things, right? Look at where the orb is. So one of the reasons why this Viper orb is so difficult to get through on Haven is because as soon as you come through it, you're getting shot. Whereas on Ascent, it doesn't really work like that. The B site is kind of split into two parts. There's like this line where you've got like the front of the site, and then you've got this line where it's like the back of the site. You could divide it up even more than that if you wanted, but like broadly speaking, as retakers, you're going to be able to get through this, and maybe if you were coming from this direction, this, and you're going to be able to control this area first. And at that point, you can wait for the decay damage to disappear, and you can go into backside. So I think either after the high tide falls, so they're high tiding like that, either put the Viper Orb here, so it's really annoying to get through, and you take a ton of like decay damage and you're getting spammed and shit, or they should be playing more aggressive post plants. You know, somebody tucked here, somebody lane ready to swing, somebody B main ready to swing as well, like somebody up on stairs, like really aggressive post plants like this, so that they're getting value out of the Viper Orb. Because at the moment it just feels like a smoke. I think it should feel very oppressive, especially when you think like there's potentially snake bites that they could combo in some of these rounds if they're saving them for post plant. Potentially nade, maybe, if they haven't used that earlier on in the round. I think it should feel very difficult to get through that CT smoke. Yeah. Or alternatively, if you want to play these passive positions, I would move the orb here or here. Probably here, though. I think here makes a lot more sense than lane. I think it just messes with your crosshair placement if you put it on lane.
It's going to be a lot more difficult here. RB not able to trade out. Good patience from Paper Rex. Make sure he was clear.
Because something is trying to play this position aggressively, and nobody else is on the same page as him. Oh, they're going to high tide. What? Oh, no. And they haven't broken the recon.
They find two. The swing out. Buzz.
Time's getting low here.
Gets the fourth. Is he on for the ace? He sends out the right click. It gets a little bit of a connection. It takes him low. The shorty in hand. Swings the corner. And
wow.
Buzz will get yet another ace
Dude,
this weekend.
Buzz is...
Less than a second.
Buzz is on fire this map. Absolutely on fire.
Once again, take the lead.
Absolutely on fire.
Absolutely unbelievable. This looked like it was Paper Rex's round. They play this so well. And
sit down, son. Your work's not done yet. You
He's got 35 kills.
Still have to win this attacking round, which has been eluding you. With 35 kills now, and
is Buzz making a late top 20 run? I mean, he was already in my top 20. But he wasn't in my top 10.
On the side, Stacks not prepared. That's a flash is now taken away from them. The paint shells on the corner. Buzz taken down nice and early by Forsaken.
He's fucking farming here, though.
Then Anaswarm, they swing out ahead of it, but RB moves up to the ground. It's just Mind Freak left, and they know exactly where he is. A lockdown once more available for RB, and this time I don't think he's going to wait too long to use it. He hears the market door get crunched.
Paper X could have definitely won this game. I mean, Paper X can improve the way that they play this map. And DRX were on a heater.
But I don't know if he's going to make it. He barely does. A fraction of a second to spare. Mind Freak.
No, actually, I don't think I've ever casted with Seth, but maybe I have. I might have done like one game ever. But I don't think so.
Completely stoic. Holding still, the bites into the back of boats to try to flush him out, to try to get some extra damage. He drops down, he finds one. The time is ticking away. He's looking for the read, and RP with a 4K will finish this map off. 16-14, DRX move up 2-0. Match point in their hands.
Just barely.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. That is pretty sick. And now, Lotus. Surely DRX just win 3-0, right, guys? DRX look like they're in such insane form. They rolled them on map 1, and then Buzz was getting ace after ace on map 2. This is over. Haha. Why did Paper Rex even try? DRX were just throwing the upper final with Foxy9. And they will win now with Zest. I'm going to get some water and prepare my mind, body, and soul for this. Also, it's nearly 3 a.m. I should go to bed. But I know that this is a very, very quick map, so I'll watch this first, and then I'll go to bed. But I don't think we're going to get through this match tonight. Okay. Let's have a look then.
Not gonna come out ahead, but it's a team effort.
Yeah, I'll stream tomorrow. Yeah.
At Paper X, yes, Jing and something played great on that last map. Now we need to see Divide, who's been that steady, sturdy player. You'll come through and be that hero on this map once again. When they needed him against DFM, he was the guy.
Somehow, some way, it just feels strange to think about it in this regard, but we're here on map 3, and it's the first time that we're getting something on his jet, because he played that bridge to begin, then moved over to the Reyna. So this should be maximum comfort for both he and Jing with their signature picks.
Cover going down.
DRX angling in here towards the A side. Couple trap wires here.
Oh, and Buzz kind of leaping over, but also destroying. It does get the catch on. Mako going to be taken down, hot in the back sight. However, Buzz just comes strafing across the frenzy in hand. Finds one, Forsaken. It's Buzz kind of leaping over, but also destroying. It does get the catch on. Mako going to be taken down, hot
Unfortunate
in the back sight. However,
for Mako.
across the frenzy in hand. Finds one, Forsaken.
But overall, not bad at all for DRX.
Does claim the kill. Push from the back and oh my
Not bad
God,
at all. Buzz, he's still playing like a demon. Uh-oh.
Nade out. Reset on that one. Something with a one tap. Eliminates
Surely
RB.
not.
Now it's just Buzz and Stacks left standing. Push out right here into the smoke. They'll send some spray towards him. None of the bullets making connection. Stacks shifting back around directly in front of him.
Okay, good pistol round.
This is a crazy start here. I mean, finally DRX wins a pistol. That's their first pistol win, believe it or not, of this entire series. Just absolutely insane to think that they're up 2-0 and they haven't won a single damn pistol. Oh, something. Oh, can't quite find it.
Really looking for it, but just takes a little bit of damage in response. Divide could go ahead and back up.
I know this is going to sound weird, chat, but yeah, I mean, I am mad about the fact that Paper X are improving the win rate of single controller on Lotus, but the Cypher kind of plays like a Viper on the attack side. You see how the Viper's putting the smoke here, and this allows them late round to be able to like cross and take control of this area, and obviously normally the Vipers will be like walling this as well, which doesn't necessarily happen, but also the Vipers tend to pick up this orb and then put it down here, right? What Forsaken does often on the attack side is he'll cage here. He won't use it at the beginning of the round. He'll wait, he'll pop it in the mid round, and then he'll go over, and if he's in the area, he'll go up and he'll cage here, or he'll cage here as well. So he kind of plays it like his Viper Orb. It's not as good, but he makes up for it in other ways too. But it provides you some of the similar utility as the Viper Orb.
It's going to be on red, pop flash over the top. Just backs away into waterfall. He wants to swing around.
But yeah, it is strictly worse in terms of that specific application of it.
Push here, Mind Freak moving out. There's something with a little bit of damage down, Mako. Oh, however,
but
as they send out the C's, just looking to catch and weaken anybody they possibly can. Something waiting for the wall to drop. Hoping for a headshot, hoping to get some kind of weapon out of their hands.
But yeah, he tries to get more value out of like the cam and stuff as well, to let him get off more aggressive looks than you can when you play Viper. Alright, so DRX win the second round flawlessly. DRX are going to win this series, guys. I don't know what you're talking about.
To stretch this into Bulldogs and a rifle against rifles, and they are scary. This is one of the best teams with Bulldogs, especially Zest. Guy is absolutely cracked with that gun.
Nade to clear rubble just in case there's a fast push out from Buzz, looking to blast pack his way across, or Stacks TPing over. Nothing noted, as we do get to see A little top down to the Cypher Cam setup here for Forsaken on the C site. Trailblazer sent through.
Yeah, the Tokyo match times are going to be ridiculous.
He's get vulnerable down, so pulls back for a moment. Ping's coming down. They're very wary of somebody being in this position. He takes a shot, backs off the Prowler spotting, and I think they might have just been able to see Devi on the back end of that.
Okay, so DRX pushed them off the line over towards A. I like that. Then they pop the Viper Orb. Okay. The flash comes through from Devi. They realize that it's not an A piece, but the rotates are going to come through a little late. Buzz is in. He gets past the trips. Oh. I mean, the utility is all good here as well. Like, the nade is good. The snake bite is good from Mako as well. Buzz's entry is good. He doesn't break the trips with his blast pack, but he gets in. Stax also gets in. I mean, Zest just tries to fucking jump through the cages instead of waiting for like 3 seconds for them to disappear. But and then Jing is just spraying through the smoke and kills a couple of them, and suddenly, okay, nice pivot into B as well. I actually like this. I like the pivot into B. What has Stax used his smokes on? Why does he not have an Omen smoke? Oh, he's just full on smoked Spawn and Waterfall at the beginning, even though they have the Viper Wall to play off. Okay. I mean, that's not awful. So it's like 30 seconds until he has a smoke back up. Probably more like 15 seconds right now. But he doesn't have one for B, which is pretty rough, pretty difficult to play. Oh. He throws it there? Okay, that's weird. But it does make it easier for Mako to dominate. Don't mind that. That is weird from Devi. Alright, it's up to Stax and RB to clutch. This looks really good. Oh, that's unlucky. DRX played that really well. I like that round. That was a good macro round from them. I mean, I think that Zest kind of trolled by jumping in front of the one-ways when he could have just waited for them to go down. And it might have been nice for Stax to have a smoke a little earlier and not commit as heavily to C before they fully got the entry. But I think, broadly speaking, like the way that they played that was fine.
Able to get some good kills, especially off that one way from the Cypher. But still, just barely. Yeah, you could hear a sigh of relief. Certainly warranted there.
Yeah, and that was their bonus, chat. That was their bonus, and they nearly won it. DRX are gonna fucking steamroll them. You guys are smoking. Alright, so they do a C mound take. Okay. They're in. They TP. They broke both the trips this time. Right, now the door is getting pressured behind them at the same time as there's 2 players over here. So what they didn't do was they weren't able to stop something from taking this line super early on. And that means that these guys are on the rotate really fast. So instead of pushing them back and making them worried and having a late rotate where they're still like here or something, these guys are ready to fight Mount before you've even got into C. So that's one of the issues of just going for a C hit instantly off the rip. But it might still be doable. Like, you might still be able to handle this. You still have RB in a really good spot. You know, Buzz could just ult this as well. I don't really know why Buzz hasn't ulted into the site here. Forsaken gets one. Forsaken, yeah. Yeah. They needed to use the showstopper earlier to make more space for themselves. This wall is not giving them any space on site. Like, when they wall like this, they can take like back bend, back elbow, but they don't have the sightline through to Waterfall, and they can't clear this area out very well either. If they just popped their showstopper and Chad fucking took the site, they'd be in a much better spot. They've also planted in a bad spot, so RB can't play posts. Again, they could plant in a much better spot if they had used the showstopper to take side control.
Just let the defuse happen. Pulls away. PaperX tie it up at 2-2.
Great hold here from PaperX.
Thank you, Yandos.
Able to deal with that pressure.
Or Yando Sochi? Yando Sochi.
For Buzz and for DR vision on what's going on behind the C site. And now with a judge.
Also, usually this is like a lurk C setup. Usually this isn't a C exec wall. But DRX are running the same wall again. Here it comes. They're doing it again, guys.
Some weaker utility, and of course that showstopper.
All they need to do is the exact same push they did last time, but use the showstopper.
I mean, the triple push out from B, and yeah, Mako coming away with the kill.
Oh, these trips are very annoying. But they have been pushed back. Look how the showstopper commands respect. Forsaken is so much further back. These guys in Waterfall are a lot further back. He's gotten a lot of space off the back of it. What the dickens? Forsaken jumped over that like he was skipping rope.
Forsaken, he gets ahead of it. The rocket goes too deep. He'll be grateful to catch on a 1. Buzz has to swap to the classic just to try to clear it out.
Also, Buzz should be holding this for the maximum amount of time so that Stax can actually get the plant down. Plus, Stax is a little late in behind him.
Forsaken, he gets ahead of it. The rocket.
But yeah, like they should be planting now. Like they need to be controlling the site and planting now.
Goes too deep. He'll be grateful for that. Holds on to the Odin for a bit longer. Now Buzz getting pushed on. Puts up a decent amount of damage and says with the
They can't get the plant down.
Something, but now Mindfreak makes his way through. Finds 2 quick kills.
Yeah, I don't know whether this is doable. 2v3.
Neural Depth going to be committed. Just to go ahead and reveal. Yep, he is on the opposite side of the map. But as far as where he'll be.
This ult is so bugged. Bro, the ult wasn't bugged. It landed miles behind him.
Continues to push.
Look. Look where it's going. It's miles away. Look at that. Look how far away it is. This has landed here, while Forsaken's jumped forward and is here. That should do 0 damage. I mean, it's not close. Like, if Forsaken had stayed where he was, it might have killed him. But he jumps forwards, which is around a corner and an elevation change, and further away from him. Like, but also, Buzz should just not be going for it.
Forsaken, he gets ahead.
It's more important to take the space there with the showstopper rather than the kill. How is it possible to jump over a fucking rocket, though? Yeah, the rocket does move very slowly in this game. How does Devi get that?
Devi! What a pivot! Turns quickly, gets the headshot, leaving Stax all on his lonesome. Smoke to try to caterpillar forward, and Devi will be good for the second.
I want to see that on the replay. I want to see that on the replay.
Narrow margins, but a couple seconds remaining. PaperX now taking the lead.
Yeah, 3 in a row now for PaperX, and this is great recognition at the end here. When Stax throws out his smoke, they just start pushing that angle. They know that he's got to be coming from there. They just start spraying and going. A great hold here by Mindfreak. Clean double. Good
what is that? Dude, Devi is cheating.
There, quickly saved that round for PaperX.
What the fuck?
Was absolutely everything. Round 3-2. Again out, does get cleared. Something.
So this is just like a half by round, so we're not really expecting too much from DRX here. But I would like them to mix up their setup. They're just running the same C Viper wall every time.
Sheriff in hand, speaking across. It's a swing out, and now they definitely know.
Let's see if they're gonna maybe try to punish this. They're pinching onto something here, and he's all alone.
He's opening the door, but I don't know if does he realize there's people on the opposite side. The pinch game ready to come through. Updraft over the
Good
top.
movement.
Narrowly manages to elude death. significant damage dealt either.
Forsaken's got some crazy trips over here.
They know where he's at. The nade is heading right towards him. Takes a little bit of damage. His Buzz again going to be caught up here on the entry. And something with a shorty comes up with 2. Pulls the plates instantly.
Oh my god.
Trying to push his way in. German hand does get Ching of all people. Smoko will find 1.
They're struggling on C. They are struggling on C.
Full HP. The spike is recovered. 25 seconds remaining. I don't know if Mako has many options. He would love to probably just hold on.
I'd like to see them, because they've done so much conditioning towards the C site. What I'd like to see them do is have RB walk up here, maybe with somebody else as well. Like have RB and who? RB and Stacks walk up here at the beginning of the round, and then have the other 3 guys go over here, you know, Haunt, Prowler, like make some pressure over on that side, pull people over there, then open the door, pivot through, smoke, like hit a B hit. Mess with the fact that they think you're going C super heavily. You might even be able to catch B rotates with Stacks and RB. Or like people rotating to C through B. And yeah, Paper X also, their A rubble control is not good. And they haven't gone there once. Oh, I guess they're going to go over here. Okay then. Bye-bye.
Oh my god. I mean, something, you know, Buzz could try to shift the way he uses those paint shells on those entries a little bit, but in general, I want to see DRX shift how they're attacking this map, and oh my god.
I mean, something, he's been taking note of it. Mako's been doing that jump.
Hello, goodbye.
Some regularity. Gets himself nice and up in a position. Just go ahead and find that kill, and then Mind Freak in the meantime slinks his way forward. Stacks caught off guard as the Prowler hadn't spotted anything. Buzz moving up. Well, didn't destroy the trap bar.
The timing on that.
I mean, this round's just over.
Bulldog. Again, paint shells on rubble, and Buzz goes right into them. And it's actually Stacks.
How is Stacks dying to that? That's not a C's nade, is it? That's just a nade. He's just TP'd into it, bro.
Go ahead and pick up a Bulldog. Again, paint shells on rubble, and Buzz goes right into them. And it's actually Stacks.
Bruh.
Did he just TP in? Not realizing. King's been doing this, and now it comes up with value. The show stuff.
They do not have a system for taking a rubble control.
Upper takes out Buzz. And this force down go. Getting one RB completely shut out. Cess stuck in behind the half wall. Divide finds the kill. Does fall low. Mako getting one RB, getting another. As far as the cash flow is concerned, Paper X are completely untouchable at the moment. Let's RB.
Raise, they don't. You know, on Fracture, why you've got RB on Neon. I mean, of course his Neon is, as we saw earlier, absolutely unbelievable. But also, you know,
Okay, now they're going towards B. But you need to make it look like you're going C and then go through the door. I mean, this will be fine. You'll be able to get the B site off the back of this, but I'd like to see something a bit more creative. Oh, the Odin spam through the door. Disgusting. On some Fnatic type beats.
Trying to push in. Jing gets back in towards Baby Door, finds one. Push up through the nano. Something with the shorty finds one. RB, however, and Mako going to be able to fight
Winnable,
back.
winnable. Winnable, Dr. X.
A couple weapons recovered. Buzz now up in hand, but Forsaken surprises with the Odin, and they have to go ahead and turn tail.
Winnable for Dr. X. What time is it? It's like 3 AM. I'm very tired.
Hovering nearby. Mako
I'm going to have to go to bed after this.
spots one, swings to the corner, gets the timing, can't quite make it work.
Please, RB, please.
52 HP. He's going to see if he can stop this momentum. Deny a 7th consecutive round away.
After this map, I can't watch another map. It'll be way too late. Oh, bro, you have a stinger Get close to the angle and wide swing and spray, please.
By lockdown like you a little bit at A Link and head over to A, but you know, at the end of the day, just Paper Rex is reading them like a
Stacks just went for the same TP again.
book. I mean, Jing gets himself
Dude, they do not have a clue what they're doing at Rubble.
pushed over to Rubble, and then the covering fires in as the flashes go flying.
I think their C exec was pretty decent. It had some problems, but it seemed fine. Like, they were making mistakes, but they were small mistakes. This A Rubble take just looks clueless.
Try to re-aggress out towards Rubble, but it just has not been working.
looks like he just wants to reset it.
It looks like they don't really understand
Oh, it doesn't matter. Goodbye.
what's going, like, it looks like they don't understand what Paper X could be doing to stop them. How should they take Rubble? There's a bunch of different ways that you can take Rubble. I mean, you can take Rubble late on in the round by putting the same Viper Wall that they're doing and then dogging it late and pushing people off the line and then going and, like, slowly taking it. If you want to take it early at the beginning of the round, then you can take, like, people up towards root instead of taking people out towards Rubble. So you take people up there, and then you're going to want to be using the what's her name, Fade utility to push people back and make sure that you have lines. I mean, you can nade back here as well, so that when the aggressive players coming down, they get pushed out and you get favorable angles here and here to fight them. Another way that you can do it, that Fnatic do, is that they do like a late take of Rubble, but they make sure that people aren't super pushed up by Odin spamming like this. So you have someone with an Odin sat here, spamming through this wall, down this line, and that makes it very difficult for the defenders to push up aggressively, which means that as you try to come through, like, you know, 20 seconds into the round, something like that, you have to worry about less positions. But to be honest, the meta with these comps is not to fight super early aggressive for A Rubble control. The meta is more to kind of fight for early mount control and then go back and retake these areas, unless you're playing Neon. But you can fight these areas, but it's much more about, like, taking root control and then fighting Rubble. They're doing the stuff that people were doing at the beginning of the game, where you just, like, TP across and you just try and dominate Rubble control early. And the problem with that is that people are aware of that, so they put utility behind here specifically.
Rounds left to go in this half with no end in sight. Paper X are delivering a message.
And one of the reasons why DRX's comp is not that great for fighting early aggressively over Rubble, like they're doing, is because they don't have a flash. So the comp in general is just like a little bit of a slower comp, and they're trying to play it like a fast exec comp. This is DRX's first time playing Lotus ever. Yeah, but they've also scrimmed it. And they're playing almost exactly the same composition as Fnatic.
That would have been a hell of a timing from something. Even more impressive than when he had caught Mako. Speaking of catching somebody, Stacks just swings out. And he's dead. IGL on the floor.
But they just don't look very aware of what Paper X could be doing.
Our sincerest apologies.
They're playing with Zest. Yeah. Sliggy also thinks the Fnatic comp with no flashes should get exposed way more. I think if anyone other than Fnatic was playing it, it would. Like this, for example. But because Fnatic are so incredibly good at it, it doesn't really get exposed very much.
Looks like Zest and Mako are still gonna try to play this.
They might do it Tokyo. But who knows if they even played at Tokyo. Maybe we'll get fucking Dirk and Neon.
To be cheering about now. That's 9 rounds in a row, so I don't know. Maybe the trick here for DRX is to lose their pistol rounds and then they do better. I don't. They finally won a pistol round, and I was like, oh boy.
Good tell you.
Yeah.
Okay, another Prowler, as well as the Paranoia Ascent. Showstopper though. Buzz just pushing through it. Both of his blast packs can't close any more distance, so eventually we'll just have to send out the ult.
This is going to be the round the DRX win, right? Oh, maybe not.
Quick turn, spots Mako, sends it towards water. Jing comes up with the kill to equalize. Push out. Buzz finding one. Odin, however, still there for a second. Unable to drag across. Doesn't get that elimination. Paint shell's thrown right at his feet. As Jing backs away, he holds the line. And now they're split apart. RB spotted. Jing pushing forward. He shuts him down. And is it going to be the 9-3? Buzz now identified.
A very silly round.
Plant around the corner. Pink coming down.
The Odin is so good for defending C. Boaster does it all the time. It's so good. But yeah, that's an alright round by DRX. Like I said, the C execs look decent. It's just that that's all they were doing at the beginning. And they were making small mistakes with it. But they didn't try to do any, like, C into B pivots. They didn't try to do any A into B pivots. They didn't do anything interesting. I mean, they couldn't even take A control. They didn't do any, like, mount control back into an A take. This is what I mean about DRX lack of mid-rounding. Like, Stacks IGLing is so bad at the moment.
DRX was wide enough now. It certainly is. And okay. Lucky to not get a headshot there. Bonko does have that half armor. Some minor little...
It feels like it's a very mid-round heavy meta right now. There's like a mix of hard exec. There's a lot of execs that you can run, but there's also a lot of mid-rounding that people do. And I think people like Stacks and King, who tend to call strats out of a playbook much more than mid-rounding, are just getting exposed in this meta. They look so out of their depth.
Little tap onto the shoulders. He raises the poison orb. Creep forward, tap on the door, checking to see if there's anyone forward outside of P. Nothing noted.
DRX literally have protocols for going to the bathroom. Yeah, but I feel like I don't know. If your playbook isn't enormously deep, you need the IGL to be able to, like, call other things on the fly too. 100 Thieves with Sean would have been mid too. I mean, I feel like 100 Thieves were trying to do a lot of the mid-rounding stuff, and they just weren't doing it that well.
Towards B. RB taken down. Mako desperately trying to find something. Stacks will be able to come away with one. Jing now up close with a frenzy. Wins out on the fight. And Paper X say, yeah, we gave you one, but we're going to take the other.
Is it just me, or does DRX not innovate as much as they used to? Yeah. I think that's true, but I think that's also because a lot of other teams started developing set plays. They used to be one of the only teams that ran elaborate set plays. And now there's a lot of teams that cook up set plays.
Here's his cloudburst. Go ahead and exit the safety. Push up, looking for the nose scope. Not quite going to find it, but Mind Freak will be able to get Stacks. That's going to be taken down, and with the dog stun, it's a very easy swing on the corner as they look for a flawless now.
I don't think Stella's. I don't think they need to cut Stella. Like, they don't need to do anything that drastic. They just need to adjust how they play a little bit. The problem with cutting IGLs is that there's very few amazing IGLs.
Point with the Bulldog to make sure that's done, and then Buzz with the, just stuck in there trying to do anything he can, but the grenade was a little late. And around the corner came Paper Rex.
It can be better to just adjust how your team calls entirely, to be less reliant on a singular voice, I think.
Stopper at the ready. A little bit of damage.
Woof.
Slowed up by that turret and RB. Let's take his head off, so Showstopper not finding value this time around. A good kill, but they need so much more. Buzz pushing forward, reading that it could be here. That's somebody's position. And while he was technically ready for it, he just doesn't.
Sorry, let me go back to the beginning of this round again. I'm zoning out because I'm tired. So they flash nade to take some mount control. Cam to look towards B. TP across. They smoke C. Open door.
slowed up by that turret and RB. Let's take his head
So
up.
this is all to insert Forsaken on the lurk whilst getting an execute into C.
So Showstopper not finding value this time around.
Look how much space, look how much more space Paper Rex have because they're not using that Viper wall. Because they can actually see these areas and fight for them.
A good kill, but they need so much more. Buzz pushing forward, reading that it could be here.
Forsaken just immediately reswings, even though Buzz had the better end of him there.
Really ready for it. He just doesn't quite get that headshot. Takes Forsaken down to 38, but he connects in with Devi. Very much get healed up as the flash timing is absolutely gorgeous. They managed to survive.
Yeah, and they also, the thing that Paper Rex does nicely here is they also pause.
Reading that it could be here. That's somebody's position.
Even though there's no smokes up at the moment, Paper Rex still take a moment to just chill and stabilize and make sure that they're not being pressured, and that leads to Stacks then peeking into something and dying, and then Mako trying to trade and dying. DRX, again, don't have too many of those situations. They don't really pause in the middle of rounds. Loud do it incredibly well. So do Fnatic. So do NRG. Na'Vi used to do that really well, but I'm not sure they do it as well at the moment.
Cloudburst down, Paranoia not connecting. Something re-swings in, manages to adjust, finds both Mako and Buzz.
God, something is farming this map as well. We're not watching the replays, so we're not catching it all, but he's just so consistently winning a duel and then killing the trader as well. How can you VOD review for 8 straight hours? I did like 5 hours today before I started streaming as well. I've got a lot to do before Tokyo. Alright, well, yeah, that was just destructive. That was absolutely destructive. That's, yeah. That's a team diff. That is a team diff. Okay, I've got 2 more maps to watch. I can't do them now. I've got to go to bed. I've just simply got to go to bed. Okay. Time for me to veg. Let's send you along somewhere else. Let me check my schedule for tomorrow. 9:30 a.m. watch VODs. Then I've got an appointment at the vet, and then 4 p.m. watch more VODs. Cool. All right. So who should we send you to? Raid a evil cat? Is a evil cat online? A evil cat is online. Okay, we'll send you to a evil cat. Alright. Bye-bye, everybody. I'll be streaming again in like... Wait, what time is it now? 3. I need 7 hours sleep. I'll stream again at like 11 a.m. Yeah. That does not give me very much time to be able to get through all of these games. Yeah, I'll stream again at like 11 a.m. I think I fucked today up. By streaming. I should have just blasted through the VODs offline. Alright. Okay, bye-bye.